Chapter 56:25. 10,000 miles of Red Star will live up to your expectations. Chapter 56:25. Divorcee Xian Urban Romance. JIEQI Chapter 56:25. Divorcee Xian After a long time, Mrs. Xiao said tiredly, "Chenglan, Mrs. Qin won't help me. From the moment she refused to tell me where a yuan is, I knew she wouldn't help me. She won't help me because of you. This time, I've troubled you again. I've troubled you so much every time. Chenglan, I've troubled you too much." Mrs. Qin frowned slightly and thought for a while before saying, "I didn't hear the exact location of the engagement. I didn't pay much attention to this either. I only heard about it from Old Master and Old Madam." She then said to Mrs. Xiao, "I'm sorry, I really don't know where the engagement is. But don't be too sad. This engagement isn't necessarily a bad thing. Yi Qian is actually a good child. She was Old Master Fu's biological granddaughter. How could she not be good? In the past, she had listened to other people's words. So Mrs. Qin still felt her face burn when she thought about all the things she had done in the past. What made her feel even more ashamed was that she had actually said bad things about Yi Qian in front of Old Master Fu. She really couldn't face Old Master Fu anymore. Old Master Fu had good self-restraint and didn't argue with her. Take note, after reading for a long time, please pay attention to your eyes. Mrs. Qin had spoken badly of Yi Jian in front of Old Master Fu and belittled Yi Jian because of her petty personality. Until now, Mrs. Qin had not visited Old Master Fu's house to pay him a New Year's greeting. She was too ashamed to face him. Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin also knew, so they didn't rush Mrs. Qin. The relationship between the two families was still there. Her daughter-in-law knew she was wrong and would naturally go to Old Master Fu to ask for forgiveness. Mrs. Li was shocked by Mrs. Qin's words. She actually said that Yi Qian was actually a good person? Mrs. Qin, you're just too kind. Didn't you just accompany your grandfather and Madam to the hospital? She did it on purpose to show off in front of them and make herself look good. You just remember it in your heart, Madam Li advised earnestly. Ordinary people really can't see through such a girl's mind. Even old people like us can be deceived by her if we're not careful. Although she is now engaged to Family Xia's sixth son, Qin Xiu is only temporarily safe. With her promiscuous personality, would she be able to stay at home and watch over her family peacefully? I really won't. Aren't we going to parade some spare tire now? Just wait and see. As long as she has a good relationship with Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin, she will continue to go in and out of the Qin family and continue to seduce Qin Xiu. She's so young, but she's so capable. It wasn't easy for her to climb up the Qin family's branch. How could she let go so easily? Time will reveal a person's heart. She's now Old Master Fu's fiancée, but as time passes, she'll be exposed. What if Family Xia wants to break off the engagement? Shouldn't she be prepared in advance, just in case? You don't think that just because she's engaged to Old Master Fu, you'll be able to rest easy and have nothing to worry about. She's very capable. She won't let go of the Qin, Family Xia, and Li families easily. Mrs. Qin was completely restless and wanted to leave as soon as possible. After knowing Yi Qian's identity, Mrs. Qin felt that Mrs. Li was exaggerating when she heard all the things she said. Mrs. Qin was completely restless and wanted to leave as soon as possible. After knowing Yi Qian's identity, Mrs. Qin felt that Mrs. Li was exaggerating when she heard all the things she said. Chapter 56:26. The Red Star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56:26. Betrayal misses. Qin was actually scared, but she steadied her expression in front of Mrs. Li and Mrs. Xiao so that they wouldn't notice anything amiss. Hearing this, she sighed softly. I don't have the face to see old Mr. now. Old Mr. treats me as his own junior, but I listened to others' words and looked down on old Mr.'s granddaughter. I sigh. At this moment, Mrs. Chen's heart was in a terrible state. On the first day of the Chinese New Year, she was secretly worried that her son would be pestered by Yi Qian. As soon as Qin Xiu entered the house, she couldn't wait to welcome him. She wanted to pull Qin Xiu aside and ask if Yi Qian was at old master's house. Her brother-in-law, who came in later, had a loud voice. As soon as the door was closed, he shouted all the way from the door to the living room. She almost bit her own tongue because of what he shouted. Xiao, brother-in-law, said that old Mr. had found his biological granddaughter and asked old madam and old master to go and take a look. The eldest daughter looked very much like Yusheng, so it was obvious that she was Yusheng's daughter. He also said that the old man's biological granddaughter had been recognized for several years, but he had not told his family and friends. Today, the Qin family happened to be there, so his good friend of decades took the opportunity to introduce her. The granddaughter of the old man looked very much like Yusheng. At that time, a young and beautiful face flashed through Mrs. Chen's mind. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Mrs. Chen froze on the spot the moment it flashed past. Yi Qian, that girl called Yi Qian, her facial features didn't look like Yusheng's. However, old madam already knew about this. Seeing her brother-in-law blurting it out, old madam directly said to her, Ding Kong's wife, now you know why I like Xiao Yi and why I simply let you recognize Xiao Yi as your goddaughter. She knew everything. She knew old madam's painstaking efforts, but she had wasted old madam's efforts. Yi Qian was old master's granddaughter. Her son, Qin Xiu, liked Yi Qian, but she was blind to stop him. She even despised Yi Qian's family background. Mrs. Chen's face was still burning when she thought about what she had said and thought in the past. Seeing that his wife was regretful, Qin Dingkong sighed softly. So when we arrive later, you should have a good talk with Yi Jian and apologize properly. Of course, you have to apologize to Yi Jian properly. I still have to apologize to old master. And Yusheng, Xiu Yu Qin, Xiu. They all wanted to slap their own mouths. Ambassador Qin Dingkong was afraid that his wife was an elder and wouldn't be able to swallow her pride and apologize to the younger generation. Now that he heard that she wanted to apologize to Yi Qian, he sighed in relief. Even his tone became slightly more relaxed. Xiao Yi isn't an ordinary child. Naturally, she's not narrow-minded. If you apologize properly, I think she'll forgive you. Also, from now on, you have to stay away from Madam Li. You can't have any contact with her. You can even break off your relationship with her. Mrs. Chen didn't need her husband to remind her. She knew what she had to do. Madam Li, I'll stay away from her in the future, but I can't just break it off like that. It'll hurt my reputation if word gets out. Let's keep it that way. After a while, we'll naturally break off our relationship. You'll be in charge of the social interactions in the capital. Handle it properly, and don't let people talk about it. Qin Dingkong was quite confident in his wife's social skills. The couple chatted in the car as they drove to the horse ranch in the suburbs of the capital. Chapter 56:27. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56:27. Urban Romance. Jikikms. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. T=_blank 11311/module/article/homepage of the book library. Add bookmark. Recommend this book. Chapter 56:27. Betrayal. Old Master Qin contacted old Master Qin about an hour ago and invited him to play chess. Old Master Qin told Old Master Qin that today was Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan's engagement day. Old Master Qin almost fainted from anger. Even their Qin clan was kept in the dark about such a joyous event. Therefore, he made a threat on the phone. When the old man came back, he would kill him on the chessboard. Why didn't he tell the Qin family? The old man didn't want to tell the Qin family, but he didn't want Qin Xiu to know. He didn't want to hurt Qin Xiu. Old Master Qin didn't tell Old Master Qin about this. Old Master Qin probably understood. How could Old Master Qin not understand? But the matter had already been decided. His grandson had to face it, so how could he avoid it? However, after hanging up the phone, Old Master Qin sat alone on the sofa and did not make a sound for a long time. When Old Madam Qin brought the medicine over, Old Master Qin finished the medicine and sighed to his wife, "Xiao Yi, that child, is getting engaged today. Our family's Xiu, alas, it's too late, too late, too late." They had known each other for decades, and the relationship between the two families was so close. In the end, sigh, thinking about it, it was such a pity that it felt a little heartache. But on second thought, he might be able to force it for other things, but when it came to relationships, he really couldn't. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 0 recommended reading. It couldn't be forced. The consequences of forcing things were rarely good. The old couple sat in the living room and sighed for a long time before informing their son and daughter-in-law to represent the Qin family in attending the engagement of the two young people. Actually, he didn't have to go, but the relationship between the two families was too deep, and the Fu family was a lone family. It was equivalent to Yi Qian's maternal family, so he went to support Yi Qian. Old Master Qin's original words were for his son and daughter-in-law to support Yi Qian. It couldn't be helped. Xia Jinyuan's nickname as the devil's incarnate had spread far and wide, and even the Qin family knew a little about it. The two elders of the Qin family were also worried that Yi Qian would be bullied by Xia Jinyuan. At this time, Xia Jinyuan had already started the equestrian competition with Xia Yunin's friends. Equestrian competitions required a tacit understanding between the jockey and the horse. The speed and endurance of the horse were extremely high. Moreover, the most common challenge in equestrian competitions was to jump over obstacles. This was a test of both the jockey's skills and the horse's ability to jump over obstacles. Xia Jinyuan and the others went straight to the steeplechase, which was the most exciting part of the equestrian competition. Yi Qian looked at the handsome figure on the horse in front of him and clasped his hands in front of his chest. His clear eyes stared straight ahead, afraid that he would miss any exciting moment of Xia Jinyuan. They had already reached the roundabout field and were about to jump over 15 obstacles. Yi Qian even held his breath. It couldn't be helped. Xia Jinyuan's nickname as the devil's incarnate had spread far and wide, and the Qin family also knew a little about it. The two elders of the Qin family were also worried that Yi Qian would be bullied by Xia Jinyuan. At this time, Xia Jinyuan had already started the equestrian competition with Xia Yunin's friends. Equestrian competitions required a tacit understanding between the jockey and the horse. The speed and endurance of the horse were extremely high, and the most common challenge in equestrian competitions was to jump over obstacles. This was a test of both the jockey's skills and the horse's ability to jump over obstacles. Xia Jinyuan and the others went straight to the steeplechase, which was the most exciting part of the equestrian competition. Yi Qian looked at the handsome figure on the horse in front of him and clasped his hands in front of his chest. His clear eyes stared straight ahead, afraid that he would miss any exciting moment of Xia Jinyuan. They had already reached the roundabout field and were about to jump over 15 obstacles. Yi Qian even held his breath. Chapter 56:28. Yi Qian was not disappointed by Xia Jinyuan's loss in the first round. She knew that her man would never fight a losing battle. Since he said he would win the lottery, he would definitely win. He always kept his word. Yi Qian had always believed in Xia Jinyuan. She never doubted the authenticity of his words. Xia Yun's friend, a young businessman with the surname of Xia, took the lead in jumping over the ditch. Xia Jinyuan was the fourth person to successfully jump over the ditch. The other two people failed in the first round. Their horses stumbled and did not successfully jump over the ditch. The businessman, surnamed Xia, was quite good at horsemanship. After rushing over, he even looked back. When he saw that his friends were following him closely, he clamped his legs on the horse's belly and shouted, "Go!" The man and horse were like arrows released from a bow, moving on to the next obstacle. Horsemanship was an art. In Europe, it was even more of a science. Whether it was slow, fast, running, or ambushing, these skills were all displayed in this steeplechase. Horsemanship was an elegant art, but also a dangerous one. Every time there was a slight mistake in jumping over an obstacle, there was a high possibility of falling off the horse's back. Yi Qian was most worried that Xia Jinyuan, who had not ridden for a long time, would fall off the horse's back. Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in a tight suit, was the fourth one to successfully jump over the ditch. His smooth and handsome movements made Yi Qian's eyes light up. Her black and bright eyes were like twinkling stars. She could only see Xia Jinyuan's figure and could not tolerate anyone else. She did not look at how handsome the others were when they were riding the horses. Yi Qian did not even pay much attention to the first young businessman to jump over the ditch. She probably did not even see what he looked like. Their horse racing had the Western emphasis on speed, and the old capital's emphasis on the horse's pace. There were walking horses, galloping horses, and galloping horses. This set of equipment was used by Sixth Brother when he was riding a horse. He even wore it when he was in his third year of university. After that, he kept it at home. Only I would take it out from time to time and take good care of it. After so many years, it's still in good condition. Beside him, Master Xia smiled at Yi Qian and said, "The saddle, whip, iron bit, water reins, and reins were all made by me an old 6 years ago. Even the classic European equestrian outfit he's wearing now was made together at that time. I didn't expect that he could still wear it now." Yi Qian, whose hands were pressed tightly against the bright floor-to-ceiling window, stared at him without moving an inch. Even when he heard old Master Yi speak, he did not ask her to move away. He smiled and replied, "He can still wear the clothes from a few years ago. He hasn't put on any weight and is in good health." Hearing this, Master Xia couldn't help but laugh. That's right. You really haven't gained any weight. You're still the same as before." When he came back yesterday, the first thing he did was to try on this equestrian suit. He even said that if he couldn't wear it, he would quickly ask Lao Wu to get him a new one. The main point is that you have to look good and handsome. There was no equestrian outfit that was not handsome. Xia Jinyuan was wearing a black equestrian outfit. The upper part of his body was a small suit that hugged his waist. The lower part of his body was slim-fitting black pants that were a little tighter, paired with a pair of long riding boots. He looked handsome and elegant. When he wore it, Yi Qian could not help but touch his waist. His elegant handsomeness, coupled with his elegant sexiness, really hooked her little heart and made her little heart pound. Tip: enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 56:28. Keep your word. Chapter 56:29. The red star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56:29. Urban romance. Chapter 56:29. It was said that a woman would doll herself up for her lover. Actually, men were the same. Xia Jinyuan was determined to perform well in front of his soon-to-be father-in-law and also wanted to charm his fiancée. So he used all his tricks. Father Fu did not know how to ride a horse, but that did not stop him from appreciating it. Seeing that Xia Jinyuan had come here steadily, he was actually very satisfied. What he liked the most about his future son-in-law was that he was very steady and not exaggerated at all. As for family background and appearance, Father Fu did not consider them at all. Xia Jinyuan also knew that his future father-in-law liked his steadiness. Therefore, when he played chess, his style was very steady. Step by step, he set up a game within a game to let his future father-in-law see his steadiness. Using a psychological attack, he finally succeeded in making his future father-in-law agree. Commander-in-Chief Xia was accompanying Father Fu. However, when Xia Jinyuan rushed up the low wall, Commander-in-Chief Xia's phone vibrated. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Commander-in-Chief Xia calmly excused himself from Father Fu and went to the side to answer the call. It was a call from Major General Yang. Commander-in-Chief Xia picked up the call and said, "Wait a moment." He quickly walked to a corner and signaled for Major General Yang to speak. Major General Yang knew that today was Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan's engagement ceremony, so he had no choice but to call Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia returned to Father Fu's side with a grave expression. And friends, please prompt, pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 0 recommended reading. NBSB. Father Fu did not let Commander-in-Chief Xia speak first and took the initiative to ask, "Is there something you need to do?" "It's not me, it's Yi Qian." Commander-in-Chief Xia said in a low voice, "Something happened, and I need Xiao Yi to deal with it now. I'll go inform her now." Father Fu frowned slightly and looked at the handsome figure outside the horse track. He said, "Old Six still doesn't know. Should we inform him first? It won't be too late to tell her after he finishes this round. Xiao Ye's situation is urgent. I'll get the guards to send her directly to the airport." Going to the airport, Mr. Fu looked serious. "Do you need to go on a mission?" "Yes, it's an emergency mission. It's classified as assistance." It was inconvenient for Commander-in-Chief Xia to reveal too much, so he stopped there. Assisting a mission meant that it was not Yi Jian's main mission. Instead, it was to assist a certain place in completing a mission. Moreover, she had to go there, and no one else could. Father Fu did not ask further. As a soldier, he knew all military secrets. Military orders were absolute. His daughter, Yi Qian, had to leave before the most important part of the engagement ceremony, the exchange of rings. Let's inform Old Six first and give him 1 minute to exchange the rings. Although military orders were absolute, he still had to do what his future son-in-law said. It was not rare for a woman to leave her fiancé at an engagement ceremony. There were also cases of soldiers leaving immediately on the way to their weddings. Xia Yunin saw that Xia Jinyuan had fallen to 4th place in the first round. She was a little anxious and wanted to tell her friend later so that he could give in. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, he saw his second uncle running to the race course to call Xia Jinyuan, who was still in the race, back. He didn't know what second uncle said, but he saw Xia Jinyuan get down from the horse and rush towards the villa. What kind of emergency was this? Xia Jinyuan walked very quickly. First, he walked with big strides. Then he ran quickly. As he ran, he took off his helmet and ran like an arrow. In a short while, he ran into the villa. Chapter 5630. The red star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 5630. Betrayal no rumor, urban romance. Chapter 5630. Betrayal not a rumor. Commander-in-Chief Xia had already informed Xia Jinyuan that Yi Qian needed to leave immediately. Xia Jinyuan, who had left the competition venue, was already mentally prepared. Knowing that Yi Qian needed to leave immediately, there was no surprise on his face. On the other hand, Xia Yunin's friends were very surprised. The competition had just begun, and she hadn't even warmed up yet. However, today's main character suddenly got off her horse and left. Could it be that she was angry because she had just won against him and felt embarrassed? For a moment, Xia Yunin's business friends dismounted from their horses and did not continue with the competition. Xia Yunin was just about to go over to his friends and ask them to give in to his sixth son. When he saw Xia Jinyuan leave, he, who was also confused, hurriedly dialed Commander-in-Chief Xia's cell phone. Xia Jinyuan did not bring his cell phone with him because of the competition. Commander-in-Chief Xia immediately answered the call. Xia Yunin asked anxiously, "Second uncle, what's wrong with sixth brother? Why did you suddenly leave on your own?" Could it be that he was upset because he got fourth place in the first round? That's not right either. Their sixth brother was not such a narrow-minded man. And NB friends, please prompt, pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. SP Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had received a call from his nephew, didn't want to explain too clearly. He said with a smile, "Xiao Yi has something urgent and needs to leave. You should go and explain it to your friends. After Old Six has a few words with Xiao Yi, he will come back for the game. I'll have to trouble your friend to wait for a moment. Please apologize to them on behalf of sixth brother. It won't take too long here, at most 5 minutes. Old Six will be back to continue the match." Although he didn't say why Yi Qian had to leave immediately, Xia Yunin, who was born in the Red Army, knew what was going on even if she wasn't a soldier. "My friends are fine. They're all here to help. Let Old Six talk to Yi Qian first. I'll go talk to my friends now." Seeing that his friends had dismounted and were standing on the field with their horses and talking about something, he trotted over as he spoke. "Remember it first. I'll run over to explain it now." Since it was his nephew, Commander-in-Chief Xia did not hold back. He ended the call and caught up with Xia Jinyuan. When Xia Yunin came over, her merchant friends all gathered around her. The merchant surnamed Xia, who had leaped across the ditch and won first place, was especially remorseful. He was also the first to speak. "Yunin, did something happen to your brother?" He didn't mention whether he had won the first round or not. Today's main character had made a deal. Businessmen were always smooth with their words. Even if they thought so in their hearts, the words that came out of their mouths were not what they thought. No, it's my sister-in-law. She has something urgent here and needs to leave immediately. My sixth brother rushed over to meet my sister-in-law and talk to her for a while. He'll be back in 10 minutes at most to continue the match." Xia Yunin smiled and explained, "I didn't tell you that my brother and sister-in-law are both soldiers. As soldiers, military orders are like mountains. Whenever there's an emergency in the army, no matter how big the situation at home is, the army has to be prioritized first. Look, they didn't even have time to exchange rings on their engagement day before my sister-in-law had to rush back to the army." Hearing that, the merchant surnamed Xia was stunned for a while before he exclaimed, "So there's really such a thing? I always thought that these things were made up." He had heard of people suddenly leaving on the day of their wedding, but he didn't take it seriously. He even thought that it was a joke. Now, it seemed that it wasn't a joke. Chapter 56:31. His other friends all sighed with emotion. Something like this would never happen to them, no matter what. Another businessman friend said, "I don't know if your brother will have a problem with this. He left so suddenly without any preparation. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to accept it. That's why my sister-in-law won't look for you. She'll only look for my brother." Xia Yunin smiled and lightly punched her friend's chest. "Like us, we can't accept it. My brother can accept it. He'll even comfort my sister-in-law and tell her not to feel burdened and to return to the army peacefully. As soldiers, they understood each other and supported each other the best. As Xia Yunin chatted with her friends, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said to Yi Qian, I was worried that I might have to leave because of something. I didn't expect that it would be you who had to leave because of something. You left at the last minute for today's engagement. I'm a little worried about the day of our wedding, but now it's me who had to leave because of something. As soon as he finished speaking, old Madame Xia knocked Xia Jinyuan hard on the back of his head. Speak properly. Don't just say yes and no. They weren't even married yet, but he was already talking about the wedding. How annoying. Father Fu still blamed himself for Yi Qian's sudden departure, seeing that his future son-in-law didn't take it to heart and was even in the mood to comfort Yi Qian. His satisfaction with Xia Jinyuan increased by another notch. The next time you get married, no matter how big the matter is, the wedding will go smoothly. Father Fu gently hugged Yi Qian's shoulder. After putting down his hand, he held Yi Qian's hand and took Xia Jinyuan's hand. He said solemnly, Today I'm giving my heart to you. I hope that you can treat her well in the future. For the rest of your life, I hope that the two of you can walk together hand in hand, advance and retreat together, share honor and disgrace together. Don't fight, don't cause trouble, and live a peaceful and happy life. My wife must want our daughter to live a simple life, but she is destined to embark on a path that is not simple. It will be full of thorns and dangers. I don't ask for much. I just hope that you can always stand by her side when she is at her most difficult time. In a short period of time, the father personally handed over his most beloved daughter to another man. From then on, his daughter left his wings and threw herself under the wings of another man. She did not ask for anything else, only for peace and happiness. Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's hand tightly and saluted Father Fu solemnly. Dad, don't worry. From now on, I will treat her well, love her, care for her, and help her. For the rest of my life, I will always be by her side. This was the gentleman's promise that Xia Jinyuan made to Father Fu. It was also his vow to Yi Qian. For the rest of his life, he would live up to his promise today and fulfill it for the rest of his life. He would never go back on his word until the end of his life. Yi Qian also held the man of her life tightly. When she heard his promise, tears welled up in her eyes. She said softly to Father Fu, who also had tears in his eyes, Dad, don't worry. He won't dare to bully me. I have two fathers to help me. Also, Grandpa and Grandma will help me. Also, eldest uncle and youngest uncle's whole family will help me. Also, my eldest brother will definitely teach sixth brother a lesson. As soon as she finished speaking, her family Xia brothers, who were standing outside to send her off, said, Sister-in-law, you left us out. If sixth brother dares to bully you, we won't need the elders to do anything. We will teach him a lesson first. Chapter 56:32. Relying on Favor the Ring was not extravagant. It was simple and came from Xia Yun's jewelry company. Xia Yun had personally designed it for her brothers and sisters. The diamond was a rare blue diamond with the word Xia engraved on the bottom of the clasp. The inner ring was the initials of Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. The outer ring was decorated with phoenix and dragon patterns from the Shang dynasty. It was low-key yet elegant. In the entire capital, only the brothers and sisters of family Xia owned it. No one dared to imitate it. It had become a symbol of status and status for family Xia. Yi Qian did not know about this. When Xia Jinyuan put the ring on her finger with trembling fingers, the cool ring locked her entire body and heart. From now on, she was no longer the girlfriend of the man who kissed the back of her hand. She was his fiancée. Xia Jinyuan watched as Yi Qian put the engagement ring on his finger. Since the engagement, he had been in a daze. His heart felt surreal. The moment the ring wrapped around his finger, he felt as if his heart had settled down. He had a home and roots in a small house called Yi Qian. From now on, he truly and completely belonged to Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan hugged Yi Qian gently and tightened his arms around her. He buried his head in Yi Qian's neck and kissed her gently with his thin lips. His eyes were filled with bliss. He said, "I'm finally yours. Don't think of ditching me in the future. I'll be yours forever." Even the words of love sounded like Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian had the urge to cry. Tears were about to fall from her eyes. However, when she heard what he said, she could not hold it in and laughed until she cried. She wanted to hold it in, but he made her laugh until she cried. "You're already on my boat, and you still want to get off? Don't even think about it in this lifetime." She laughed and cried at the same time. Her tears flowed freely. "It's all your fault. You made me cry. I don't even feel like crying. Quick, check if my makeup is smudged. I told you not to put on makeup, but you didn't agree. Now look at you, crying and laughing. I'm going to become the ugliest person in the world." Yi Jian was probably like this when she was spoiled and arrogant. Xia Jinyuan had no objections. He couldn't wait for his fiancée to be more delicate. In front of the whole family, Xia Jinyuan gently held Yi Qian's face in his hands and looked at it seriously for a few seconds. He laughed softly and said, "You're not ugly, not ugly. You're definitely not ugly. You're the most beautiful Jiao Jiao." She gently wiped away Yi Qian's tears and lovingly kissed Yi Qian's forehead. Their engagement came to an end on this hurried but blessed day. "When I got on your boat, I never thought of getting off. From now on, we are in the same boat, and neither of us can abandon the other." Xia Jinyuan wiped away the tears on her face and smiled brightly. Applause sounded from all around. Everyone was happy for the newlyweds. Family Xia's older brothers originally wanted to consider their youngest brother, but now they no longer had such thoughts. Halfway through the engagement, his fiancée received an urgent mission and had to leave immediately. Forget it. Seeing that he was pitiful, they did not want to make things difficult for him. Father Fu had already silently wiped away his tears. He owed his wife and daughter his whole life. There was no way he could make up for it in this lifetime. This lifetime had become the deepest pain in his heart. Fortunately, his daughter came back and found her happiness. His daughter would definitely be very, very happy. Tip: enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 5632, Panda Relying on Love. Chapter 5633, The 10,000 Miles Red Star Will Live Up to Your Expectations. Chapter 5633, Love Leaving Urban Romance. JIEQI Chapter 5633, Love Leaving with His Back Turned. Father Fu wiped the tears from his face once again. Our daughter will definitely be very happy, very happy. Hongmei, did you see it? Did you see it? You must have seen it. You must have seen it. He murmured in a low voice, silently wiping away his tears. There was happiness, relief, and deep longing for his late wife. The old man had already used the handkerchief he brought with him to wipe his tears. Seeing the two exchange rings, the old man repeatedly said the word "good" several times. Beside him was Master Xia and old Madam Xia. The two elders saw that their most beloved grandson was settled. From now on, there would be someone to laugh with, cry with, struggle with, and share weal and woe with. The two elders no longer had any regrets in their lives. Okay, it's a joyous occasion. Why are you crying? Master Xia was still comforting his wife. In fact, the old man had also silently wiped his tears a few times, stubbornly refusing to admit it. The old madam glared at her husband. "What's wrong with me crying? I'm crying tears of joy. I'm happy in my heart. I just want to cry a little. Can you still control it?" Okay. I can't control it. I can't control it. Cry well, but don't hurt your eyes." Master Xia suddenly softened. He didn't dare to say anything about the old madam crying. That's why men with family Xia pampered their wives. There was a reason for that. It was the same from top to bottom. They pampered and respected, and life was, please note, after reading for a long time, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes. Even if it was hard, he wouldn't let his wife and child suffer. Commander-in-Chief Xia's mood was really mixed. He pretended that there was dust in his eyes, wiped his eyes, and pretended that nothing had happened. He didn't move at all and stood still, maintaining the image of a strict father. Uncle glanced at him from the corner of his eye and lightly exposed him. "If you want to cry, then cry. Who said you can't?" "You're mistaken," Commander-in-Chief Xia answered seriously. "It's just an engagement, not a marriage. Why would I cry?" Uncle Xia didn't believe it and said softly, "Sixth brother is engaged and has his own family. From now on, you will be his other family. That's right, there's no need to cry. Instead, we should celebrate. Celebrate that you've finally escaped from the sea of bitterness and are free from now on. Remember to drink a few more cups to celebrate." These words were full of sarcasm. Ever since he was a child, Commander-in-Chief Xia had never taken advantage of his elder brother, who had a sharp tongue. He couldn't win in terms of words, in terms of fighting, in terms of scolding, and even in terms of status. Yes, we should celebrate. Finally, I don't have to worry about him anymore, and I don't have to think about how I have to come out and beat him up if he gets into trouble. In the future, when there's someone to discipline him, I'll definitely drink a little wine to celebrate. Commander-in-Chief Xia answered calmly, but Uncle Xia only snorted coldly. "Drinking to drown your sorrows makes you even more sorrowful. Drink less. Don't get so drunk that you cry loudly and embarrass yourself in front of your in-laws. Our family, Xia, really can't afford to embarrass ourselves like that. You're the commander-in-chief after all. Don't treat yourself like a 3-year-old child who wants to get drunk just because he's a little sad." Commander-in-Chief Xia was mentally tired and didn't want to talk to his elder brother anymore. He was the one who wanted him to get drunk, to celebrate. He said that he wanted to drink to celebrate, but he also said that he was drowning his sorrows in alcohol and making him even more sorrowful. Either way, he was in the right, and he couldn't win against him. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Looking at the time again, it was almost time to leave. Commander-in-Chief Xia coughed softly. Yi Qian immediately received the message and whispered to the man who was hugging him tightly, "Captain Xia, I have to go. Stay here and accompany me. I'll contact you immediately when I come back." Chapter 56:34. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Guilt, urban romance. Guilxia Jinyuan did not stay. He personally sent Yi Qian to the airport. Mrs. Qin and her husband, Ambassador Qin Dingkong, arrived at the racecourse at this time. The two of them got up from the parking lot and happened to see the two protagonists of the engagement party walking towards them. "Are they coming to pick us up?" Seeing Yi Qian walking over, Mrs. Qin instantly felt a little guilty. "Old Qin, I'm a little nervous now." This was the first time Mrs. Qin was nervous because of a junior. She didn't know what to do. Ambassador Qin Dingkong smiled. "The two of them don't know that we're here. I'm afraid that they're here to pick us up. Calm down, don't be so nervous. It's not like you've done anything heinous. You've said some nasty things in the past. Just apologize properly, and make it up to Xiao Yi in the future. That's easy for you to say. Mrs. Qin straightened her clothes and smiled when she saw Yi Qian approaching. She wasn't sure if it was because she knew that Yi Qian was old Master Qin's granddaughter, but when she looked at Yi Qian again, she no longer looked at her with the same vigilance and scrutiny as before. She no longer felt that Yi Qian was a girl who tried to climb up the social ladder. He only saw the girl walking over with a calm demeanor and a straight posture. She was like a pine tree in the snow and a white poplar in the wind. No matter how he looked at her, she was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Friends, please remind me. After reading for a long time, please pay attention to the rest of the eyes. 00 recommended reading. / Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan also saw Mrs. Qin and Qin Ding. They were the younger generation, so they should take the initiative to greet them. Seeing Yi Qian politely greet her, Mrs. Qin was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She pulled Yi Qian's hand and sighed. "Good child, you're so kind. I had a deep prejudice against you in the past, and even said some things that made you feel wronged. I want to apologize to you properly today. I hope that you can forgive me." Mrs. Qin didn't say anything nasty in front of Yi Qian. Yi Qian didn't take Mrs. Qin's actions to hearts because Mrs. Qin wasn't someone important to Yi. Yi Qian didn't take Mrs. Qin's little actions to Xia Jinyuan seriously. To borrow a phrase, she was not money. It was impossible for everyone to like her. There were people Li thousand miles, love thousand miles. Hearing this, Yi Qian smiled faintly and said, "You're too kind. You didn't understand me in the past and were deceived by others. That's why you misunderstood me. Speaking of which, it's also because I was too gullible and didn't think clearly. That's why I was influenced by what others said. At the end of the day, it's my own fault." Mrs. Qin pulled Yi Qian's hand and patted it lightly. "It was all my fault in the past. I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. I'll definitely make it up to you in the future. I won't let you feel wronged again." Mrs. Qin's voice was a little choked up. She blamed herself and felt guilty for her past actions. Mrs. Qin had a deeper understanding of Yi Qian's background from Mrs. Qin. She also knew that Yi Qian had suffered a lot when he was young and almost lost his life several times. When she thought about all the things she did, Mrs. Qin felt that it was normal that Yi Qian didn't forgive her. However, Yi Qian was very magnanimous and didn't blame her for this. The more this was the case, the more Mrs. Qin blamed herself. She wanted to talk to Yi Qian for a while more, but Ambassador Qin Dingkong smiled and said, "Don't talk to Yi Qian. I think she has something urgent to deal with. You can have a good chat with Yi Qian the next time you meet." Chapter 56:35. The woman in the photo had delicate facial features. Her skin was delicate and fair, and the white work shirt made her skin look as white as porcelain. In the photo, she was kneeling on the ground, holding a rag in both hands. She was seriously and meticulously doing her job, a hotel cleaner. She was doing the dirtiest and most tiring job in every city. However, she only had a calm and tranquil temperament. She was like a weed growing on a cliff. But anyone who knew what the woman in the photo had gone through couldn't help but admire her tenacious perseverance and extraordinary wisdom. But for the rich lady holding the photo, she hated it to the core. "Yi Qian, do you want to live? Let's see if I'm willing or not." The young lady dressed elegantly. Her bright red lips were tightly pressed together. She stared at the photo with a cold gleam in her snake-like teeth, cold and vicious. "Yi Qian, you shouldn't be alive." The rich lady said gloomily with a strong murderous intent. She wouldn't let go of someone who knew all of her secrets, even if it was her cousin. The lives of the poor were worthless. Those who shouldn't be alive should just disappear. She took away everything that belonged to Yi Qian. Now that she was in a high position and married into a good family, she naturally had to play with her cousin, who knew her secrets. Yi Qian. She had no choice. If she died, it would be hard to explain to her husband, who knew that she had a cousin who didn't do her job properly. You didn't pass the probation period. The hotel has decided not to hire you. Pack your things in 3 days and get out of here. Yi Jian, who was 28 years old, was fired again after 2 months of work. She was just like in the photo. Her temperament was calm and tenacious. She stood straight in front of the hotel manager in the lobby. She didn't bend over because of the manager's words, nor did she panic because she lost a job. She was used to losing a job every 2 months. While she became cold, it also made her heart stronger. Yi Qian calmly looked at the manager with her dark, obsidian-like eyes. She said calmly, "When will you pay me? We are a big listed company. How can your 2,000 yuan salary be small?" Manager Lu looked at the face in front of him that was so beautiful that it could make a man's heart flutter, and his heart itched badly. 10 minutes ago, he had been scolded by the HR manager because he had recruited a woman who had offended a big shot. He stared at Yi Qian as he pulled open the drawer of his desk, took out an envelope, and threw it out. Yi Qian threw the envelope containing his salary to the ground. His pupils constricted as he clenched his fists. The phone on the desk rang, and Manager Lu picked it up in a bad mood. Damn it, he had to turn off his phone later. "Manager Lu, I know you're a man who has tender feelings for women. Yi Qian, who seduced his teacher at the age of 14, you should know what to do. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Just don't kill him." A gentle voice came from the phone. Hearing that voice, Manager Lu felt that the other party was a beauty. "Train her well. I'm happy. You want to be the vice president of the hotel? It's just a word from me. Stupid B*TCH. She got involved with a man at the age of 10, and she's still pretending to be a loyal woman in front of me." After hanging up the phone, Manager Lu's lust was aroused, and he became even more impudent. He was so damn lucky. He had ordered someone to make Yi Qian drink the drugged water. He wanted to forget about it after one time, but this phone call came at the right time. If he did it well, the wife of that big shot would be his backer in the future. Yi Qian bent down to pick up the envelope containing her salary. Before her fingers touched the envelope, she looked up as if she had a premonition. Danger! Danger! She had to leave immediately. She had been able to survive until now because of her ability to react quickly to danger and avoid it. This was probably the only grace that life had bestowed upon her. At this moment, her body swayed without warning. Yi Qian's alarm went off in her heart. Before she could stand up, an indescribable feeling of embarrassment spread through her limbs and bones. Her lower abdomen seemed to be on fire, and she fell down beside the desk. "Damn it, why are you pretending to be a pure woman? You're a B*TCH, who got involved with your own teacher at the age of 14. Someone told me to treat you well. Let's see how you're going to escape this time." The drugged Yi Qian was pressed against the desk. She didn't struggle violently. She clutched her collar tightly with one hand and groped around the desk with the other. When she came in, she saw the display on the desk clearly. With just a glance, she could remember the things on the display, where they were placed, and which were things that could be used as tools for self-defense. For example, there were 7 pens, 2 pencils, and 3 fountain pens in the black leather pen holder. One of the fountain pens was not capped. 2 ballpoint pens. Oh, and there was also a pair of office scissors. 2 buttons on her shirt had been ripped off, and those dirty hands were holding onto her collar. Her pearly white teeth bit down on her lower lip. Even if she bit it until it was bleeding, she didn't let go. Pain could make her more clear-headed, and she wouldn't succumb to the drug. Yi Qian was a woman who could fight with her life on the line, and she was also a woman who could be ruthless. At the age of 14, she was framed for seducing her own math teacher. So many years had passed, and no matter how badly her cousin, who had married into an influential family, had tried, she still managed to survive. Today, whether or not she could survive, she had to fight for it. Yi Qian, who didn't waste her energy struggling, grabbed the fountain pen in her hand and stabbed it hard into the man's arm. The sharp tip of the pen pierced into Manager Lu's arm. The man, who was overwhelmed by lust, was caught off guard and let go of the pen with a scream. Yi Qian, who was already battered and exhausted, accurately picked up the envelope containing her salary. She didn't even look at the man whose arm was covered in blood. She dragged her weak legs and staggered away. Before she could take 2 steps, the hair on the back of her head was grabbed. "Damn it! How dare you hurt me?" Manager Lu was a man after all. Even if he was injured, he still had the upper hand against a drugged woman. Bang! Yi Qian, who was pressing down on her head, was slammed onto the desk. Immediately, warm liquid flowed out. Manager Lu was ruthless. He slammed Yi Qian's head onto the desk again and again. He roared fiercely, "You shameless B***Tsich, I'm going to kill you today." Yi Qian knew that she had lost a lot of blood. Her head felt like it was going to shatter from the impact. She placed her hand on the desk and reached for the scissors in the pen holder. The office phone was swept to the ground. If she moved forward a little more, she would have swept the pen holder over. Holding the scissors, Yi Qian used the last of her strength and stabbed it into Manager Lu's chest with extreme precision. The sharp scissors accurately pierced his heart. She was Yi Qian. She had cleaned the autopsy room at the medical school. She was a woman who was better than the medical students who attended formal classes. She knew the structure of the human body very well. She couldn't just stab the scissors in. She had to pull them out. Only when she pulled them out could the blood in the heart gush out like water from a high-pressure water gun. You want to save him? Maybe in your next life. Yi Qian, whose face was covered in blood and hair wet from the blood, looked like she had just walked out of hell. She leaned against the desk with her eyes closed and felt for the office phone. Her bloody fingers pressed a string of numbers one by one. Chapter 56:36. 10,000 Miles Red. Star lives up to your expectations. Chapter 56:36. Urban Romance. Jaekyua, the soldier who came to pick up Yi Qian, looked very young, at most 22 years old, but there was a murderous look in his eyes, and there was a faint smell of blood on his body. Yi Qian was very familiar with this smell. Only soldiers who had blood on their hands would have this smell. When the soldier saw Yi Qian, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he didn't show it. Because they were at the airport, there were many people coming and going. The soldier didn't salute, but politely shook hands with Yi Qian. "Hello, comrade, I'm Li Xian." "Hello, I'm Yi Qian." Yi Qian stretched out his hand and politely shook hands with him. When they shook hands, they could feel the thick calluses in each other's palms, as well as the calluses from years of handling guns. Feeling Yi Qian's calluses, the soldier Li Xian seemed to relax a little, and even the tense expression in his eyes relaxed a lot. He politely said, "The car is parked outside. I'll tell you the details after you get in the car." He didn't immediately tell Yi Qian what the mission was, as there were many people coming and going on the road, so it wasn't convenient to tell him. As he spoke, he naturally took Yi Qian's luggage. Yi Qian didn't stand on ceremony and handed the very simple luggage to the soldier Li Xian. And please note, after reading for a long time, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes. NBSB, there was really no luggage, only 2 sets of clothes inside. Carrying the light luggage, Zhang Xian led Yi Qian to the parking lot. The car was a military jeep, and there was a soldier driving the car. From the rearview mirror, he saw his comrade walking over with an unfamiliar girl, so he immediately opened the car door and got out to wait. The southwest border was a tourist city, and the inland cities were empty. This place was even more lively than usual, with people coming and going at the airport and cars coming and going at the parking lot. They were all tourists who came here for their vacation. Yi Qian shook hands with the soldier who got out of the car. After a brief introduction, he immediately got into the car. When they got into the car, Li Xian handed a document to Yi Qian. Please take a look at this document first. It contains the information of 4 Burmese criminals. 3 days ago, they crossed the border and sneaked into our country. We received a call from the Burmese military at 8 a.m. this morning, hoping that we can help them capture the 4 felons. Lu Wei and I are the armed police for this operation. As for your mission, our platoon leader will personally inform you. Yi Qian was a little puzzled when he received the information. 4 Burmese criminals had crossed the border and escaped into our country. Why would they need her help? Why did they need Yi Qian? The 2 soldiers who came to receive Yi Qian were even more confused. They did not understand why they needed a female soldier. When Yi Qian opened the document, his pupils constricted. On the first page of the document was a picture of a female felon. The small black and white photo came into view, and a memory immediately came into Yi Qian's mind. In the first half of the year before her graduation, she was undercover for the first time. She was locked up in a wooden house with 4 girls to investigate the international girl trafficking case. Later, the 4 girls left one by one, and she was taken away by the demoness Lena. Later, she and the drug police officer, Lu Ning, borrowed the drug dealer Wu Jinquan's power to eliminate Lena. In the end, she returned to China with the injured Lu Ning. Everything about Lena, Wu Jinquan, the temple, the abduction of girls, the drug dealer, and so on became a memory. In Lena's hands, she went through the darkest days of her life, and she also saw the evilness of human nature. These memories were full of darkness, and she did not want to remember them. Chapter 56:37. The red star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56:37. Betrayal Dark, Urban Romance. Chapter 56:37. Betrayal Darkness, however, when she saw the picture of the female felon, the dark past rushed into her mind. It hadn't been that long, but when she recalled it, it felt as if it had happened yesterday. At the tip of his nose, he could even smell the stench of bones that had been killed by Lena and piled up in the pit behind the mountain. She actually didn't die. Yi Qian said in a low voice, his expression grave. The person in the black and white photo was naturally not Lena. Lena was killed by her with her own hands. She only stopped when she confirmed that Lena was dead. This female prisoner was the Burmese girl who had been imprisoned in the same wooden house as her. She was the skinny girl who had stolen food from other girls and was returned the next day. She had always thought that this skinny little girl was dead, but she had never thought that she was still alive. She wasn't dead. She was alive and well. She was even living as a female felon. What was her name? They had been together for 9 days. They had starved together for 9 days. After that, they had fought together for a few days. However, they did not know each other's names. At that time, they only wanted to survive. Even she only wanted to survive. Who would ask each other for their names in a friendly manner. My eyes stopped at the name of the female felon. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. The Burmese girl's name was translated into Chinese, which was the Chinese name of a female felon. In Myanmar, women with a certain social status were called Du Gang, and young women were called Ma Gang, which meant that this female felon had a certain social status in Myanmar. As he continued reading, Yi Chien found out where Ma Gang had been taken away by Lena. She was sent to a high-ranking official in Myanmar. Half a year later, she became the wife of the high-ranking official. Then, her status changed drastically until the high-ranking official stepped down. She was imprisoned and escaped a month later. 3 days ago, she escaped into our country. Yi Jian suppressed the shock in her heart and continued to read the information. At this moment, Qin Xiu was making tea for Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin in the Qin family in the capital. During the holidays, the Qin family was always bustling with noise and excitement. However, the atmosphere in the Qin family today was somewhat stifling. Old Master Qin sat with an angry expression, accompanied by Old Madam Qin. The two elders of the Qin family sat in the middle of the three-seater sofa. On the left sat Old Master Qin's eldest son, Qin Dinghai, and his family. On the right sat the second son, Qin Dingbua, and his son, Qin Yi. Old Master Qin's anger was because of his second son, Qin Dingbua. It wasn't easy for your eldest brother and second brother to clean up your mess. You and I also agreed to let Qini back into the Qin family. Now that Qini has grown up and your mother and I are old, we can't control you anymore. Are you trying to rebel? Old Master Qin said angrily. He kicked the floor with his walking stick. The sound of his walking stick hitting the floor made Qin Dingbua and Qin Yi restless. Dad, I didn't say that I didn't care about them. It's just that, although my company is small, it's not small. At least there is someone in charge of it. Qin Yi is my only son. If I don't hand it over to him, who else can I hand it over to? Qin Dingbua continued to resist, even though his back was sweating. Although Qin Yi was Qin Dingbua's illegitimate son, Qin Dingbua only had 2 daughters. In his heart, he had always nurtured Qin Yi as his successor. If it weren't for Old Master Qin, Old Madam Qin, eldest brother Qin Dinghai, and second brother Qin Dingkong, Qin Dingbua would have already handed over the company to Qin Yi. Qin Dingbua knew that his parents didn't like Qin Yi, but he still didn't give up trying to get them to accept Qin Yi. Chapter 56:38. Qin Xiu, who was making the tea, did not say anything. This was a matter for the elders. As a junior, it was not appropriate for him to express his personal opinion. In addition, Qin Xiu looked at him with some resentment. Therefore, Qin Xiu did not say anything. In the Qin family, because Qin Xiu and Qin Yi were about the same age, there would always be people who would compare the 2 brothers. It was fine if they were in the same family, but they were all outsiders, especially Qin Yi's friends. As long as Qin Xiu appeared on TV, they would always make fun of him. Although they were not bad people, Qin Yi naturally took it to heart. Because of his identity, the 30-year-old Qin Yi had countless girlfriends. However, none of them were good enough. They were either small models or small stars. None of them were good enough for him. Qin Dingbua wanted to marry Qin Yi to a noble lady. With the help of his in-laws, no one would dare to mention Qin Yi's identity in the future. However, Qin Yi's identity as an illegitimate son was not a secret in the upper-class society of Jing City. Qin Dingbua wanted to let Qin Yi take over his company as soon as possible to give Qin Yi more bargaining chips. He wanted to pave the way for Qin Yi. However, Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin had been suppressing him. They did not want their daughter-in-law and granddaughter to be wronged. They had told their daughter-in-law early that Qin Yi would definitely leave Jing City in the future. They would not let Qin Dingbua's company get involved. If Qin Yi had the ability, he would open his own company and make his own way. Qin Yi's biological mother came from a bad background. In addition, Qin Yi himself was not good enough. Old Master Qin and old Madam Qin would not let Qin Yi be Qin Dinghua's successor. They would rather give all of Qin Dinghua's family business to their two granddaughters as their dowry than let Qin Yi take over. This was the oath that Qin Dinghua had made when he knelt in front of the two elders. However, it was impossible for him to go back on his words now. When Qin Dinghua mentioned it, old Master Qin and old Madam Qin refused firmly without any hesitation. They had no intention of relenting. Now that Qin Dinghua said that he would inherit the company, old Master Qin was so angry that he directly threw the crutch in his hand at Qin Dinghua. Although the old man was old, he still had the strength to throw a walking stick. Qin Dinghua was caught off guard when he suddenly threw the walking stick, and he was hit by it. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and tilted his head quickly. The dragon-headed walking stick only hit Qin Dinghua's shoulder. Even so, it was painful enough to make him suck in a breath of cold air. "Dad, can't you talk nicely? Don't use your weapon. Don't anger yourself. If that happens, big brother and second brother will scold me again." Qin Dinghua rubbed his aching shoulder and signaled Qin Yi with his eyes to pick up the crutch quickly and bring it to the old man. Big brother Qin Dinghai's face had already changed. Seeing that Qin Dinghua was still smiling mischievously, he slammed his hand on the solid wood sofa's armrest and scolded, "Do you still have any manners? You're already in your 50s, but you're still not serious. Back then, Qin Yi was accepted because you knelt in front of Dad and Mom and swore an oath. At that time, Qin Yi was still young. Dad and Mom pitied him and begged your wife to accept Qin Yi. It was because of this that your wife resented us for several years. Later, when she saw that Dad and Mom did not let her accept Qin Yi and handed over the company and family's finances to your wife, she slowly let go of her resentment towards Dad and Mom. It wasn't easy for the family to be harmonious, and Mom finally accepted Qin Yi. Now you're out to make trouble. Are you trying to make Dad and Mom angry?" Chapter 56:39. 10,000 miles of Red Star will live up to your expectations. Chapter 56:39. Revenge Family Affair. Urban Romance. JIEQI Chapter 56:39. Revenge Family Affair. Qin Dinghua was an anomaly in the Qin family. When he had an illegitimate child, the news had spread like wildfire in the capital. Old Master and old Madam Qin couldn't take it anymore and went to an island to rest for a whole month. Now, he was up to no good again. Qin Dinghai wanted to whip him. After scolding his parents, Qin Dinghai quickly comforted them. "Father, Mother, don't be angry. Ding Kong and I will keep an eye on him. We won't let him mess around. He's only in his early 50s. If he wants to divide the family property, he can divide it among his siblings and my two nieces first. He can give it to whoever he wants." If that was the case, Qin Dinghua wouldn't have proposed to let Qin Yi inherit the family business. He wanted to say more, but Qin Yi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. "Father, it's the new year. Grandfather is not in good health. Don't say too much." He was also anxious, but what was the use of being anxious? As long as old Master, old Madam Qin, first uncle and second uncle were still alive, it would be difficult for him to inherit the family business. He didn't really want to inherit the family business, but because he glanced at Qin Xiu, who was sitting upright, jealousy flashed in Qin Yi's eyes. It was only because of Qin Xiu. You should pay attention to your eyes after reading for a long time. Translator. Mr. Voltaire, he was always compared to him. As long as he was compared to him, he, Qin Yi, had nothing to do. He was like a useless person. There was always a lot of resentment in his heart. The more he wanted to do something to compete with Qin Xiu, the harder it was to do so. Over time, the imbalance in his heart grew. Qin Dinghua didn't dare to say more. Old Master Qin was so angry that he threw away his crutches. If something happened to old Master Qin, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Just when the atmosphere in the Qin family was tense, Qin Dingkong and his wife, who had just returned from the race course, rang the doorbell. When the Qin family's daughter-in-law heard the doorbell, she heaved a sigh of relief. As the eldest sister-in-law, she could only say a few words at the right time about her uncle's matter. She couldn't point at her uncle and scold him like her husband, but she couldn't let her husband be the bad guy all the time. If the brothers persuaded together, her uncle should be more accepting. When Qin Dingkong entered the living room, he saw the old master's angry face and the old madam's expressionless face. He then looked at his younger brother, Qin Dingbua. Qin Dingkong immediately understood that the source was Qin Dingbua. Upon seeing the two people coming in, the daughter-in-law of the Qin family immediately said to Qin Xiu with a smile, "Xiu, quickly pour a cup of hot tea for your parents. It's cold outside, so drink a cup of tea to warm them up." Qin Dingbua was a little short of breath as he called out, "Second brother, second sister-in-law." Qin Yi stood up and greeted respectfully, "Second uncle, second aunt." The angry old Master Qin also relaxed a little. "Sit down and have a good talk with your brother." "What else is there to talk about?" Old Madam Qin said in a deep voice. "If he really does that, then directly report it and sever all ties with him." Old Madam Qin's means we're also iron-blooded. Sometimes Qin Dingbua wasn't afraid of old Master Qin, but he was more afraid of old Madam Qin. Old Madam Qin always kept her word. If she gave the order, even old Master Qin wouldn't be able to do anything. Qin Dingkong couldn't let old Master and old Madam Qin be angry anymore. He took off his coat and handed it to old Madam Qin while saying with a smile, "Dingbua's matter is something that can be solved easily. You two don't have to take it to heart. Today's engagement ceremony between the Xia and Fu families is really lively. You two should really go and watch the fun. Family Xia's sixth brother, that kid, is quite good. He's really good at everything. No wonder old Mister is willing to betroth his only granddaughter to him." Chapter 5640. 10,000 Miles of Red Star lives up to your expectations. Chapter 5640. Love Heart, Urban Romance, JIEQI Chapter 5640. Love Gouge Heart. He wanted to change the topic and liven up the atmosphere so that old Master and old Madam Qin would be happier. But Qin Xiu, who was pouring hot tea, heard this and his hands trembled violently. The scalding hot water directly splashed onto the back of his hand. The scene suddenly became chaotic and several exclamations were heard. The Qin family's daughter-in-law's expression changed a few times. She seemed to understand something, and her eyes were filled with love for Qin Xiu. This child must have fallen in love with old Master's granddaughter. Uncle Qin Dinghai ordered his wife, "Quick, go and get the medicine." "Xiu, Madam Qin's voice was trembling as her expression changed drastically. She quickly rushed over. Old Madam Qin immediately said in a deep voice, "Xiu, go and take a cold shower." Mrs. Qin, who had rushed over, saw that Qin Xiu's hand was red from the scalding. She immediately reacted and grabbed Qin Xiu's wrist. Quick, go and take a cold shower." Qin Xiu didn't think it was a big deal. He sighed and said, "Mom, sit down. I'll go by myself." "Go by yourself? What else can you do?" Mrs. Qin's eyes turned red, and she blamed her husband as well. She glared fiercely at him. "Why did you bring that up?" Ambassador Qin Dingkong obviously underestimated Yi Qian's importance in his son's heart. He knew that Qin Xiu's hand was scalded. He knew from his wife that Qin Xiu liked Yi Qian. Take care of your eyes after reading for a long time. Jian, but he did not expect her to be so important. Knowing that Yi Jian already had a boyfriend, his son still cared about her. Most importantly, Ambassador Qin Dingkong rarely cared about Qining and Qin Xiu's relationship. In his opinion, since Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan were in love, his son, Qin Xiu, should have given up long ago. Who would have thought? To Ambassador Qin Dingkong's surprise, his face darkened slightly. He is an adult. He knows what he has done. So what if my hand got burned? Is it worth making a fuss over? Xiu, go wash it with cold water and find some medicine to apply on it. Mrs. Qin still wanted to follow them, but Qin Xiu persuaded her to stay back. Old Master Qin, who had been silent all this while, was rather pleased to see this. It was not bad that he did not lose his cool. Old Master Qin didn't expect Zhong Zi to suddenly mention it. The tap was turned on, and ice-cold water flowed out of the tap to wash the back of his scalded hand. The scalded area was not small. The entire back of his left hand was scalded, and it hurt just by looking at it. But Qin Xiu didn't feel anything. This little bit of pain compared to the heart-wrenching pain. Just now, what was it? Engagement. It turned out that today was the day of her engagement with Xia Jinyuan, and he didn't know anything about it. Engagement, it's really good, really good. It's really good, really good. The water flowed, and a few drops of water fell from above, dripping on his exposed wrist. They were instantly washed clean by the cold water that flowed out, leaving no trace behind. Qin Xiu's eyelids trembled as he slowly closed his eyes. The sadness in his eyes was completely hidden in the depths of his eyes as his eyelids closed. Undeserved love would eventually be annihilated. In the living room, Mrs. Qin's voice was choked with sobs. She said to her husband in a very low voice, "Why did you say it out loud? Are you sprinkling salt in Xiu Er's heart?" Mrs. Qin didn't want to say it out loud, since her eldest brother and youngest uncle's family were present. Qin Xiu liked Yi Qian. Apart from the two elders of the Qin family, only Qin Dingkong and his wife knew about it. But now, their sister-in-law also knew about it. Chapter 56:41. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Hard to read, urban romance, a difficult scripture. Madame Qin wanted to keep it a secret, but Ambassador Qin Dingkong didn't think so. His face turned a bit cold as he said, "It's a good thing. Don't tell me you want to keep it a secret just to accommodate Xiu. You're not doing this for Xiu Er's sake. You'll only make it harder for Xiu to leave. The earlier Xiu knew the truth, the earlier he gave up, the better. Do you think you can pretend that this matter didn't happen if you keep it a secret?" Father and mother's education methods were always different in some aspects. Ambassador Qin Dingkong firmly believed that a short pain was better than a long pain. Mrs. Qin still wanted to keep it a secret until Qin Xiu figured it out on her own. When the time came, Qin Xiu wouldn't be sad. How could she not know that it was better to have a short period of pain than a prolonged period of pain? Tears welled up in Mrs. Qin's eyes as she stared at Qin Xiu's frail back. However, in front of her eldest brother, sister-in-law, uncle, and nephew, Qin Yi, Mrs. Qin had to hold back her tears. She didn't want too many people to know that Qin Xiu liked Yi Qian. She wanted to save some face for Qin Xiu. Qin Yi was a shrewd man. Although he did not understand the twists and turns of the story, Qin Xiu's behavior immediately made him feel that something was amiss. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 0 recommended reading. It seemed that his cousin had taken a liking to old Master Fu's granddaughter, but she had not taken a liking to him and had gotten engaged to the family Xia. Inexplicably, Qin Yi felt a burst of comfort in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he had angered the two elders of the Qin family, he would have really wanted to poke Qin Xiu. Qin Yi, who was almost 30 years old, was no longer the impulsive Qin Yi from a few years ago. They were both adults. Qin Yi was an awkward existence in the Qin family. In the past, he was insensible and would often get into conflicts with Qin Xiu. But now it was all done. If he wanted to mock Qin Xiu now, he would be a fool. Even if he wanted to mock Qin Xiu, he couldn't do it in front of the elders. He couldn't bring about his own destruction. Qin got up and excused himself. It was getting late, so he went back first. Qin Dingbua also got up and left together. That girl is not bad-looking, and she is the apple of the Fu family's eye. If you marry her, old master and old madam will dote on you more, let alone continue my company. It was cold outside. Qin Xiu hugged his coat tightly as he walked out of the warm house. He laughed and said, "Dad, you must be dreaming. I went after old master's granddaughter, but she didn't even take a fancy to Qin Xiu, let alone me. I know what I'm capable of. I won't go and ask for trouble." Qin Dingbua laughed out loud after hearing that. "At least you have some self-awareness. You've improved compared to before." Having said that, he was silent for a while. Then Qin Dingbua sighed and said, "I'm very happy that you don't have Xiu to compete with. Xiu is the heir of our Qin family. You, don't compete with him. You won't be able to compete with him. So why bother looking for trouble? Besides, Xiu is a very good person. You and Xiu are about the same age. When you came back that year, he really regarded you as a brother. You were the one who didn't appreciate his good fortune and saw his shortcoming of not being able to recognize his direction. You teased him since he was a child until he grew up, tormenting the feelings between you two brothers. You should have been more sensible and coaxed old master and old Madam Qin family to be happy. But today, I propose that you inherit the company. How could they refuse? Today, I was hit by old master's crutch and almost fractured my bones." Chapter 5642. 10,000 Miles of Red Star lives up to your expectations. Put it down, urban romance. JIEQI put it down. Qin Dingbua doted on Qin because Qin was the son of the woman he loved. Even if Qin Yi's birth mother was not from a good background, Qin Dingbua still liked her. Qin laughed and put his arm around Qin Dingbua's shoulder as if they were brothers. They walked towards the garage. "Dad, everyone is young and frivolous. You were young and frivolous when you gave birth to me. I was young and frivolous when I was young and frivolous when I was young and frivolous when I competed with Qin Xiu. All right, stop lecturing me. I think my life is not bad now. I can live a long life by eating and drinking. You're only in your early 50s. You're in the prime of your life. Maybe you can even give me a younger brother to inherit the family business. Why do you want to hang yourself on me? You an ambitious thing. I've done my best to help you, and you're trying to ruin my plans?" Qin Dingbua laughed and kicked Qin Yi's leg. The father and son drove away like brothers. Qin Yi was not a bad person. He was just a little narrow-minded. He was jealous of Qin Xiu. He had resentment and low self-esteem. Qin Dingbua knew that in his heart he would sometimes persuade his only son to stop him from being stubborn and annoying. After they left, Qin Dinghai and his wife also found an excuse to leave. Only Qin Dingkong and his family were left. Take care of your eyes if you read for a long time. She accompanied the old master and old madam. The daughter-in-law of the Qin family was very clear. Her sister-in-law cared a lot about her reputation and wanted to find a good marriage for her nephew, Qin Xiu. She knew in her heart that marriage was predestined. It was not something you could find just because you wanted to. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Qin family, who understood everything in her heart, saw through it but didn't say anything. She was amiable and didn't cause internal conflicts in the family. She also didn't feel superior because her son married well and her daughter married well. She was like before, so she was quite liked by the old master and the old madam. Before she left, she smiled at Qin Xiu and said, "This is the time to have a good rest. If you feel bored in Beijing, why don't you go to Harbor City and play with Sister Jia? Sister Jia is looking forward to you. Qin Jia was Qin Dinghai's eldest daughter. Her husband was from a prestigious family in Harbor City. Qin Jia had always lived in Harbor City and only returned to the capital to visit her parents once or twice a year. Qin Xiu knew that his aunt was giving him face. After thanking her, he sent her to the car before returning to the living room. In the living room, Qin Dingkang's face was slightly gloomy. Seeing that Qin Xiu had seen him, he lifted his chin slightly and gestured for Qin Xiu to come over and sit down. Is everything all right? He did not want his son to think about someone else's fiancée in the future. Qin Xiu knew what his father wanted to talk about. The first thing he said after sitting down was like a reassurance pill to his parents. Yi Qian is my sister. Grandpa Fu said that I will be Yi Qian's brother in the future. I can't have any thoughts about my sister as a brother. My moral bottom line doesn't allow me to continue. I could in the past, but I can't now. I know it clearly. His few words made the whole family feel relieved. This was also the last time Qin Xiu mentioned Yi Qian with romantic feelings. It was also Qin Xiu's last day in China. He would go to Melbourne at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to start his career as a diplomat. He would learn to forget in a foreign country until he let go. The storm in the Qin family had temporarily come to an end, but the storm in the family Xia had just begun. Madame Xiao, who had been waiting at the door of the family Xia, finally saw her son, Master Xia, old Madame Xia, and the whole family Xia family. Chapter 56:43. The Red Star lives up to your expectations. Madame Xiao sat in the car and didn't get out immediately. No one in the family noticed her immediately, and they all got out of the car happily. Xia Jinyuan and Xia Yunin quickly got out of the car to help the two elders out. Master Xia and the old madam sat in Hozi's nanny car and played with Hozi's twins all the way. Xia Yiwei and Hozi had been living in the southern province for a long time and only returned to Beijing during the new year. The two elders cherished their great-grandchildren and didn't feel heavy even if they carried them in their arms. On the other hand, the younger generation was afraid that the twins would disturb the elders, so Xia Yiwei took care of them all the way, afraid that the twins would disturb the elders. Let's go home, let's go home. The twins patted the small car in the spacious nanny car and swayed their chubby waists happily. Their chubby little faces revealed an innocent smile. They were very obedient and sat in their child safety chairs obediently. They sang and recited poems one moment and made the two elders laugh loudly. They couldn't wait to hug and kiss them a few times. I'll carry them down first. You get out of the car slowly. Don't twist your hand again. The car stopped, and Xia Yiwei was about to get up to unbuckle the twins' seatbelts. Hozi immediately stopped her. A few days ago, Xia Yiwei twisted her hand while carrying a child. Hozi was so worried that she didn't even dare to let Xia Yiwei carry the child, afraid that she would hurt herself again. Master Xia saw this and could only say, "Take care of the rest of your eyes," after reading for a long time. He smiled and shook his head, but the satisfaction in his eyes deepened. The old madam smiled and said, "Xiao Ho, don't spoil her too much. Raising children is a couple's business. Don't spoil Yiwei and tire yourself out by taking care of everything at home." "Thank you for your concern, old madam. I don't do much at home, and Yiwei takes care of the children. Now that her hand is injured, if she sprains it again, it will become an old injury. The one who will suffer in the future will be Yiwei." Hozi quickly unfastened the twins' seatbelts and carried them out of the car one by one. "Please sit down with Grandpa for a while. It's windy outside. Don't get too cold." Hozi was now a good family man. Since he knew how to take care of his wife and children, He took care of almost everything in the house. Xia Yiwei complained from time to time that if this went on, she would be spoiled. Before Xia Jinyuan reached Master Xia and the old madam's car, he saw Houzi carefully helping his cousin Xia Yiwei out of the car. A smile flashed in his eyes as he quickened his pace and frowned slightly. He looked at the big banyan tree by the side of the road. There was a black car parked under the big banyan tree. He could vaguely see that the owner of the car was sitting down. It should be parked in the dark intentionally. He needed to pay attention to find it. He slowed down and said to Xia Yunin beside him, "You go ahead first. I'll take a look in front." "What are you looking at?" Xia Yunin followed his gaze and saw the black car parked in the dark. "Who is it? Why did they stop here to wait for you?" After that, he whistled softly and teased, "Kid, could it be your ex-lover? Did they find out that you're engaged, so they waited at the door to wait for you?" I. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Jinyuan's cold gaze stopped him. He patted his mouth and said, "I said something wrong. I said something wrong. Please forgive me." Sixth brother could joke about other things, but jokes about relationships were absolutely taboo. He had a slip of the tongue and drank too much in joy. His brain was muddled. "I have a fiancé. Be careful." Xia Jinyuan warned him with his eyes. When it came to Xia Yunin, it was best to leave. The two brothers soon found out who was sitting in the car. Chapter 5644. Madame Xiao, who was sitting in the car, finally saw the person she had been waiting for. Silently crying, she took out a tissue to wipe the tears on her face and tidied up her makeup. In front of the Xia family, Madame Xiao opened the car door and raised her voice. "Ah, Yuan." Her voice was a little hoarse and nasal after crying. However, no matter how different her voice was from usual, Family Xia could still recognize who it was. Madame Xiao was here. Old Madame, who was still in the car, also heard the noise. Old Madame, who had a kind smile on her face, gradually darkened. Her ex-daughter-in-law had come to make trouble for the family again. It had been decades, but she was still pestering them. "She doesn't want to let us go." Madame Dowager said faintly. There was a faint anger that only Master Xia could detect. "For the sake of fate, I tolerated her a lot. I didn't expect that not only did she not thank me, but she also wanted a yard after taking an inch. It's been decades, but my ex-daughter-in-law still hasn't made much progress." Master Xia patted the back of his wife's hand and sighed. "Don't be angry. It's not good for you to be angry now. Leave it to sixth brother. She's here to look for sixth brother. She'll leave when she sees him. Today is a big day. No matter what, she's still sixth brother's mother. For the sake of sixth brother, don't worry about it. She only gave birth to sixth brother once. If that wasn't the case, why would I let her come again and again?" Madame Dowager said coldly, over and over again, "If I don't solve it today, she'll do it again. She's been presumptuous many times, but I didn't argue with her. I thought that since she's sixth brother's mother, I should be grateful for her kindness. In the end, look at how arrogant she is now. Last year, she blocked sixth brother's way and humiliated our granddaughter-in-law. If I tolerate this, I'll really become a bodhisattva." The old madam was the Iron Lady back then. Her methods were iron-willed, and her temper was quite unique. She had endured Madame Xiao for so long, and tonight she did not want to endure it anymore. Seeing that Xia Jinyuan was being held so tightly by Xia Jinyuan that she couldn't shake him off even after several attempts, the old madam became even angrier. The elders of the family Xia also saw Madame Xiao, but Houzi didn't know her. However, he knew that she existed. Seeing this, he said to the servant beside him, "Take the children back first and coax them to sleep early." "Yes, sir." The two servants bowed, and each carried one child back to the house. They were both servants that Hosea had brought from her own home. They were also very reliable servants. Otherwise, Hosea would not have brought them to the family Sia. After the servant left with the child, Sia Iwe whispered to her husband, "Sixth brother's mother, my ex-aunt. Grandma has some opinions about her. Let's hurry up and help Grandpa and Grandma back to the house. Don't let the old lady be angry. Can sixth brother handle it?" Hosea glanced at them and saw that Madame Xiao was holding on to Xia Jinyuan tightly and was crying. His brows were tightly knitted together. Today is sixth brother's big day. As a mother, she's crying like this. It's not because she's crying out of joy. He then asked Xia Iwei in a low voice, "Should we just get rid of her?" Although she had retired many years ago, the bandit spirit in her bones was difficult to erase in this lifetime. It would only be better to hide it. When something happened, the bandit spirit would come with a bit of ruthlessness. Chapter 56:45. The Great Red Star lives up to your expectations. Xia Iwei was very cautious. No need. Let's see what sixth brother has to say first. We're all juniors. It's not appropriate for us to interfere. Don't say any more. Hurry up and help Grandpa and Grandma in. Xia Iwei bent over and got into the car again. Master Xia reminded her, "Iwei, help your grandma. Steady." He was worried that his wife would rush over and cause trouble for his ex-wife because of sixth brother. Even if she wanted to settle it, she could just call her to the house to settle it. Xia Iwei, who received the reminder, put a little more strength into her wrist and helped old Madame Xiao out of the car. "It's a little slippery. Be careful." Eldest aunt and eldest uncle walked over from behind. They first glanced at Madame Xiao, who was having a good time. A hint of darkness flashed across their eyes. However, seeing that old master and old Madame Xiao didn't say anything, they calmed down and didn't go to Madame Xiao. Family Xia's youngest uncle couldn't stand it. When he heard Madame Xiao crying after getting out of the car, he said to his wife, "She's crying again, crying again. Every time she comes to our house, she cries. We've never mistreated her, let alone mistreat her. It's the new year, and it's sixth brother's happy day. Who is she crying for? She's crying all the good news." Youngest uncle was a businessman, and businessmen more or less paid attention to omens. When he saw Madame Xiao crying until she was out of breath, he didn't look happy. Take note, after reading for a long time, please pay attention to your eyes. Fortunately, youngest aunt was able to calm down and coax her husband. She sneered, "Stop crying. Who knows how many times you've cried? There should be a result by now. Mom and Dad didn't say anything. Calm down and go back to the house to hear what Mom and Dad have to say." As for the younger generation of the Xia family, they all entered the house one by one. Xia Yunin wanted to go over and help but was glared at by his cousin, Xia Iwei. He obediently helped the old madam home. Soon, only Xia Jinyuan and Miss Xiao were left outside. Madame Xiao, who was crying bitterly, felt that she could not cry out the grievances in her heart. The more she could not cry out her grievances, the more she wanted to cry. Naturally, her crying did not stop. Xia Jinyuan, who couldn't shake off her hands even after trying a few times, decided to give up. He didn't move or speak and just let Miss Xiao cry without giving her any response. Yuan. Madame Xiao felt that her throat was about to bleed from crying. She never thought that her son would still not react. He was so cold-blooded that it made her feel even sadder. Why must it be like this? Why must it be like this? Why didn't you tell me about your engagement today? I've already given you my number. Why are you hiding it from me? Yuan, I'm your mother. I was pregnant for 10 months and walked back from the gates of hell. I worked so hard to give birth to you. Even if your mother was wrong in the end, I am still your mother. Why are you so cold-blooded? Why are you treating your mother like this? Why couldn't she forgive her mother? Why? His cries of why sounded like he was weeping blood. However, when Xia Jinyuan heard it, he only felt that it was ironic. She was wrong in the end. Just because she was his mother, he, as her son, had to unconditionally tolerate her mistakes. You're getting engaged today. If it weren't for Mrs. Qin, I wouldn't even know when my son got engaged. Yuan, you're too cruel. Too cruel. You blame me for being cruel to you back then, but aren't you being cruel now? You're getting engaged today. If it weren't for Mrs. Qin, I wouldn't even know when my son got engaged. Yuan, you're too cruel. Too cruel. You blame me for being cruel to you back then, but aren't you being cruel now? Chapter 56:46. 10,000 Miles Red. Star lives up to your expectations. Xia Yiwei was very cautious. No need. Let's see what sixth brother has to say first. We're all juniors. It's not appropriate for us to interfere. Don't say any more. Hurry up and help Grandpa and Grandma in. Xia Yiwei bent over and got into the car again. Master Xia reminded her, Yiwei, help your grandma steady. He was worried that his wife would rush to find trouble with his ex-wife for the sake of sixth brother. Even if she wanted to settle it, she could just call her to the house to settle it. Xia Yiwei, who received the reminder, put a little more force on her wrist and helped Madame Xiao out of the car. It's a little slippery. Be careful. Eldest aunt and eldest uncle walked over from behind. They first glanced at Madame Xiao, who was having a good time. A hint of darkness flashed across their eyes. However, seeing that old master and old Madame Xiao didn't say anything, they calmed down and didn't go to Madame Xiao. Family Xia's youngest uncle could not stand it. When he heard Madame Xiao crying after getting out of the car, he said to his wife, "She's crying again, crying again. Every time she comes to our house, she cries. We have never mistreated her, let alone mistreat her. It's the new year, and it's sixth brother's happy day. Who is she crying for? She's ruining the happy atmosphere." Youngest uncle was a businessman, and businessmen were more or less concerned about the omens. When he saw Madame Xiao crying until she was out of breath, he did not look happy. Take care of your eyes if you read for a long time. Fortunately, youngest aunt was able to calm down and coax her husband. She smiled and said, "Stop crying. You've cried so many times. There should be a result. Mom and Dad didn't say anything, so you should calm down first and go back to the house to hear what Mom and Dad have to say." As for the juniors of family Xia, they all went into the house one by one. Xia Yunin wanted to help, but her cousin Xia Yiwei glared at her, and she obediently helped Madame Xiao home. Soon, only Xia Jinyuan and Madame Xiao were left outside. Madame Xiao, who was crying bitterly, felt that she could not cry out the grievances in her heart. The more she could not cry, the more she wanted to cry. Naturally, the more she did not stop crying. Xia Jinyuan tried to shake her hands off, but to no avail. He gave up. He didn't move or open his mouth. He just let Madame Xiao cry and didn't give her any response. Madame Xiao felt that her throat was about to bleed from crying. She never thought that her son would still not react. He was so cold-blooded that it made her feel even sadder. Why is it like this? Why must it be like this? Chapter 56:47. 10,000 Miles of Red Star will live up to your expectations. Chapter 56:47. Revenge right now. Madame Xiao had no other choice but to cry and complain. Should she use force? She couldn't even get close to the front door of his family Xia's house, let alone see Xia Jinyuan. She could only cry to express her sadness, grievance, helplessness, and regret. She only hoped that her son would forgive her and help her on account of her aging. However, Xia Jinyuan was not an ordinary man. He was a special forces soldier who had undergone special training. Madame Zhao's cries were filled with sadness, helplessness, regret, and selfishness. Her selfishness far exceeded her grievance, sadness, helplessness, and regret. This was what Xia Jinyuan couldn't understand. Of course, he didn't really understand it either. To him, Madame Zhao was just a stranger who he didn't need to understand. Madame Zhao became more and more anxious in the face of Xia Jinyuan's indifference. After saying, "Do you want me to kneel down?" she really did kneel down. She wasn't bluffing. She really intended to kneel down. Xia Jinyuan calmly supported her and replied calmly, "Madame Zhao, if you didn't give birth to me, you wouldn't be standing in front of me crying right now. Instead, I would be asking you to leave. There's nothing about you that deserves my forgiveness. You've already given up your identity as a mother. Please take note of your eyes after reading for a long time. Why do you have to mention giving up? Today is my engagement. It's my big day. I really can't accept your crying." The calmer he was, the more flustered Madame Zhao became. She knew that it would be difficult for her to gain anything today. However, she had to beg for his forgiveness. As long as she could rely on him, then her troubles would be solved. Yuan, I haven't given up my identity as a mother. How can I give up? You're my son, and I'm your mother. We have a blood relationship that no one can cut off. How can I give up? I know you're getting engaged today. I'm very happy, but I'm also very sad. Yuan, you can obviously find a better girl. Why did you choose a girl from the countryside who is of no help to you? You have a bright future ahead of you. You need a good wife. Are you sure that Yi Qian is the right choice for your wife? I've been waiting for you here all day. I really didn't mean to disturb you, but Yuan, I don't want you to regret it in the future, and I don't want your marriage to have any twists and turns. Mommy owes you too much. Mommy really wants to make it up to you now. You have to believe Mommy. Yuan, you have to believe Mommy. Xia Jinyuan is very patient with Ms. Xiao. I'll count to 3. If Ms. Xiao still hasn't left after 3, I'll use certain means to ask Ms. Xiao to leave. From now on, 1. Xia Jinyuan's attitude almost made Ms. Xiao despair. She wanted to kneel down, but the strength supporting her was so strong that she couldn't struggle. Before returning to the country, she thought that it was just a matter that could be easily settled. She did not expect that after a few years, her son's attitude was still the same as before. He did not want to acknowledge her as his mother at all. Yuan, why can't you understand Mommy's suffering back then? Yuan, suffering back then? Sorry, he really couldn't understand back then. Xia Jinyuan said the number 2 coldly. He looked at Ms. Xiao coldly. There was no warmth in his eyes. He was like a ball of snow, a ball of ice. The slightest touch would make one feel cold. Chapter 56:48. 10,000 miles of red star will live up to your expectations. Chapter 56:48. Romance standing in the cold wind. Madame Zhao felt as if someone had stuffed a ball of snow into her heart and filled it with bone-chilling water. Her blood was cold. Yuan. She was still pleading, her voice so sorrowful that it seemed as if she would vomit blood in the next second. Don't be like this. Don't do this to Mom. 3. Xia Jinyuan calmly counted to 3. His impolite method was actually very polite. Even if he forced her to leave, he still had to worry that Madame Zhao would do something bad, say that he had hurt her, and take the opportunity to blame it on him. Therefore, the impolite method was to call the police and ask them to come forward and take her away. This was the family Xia, a place that was heavily patrolled by the police in this area. As long as Xia Jinyuan called the police would definitely be dispatched immediately. He calmly took out his phone, his intentions obvious. Although Madame Xiao was very anxious, she was not surprised by Xia Jinyuan's actions. Her son was a man of his words, and he was not trying to scare her. The half-closed door of the family Xia residence opened. Xia Yunin stood at the threshold and raised his voice. "Sixth brother, Madame Xiao wants to see Aunt Xiao." He then said to Madame Xiao, "Aunt Xiao, it's freezing outside. Let's talk inside." The elders of the family Xia also want to hear what Aunt Xiao has to say to sixth brother. You don't mind if the elders of the family Xia listen to it, right? Take note, after reading for a long time, please pay attention to your eyes. In other words, if Madame Xiao minded, then she would not even have the chance to enter the family Xia residence. Madame Xiao immediately understood what he meant. Now that she was allowed to enter the family Xia residence, it was a glimmer of hope for her. Old Madam and Old Master were kind-hearted, and eldest sister-in-law was also a kind-hearted person. In addition, eldest brother was also there. They should see that she was Yuan's biological mother and say a few good words for her. Without any hesitation, Madame Xiao rushed in front of Xia Jinyuan. She could not wait to agree. At the same time, she let go of Xia Jinyuan's hand and quickly walked in front of him. She was afraid that Xia Jinyuan would stop her from entering the family Xia residence. Xia Jinyuan just frowned slightly. He had no intention of stopping Ms. Xiao. Seeing Madame Xiao enter the Xia family's house in a hurry, Xia Jinyuan curled his lips and sneered. Did she really think that the old madam was inviting her over? Madame Xiao decided to come out and take care of herself. Xia Jinyuan stepped forward and followed him into the house. As the heavy door closed with a creaking sound, everything returned to normal. Only the two red lanterns hanging from the beams of the house emitted a quiet and warm light, as if nothing had happened just now. Madame Xiao was on the phone when her eldest sister-in-law lifted the curtain and whispered, "Mom, Schumann is here." "Okay, go and listen to what she has to say first. I'll talk to Xin Hui for a while." Madame Xiao was on the phone with Commander-in-Chief Xia. She motioned for her eldest sister-in-law to leave and said, "Since you also have something to talk to her about, you should hurry back now. If you have anything to say it clearly today." She's been crying and complaining about being wronged when we visited her several times, as if our family owes her. "Xia Xin Hui, this is the trouble you caused. You should come back and solve it." With that, Madame Xiao hung up the phone with a cold expression. Now, it was time for her to meet her ex-daughter-in-law. In the living room, family Xia's eldest sister-in-law sighed and said, "Schumann, I really don't dare to accept you calling me sister-in-law. I used to agree, but now you and I are no longer sisters-in-law. What right do I have to accept you calling me sister-in-law? If you don't mind, just call me sister you." Chapter 5649. 10,000 miles of Red Star will live up to your expectations. Update recovery. Urban romance. JIEQI update. Recovery. When Madame Xiao knelt down, Xia Yiwei was shocked. Madame Xiao stood there and accepted Madame Zhao's kneel with a clear conscience. However, the coldness in her eyes deepened. After a long pause, Madame Xiao sneered. "You've knelt before me twice. The first time, you knelt down and begged me to let you go. This time, what are you begging me for? Tell me, let me hear it. Let's see if this old woman can be merciful again." After saying that, he walked past Ms. Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground, without letting her get up to speak. Didn't she like to put on an act? Then she could continue doing it. If she liked to kneel, then she could kneel. Family Xia's eldest daughter-in-law saw this and gestured for her niece, Xia Yiwei, to leave. Madame Dowager had asked Madame Xiao to come here for sixth brother's sake. Secondly, she wanted to know Madame Zhao's purpose. She had to save sixth brother's face. No matter how wrong Madame Xiao was, she was still sixth brother's biological mother. His biological mother was kneeling and begging for help while the younger generation was watching from the side. No matter how little sixth brother cared about Madame Xiao, it was still shameful. Xia Yiwei hurriedly left, not daring to stay for a moment. Outside, take care of your eyes if you read for a long time. Xia Yunin asked Xia Jinyuan why Madame Xiao had come in the middle of the night. Xia Jinyuan took a sip of hot tea and replied calmly, "There's no reason. She's just begging me to forgive her for giving birth to me, and let me continue to acknowledge her as my mother." Xia Yunin's expression changed drastically. She sneered. "Huh, does she still have any shame? It's because she gave birth to you that I didn't chase her away immediately. Family Xia's door isn't something she can come and go as she pleases." Xia Yiwei heard this and said in a low voice, "What are you saying? No matter what she did wrong, you have no right to say anything." She was afraid that Xia Jinyuan would lose face. Xia Jinyuan smirked and said nonchalantly, "I'm fine. Fifth brother, you can say whatever you want. She really doesn't have the face to do that. Our Xia family has already done everything we can for her. Back then, she left in such a carefree manner. She even swore that she would never set foot in the Xia family. In the end, she was the one who left in a hurry. Now, she's the one who's rushing back. Fifth brother is right. She can't come and go as she pleases at the Xia family's door. Old Six, the elders can say that she's wrong, but you, even if you know it in your heart, don't say it out loud." Xia Yiwei reminded him. She had heard all the rumors in the capital since she was far away in the southern province. Some time ago, there were a lot of rumors about you and Xiaoyi in the capital. Fifth brother arranged for your engagement to be held at the racecourse and invited his friends to bring their wives over. He intended to help you and Xiaoyi clear your name. If you say that again, no matter how much effort fifth brother put in, it won't be enough to stop you from ruining yourself. Xia Yiwei and Xia Jinyuan had a good relationship. Naturally, she didn't want to see Xia Jinyuan's life in chaos and be slandered by others. What she said made sense. Xia Yunin immediately turned around and reminded him, "Sister Yiwei is right. We can say that Madame Xiao isn't good, but you really can't. You're her son. No matter how bad a mother is, as a son, you really can't say bad things about her. If you say bad things about her, you'll be the only one at fault." As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something and slammed the table. He gritted his teeth and said, "Some time ago, I kept hearing about sixth brother and sister-in-law. Could it be that Madame Xiao created all of this?" "You just realized it?" Xia Yiwei frowned. "Who else do you think it could be?" Chapter 5650. 10,000 miles of Red Star will live up to your expectations. A powerful character. Urban romance. JIEQI Chapter 5650. Powerful character Xia. Yunin thought they were the rich ladies who hung out with Madame Xiao. I always thought they were her friends. He gritted his teeth even harder. What on earth does she want to do? What good will it do her to ruin sixth brother's reputation? Why? Xia Yiwei wanted to know too. She looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was completely unaffected, to see if she could find any clues from his expression. After looking at him for a while, she saw that his expression was normal. Instead, he raised his eyes and looked at her lightly. Xia Yiwei asked directly, "Do you know the reason?" Was that why he was so calm? Xia Jinyuan sneered. A cold smile appeared on his handsome face. Her real motive is unknown. Her current motive should be to force me to acknowledge her as my mother. I'm still thinking about what she plans to do after she acknowledges you as her mother. Xia Jinyuan did not think that Madame Xiao was so stubborn about acknowledging him as her son. It was all because she suddenly realized that she wanted to be a good mother. If that was the case, she wouldn't have given him the black chicken soup with motherwort. Xia Yunin thought about how he had been schemed against by Madame Xiao. He sat down and sighed. He suddenly felt that sixth brother was really pitiful. If she really has a plan, then you have to be careful. She's doing it for the sake of meeting you. Please pay attention to your eyes after reading for a long time. Old Madam took a big detour and got me into her trap by acknowledging her as her goddaughter. I don't even dare to have a girlfriend. I'm no different from a monk when it comes to self-cultivation. You're such a powerful person. I think you should stay in the army and not come back to the capital. If she can't find you, she'll slowly let go of whatever plans she has. Xia Jinyuan used to think so too, but now he no longer thought so. Ever since Ms. Xiao suddenly returned to China and rushed to him to beg for his forgiveness, Xia Jinyuan began to be wary of her. The appearance of Tang made him believe that Ms. Xiao had an ulterior motive. However, he did not want to provoke her, so he did not investigate in secret. He didn't investigate, but his father did. Madame Xiao had returned to China, looked for Commander-in-Chief Xia, and then tangled with Xia Jinyuan. In Commander-in-Chief Xia's impression, his ex-wife was a woman who would easily make promises, but would definitely not make any mistakes. When she was young, in order to leave as soon as possible, she swore that she would never return to the family Xia and would never let old Six know of her existence. Now that she had broken her vow, Commander-in-Chief Xia became suspicious and secretly investigated his ex-wife's life abroad. It would have been better if he didn't investigate, but once he did, Commander-in-Chief Xia took several hours to recover from his shock. That was why he later told Xia Jinyuan not to meet with Madame Xiao and asked Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian not to return to Beijing as often as possible. Who would have thought that after a few years, his ex-wife would still be so clingy? She even came to the family Xia on the big day of old Six's engagement, crying and making a fuss, disturbing old Master Xia and old Madame Xiao. Commander-in-Chief Xia rushed back to the family Xia with a cold expression. Old Madame Xiao did not let Madame Xiao get up. Madame Xiao, who wanted to show weakness, gritted her teeth and continued to kneel until Commander-in-Chief Xia appeared. When Xia Jinyuan saw his father return, he went up to him and reminded him, "Old man Xia, your ex-wife has been kneeling for an hour and a half. She has a strong will, and I admire her. You have to be careful and don't fall for her beauty trap again." Madame Xiao was a great beauty when she was young. Xia Jinyuan had always thought that his father married her because of her beauty. Until now, he still thought so. Commander-in-Chief Xia raised his leg and kicked him. Did you have fun looking for your father? Chapter 56-51. 10,000 Miles Red. Star lives up to your expectations. The Old Tree Blossoms. Urban romance. JIEQ the Old Tree Blossoms. There was a difference in his attitude towards Madame Xiao as a father and as a son. After all, Madame Xiao was Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife. They fell in love with each other, shared the same bed, had a child together, and then went their separate ways. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not hold a grudge because he knew that he was partly responsible for the failure of this marriage. Therefore, when Madame Xiao returned, Commander-in-Chief Xia also treated her as a friend and did not think of doing anything to Madame Xiao. However, he did not expect that Madame Xiao's motive for returning was not simple. She came for Xia Jinyuan and also for family Xia. After finding out about this, Commander-in-Chief Xia reminded Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, who had dodged nimbly, laughed. "I was telling the truth, but you were so guilty that you hit me. If you fall for the honey trap again, Commander-in-Chief Xia, from now on, your son will change his surname to Fu and will no longer acknowledge you as his father." He was really worried that Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had been single for decades, would suddenly fall in love with Madame Xiao. Commander-in-Chief Xia was so angry that he laughed. As long as you are willing, you can quickly change your surname. I will discuss letting Xiao Ye's surname be Xia. I will definitely make a profit. When he heard Xia Yunin and Xia Yiwei laugh, he thought to himself, how? After reading for a long time, please pay attention to your eyes. Are you looking down on sixth brother? Xia Jinyuan did not care. Then you will only make a loss and not make a profit. My wife will not be willing to take the surname Xia. You should go and send Madame Xiao away. Madame Xiao is very angry today. Commander-in-Chief Xia, whose face had turned pale, stopped smiling, and his eyes turned cold. He said to Xia Jinyuan, I have something to say to her. Come in and listen. Just listen and don't cause trouble. Say something? He even warned Xia Jinyuan not to make trouble. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. He thought to himself, has old Xia found something? Xia Yiwei and Xia Yunin glanced at each other discreetly, then moved from the side hall of the main hall to the innermost room where guests could rest. In the rear courtyard, Ho Zi, who had just finished comforting the twins, came over. When he saw the worried expression on Xia Yiwei's face, he came over and gently put his arm around his wife's shoulder. He smiled and said, Uncle is back. With him around, everything will be fine. Besides, sixth brother isn't a pushover. He won't let anyone bully his family, Xia. Uncle and sixth brother won't let the family have a headache over these things. The father and son will definitely handle it well. You don't worry. Xia Yunin agreed and nodded with a smile. Brother-in-law is right. Sixth brother is not someone who will be bullied. Although Madame Xiao is his biological mother, he has no feelings for her. He will not let himself suffer because of Madame Xiao and let Madame Xiao be bullied. Old Master didn't even show up, which means that Madame Xiao knows what to do. She even asked Uncle to rush back. I think that after tonight, Madame Xiao won't dare to come again. Xia Yunin, who had been in the business world for a long time, was even more scheming than Xia Jinyuan. She had already made up her mind and was certain that Madame Xiao would not be able to get away with it tonight. In the main hall, Madame Xiao, who was kneeling, saw her ex-husband enter with a cold expression. For some reason, her heart thumped violently, and she felt an inexplicable sense of panic spreading from her heart. Seeing her kneeling, Commander-in-Chief Xia instructed Xia Jinyuan to help her up. Go, help her up first. Don't hurt your knees. If others see this, they will think that we did something to her. Commander-in-Chief Xia had never forced Xia Jinyuan to do anything to Madame Xiao. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not interfere with his son's refusal to call his ex-wife mother. Chapter 56-52. 10,000 Miles of Red Star lives up to your expectations. Panic, urban romance. Jie got to be flustered, however. It wasn't good to let her talk while kneeling. They had to help her up and talk slowly. Xia Jinyuan obeyed and walked over to help her up. Madame Xiao, you should get up first. If you have something to say, we can talk it out. Kneeling isn't something our family Xia likes. Madame Xiao didn't want to get up. Madame Xiao slammed the table and said to Xia Jinyuan, Don't worry about her. Since she wants to kneel, then kneel. She came to family Xia to cause trouble tonight. I'm already giving her face by not coaxing her directly. Mom, you have high blood pressure. Calm down. If you have something to say, we can talk about it slowly. Commander-in-Chief Xia persuaded Madame Xiao. Between his ex-wife and Madame Xiao, his mother was naturally more important. He had to give his ex-wife some respect. He couldn't give her anything else. Madame Xiao insisted on not getting up. Even though she had been kneeling for more than an hour and her knees were hurting, she still held on and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Just now, I couldn't hold it in outside, and cried. I made Madame Xiao and old master angry. I'm kneeling now to apologize. As long as Madame Xiao can calm down, I'm willing to kneel for a night. I won't let you kneel in family Xia for a night, Madame Xiao said calmly. Now that Xin Hui is back, we'll settle the matter between you and family Xia tonight. Come, please pay attention to your eyes after reading for a long time. Tell me your purpose first. Just tell me your purpose. Cut the crap. It's getting late. I want to rest early. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face was full of guilt. As a son, he had implicated his elderly parents. It was really embarrassing. Mom, sit down and listen. I've also investigated what Schumann wants to do when she comes back. I know a thing or two. Listen, don't be angry. Madame Zhao's pupils constricted. Xia Xinhui has investigated it. He knows a thing or two. No, that's impossible. How could he possibly investigate? Madame Xiao didn't really believe him. She secretly observed him and saw that her ex-husband looked very confident, as if he had really found something. Suddenly, Madame Xiao panicked. I knew she wouldn't come back so easily. The old madam wasn't angry this time. Instead, she looked like she understood, but her voice became colder. Xiao Schumann, you go first. I want to hear what you have to say. What do you want to say? There were too many things she wanted to say, but she didn't dare to say them now. She didn't know what her ex-husband had found out, and she didn't know what he knew. A single sentence from him had ruined all her plans, and she didn't know where to start. Xia Jinyuan did not sit down. Instead, he stood silently by the side. He was afraid that it would be too difficult for Ms. Xiao to speak first. Madame Xiao, who didn't dare to speak, was under great psychological pressure under the 3 pairs of eyes. She swallowed hard and finally spoke, but her voice was very hoarse. I don't have a motive. I really don't have a motive. I just want to see more of Yuan and make it up to him. I don't have a motive. Yes, she didn't have a motive. She really didn't have a motive. Madame Xiao kept comforting herself in her heart. As long as she believed in herself, she would be able to suppress the panic in her heart. She didn't have a motive. Even if Xia Xian found out something, she didn't have a motive. The old madam looked at her son. She's a little stubborn. She doesn't dare to say it. She's guilty. It seems that the things you found have made her wary and ruined her plans. From the first time I met your ex-wife, I told you that you wouldn't last long with her. You have strong principles and you do things on your own. You don't know how to coax people, so how can she be happy? Chapter 56-53. Speaking of the past, Madame Dowager sighed with emotion. Furthermore, she has no principles when it comes to doing things, but she has a strong sense of purpose. Everything she does is centered on herself. She only hopes that everyone will acknowledge her and act with her as the center of everything. You even have different attitudes toward life and the way you handle things. How can you last long? Sigh, I was too careless back then. I thought that after your divorce, she swore that she would no longer have anything to do with the Xia family. I actually believed the words of a selfish woman who wanted to achieve her goals. Madame Dowager was not as angry as before. As long as she knew the purpose of the visit, everything would be explained. Family Xia changed from passive to active. The honest one should be Madame Xiao, who wanted to leave the family Xia no matter what. There was no point in bringing up the past now. Madame Dowager said calmly, Xin Hui already knows your purpose. If you still have 6th brother in your heart, you should ask to leave. You are 6th brother's mother, and you gave birth to him. I am grateful to you. For 6th brother's sake, I will leave you some dignity. Go, Xiao Schumann. There is no place for you in the family Xia anymore. 6th brother doesn't care about you as his mother. Leave some dignity for yourself. Go far away and don't come back. Don't waste time, and sixth brother will hate you in the end. Madame Dowager, who was kind, could not deliberately make things difficult for her. For sixth brother's sake, she had to give Madame Xiao some dignity. It was up to Madame Xiao whether she wanted to be shameless or not. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not want to raise his head and put it down gently. In addition, his ex-wife had been kneeling and refusing to leave. Commander-in-Chief Xia understood that she was now confronting him silently. She wanted to see what he had found out. Well, since she wanted to confront him, he would say it. Schumann, ever since your romantic husband fell ill, he became addicted to gambling 15 years ago. You used to think that you could live on by guarding your assets and living separately. As soon as he opened his mouth, he talked about Xiao Schumann and the others' lives abroad. Madame Xiao, who was kneeling, clenched her hands, and her jaw was very tight. Xia Jingyuan's gaze was slightly cold. He, who was standing lazily, straightened up slightly. You don't want to take care of your sick husband anymore, but you also want to take all the property for yourself. So, when you found out that your husband was involved in gambling, you began to secretly transfer the property. On one hand, you were very good to him, and on the other hand, you secretly changed his medicine. Schumann, I'm not wrong, right? That's right. Xia Xinhui wasn't wrong. He really found it. He really found it. Madame Xiao, whose body was trembling slightly, raised her head. Tears streamed down her face as she defended her actions. I don't want to do this either. I don't want to do this either. But life is too difficult. I have to plan for myself. I have to plan for my future. I have to do this. He was sick, and he was in so much pain. I watched him suffer every day, and my heart ached for him. I did it for his own good, for his sake. I can't bear to see him live in such pain. I'm only doing this because I feel sorry for him, because I love him. It's so painful, so painful. It's better to be free as soon as possible. Sob, sob, sob. I'm doing this for his own good. I'm thinking for him. Sob, sob, sob. Madame Xiao was so agitated and emotional that she cried. Even Madame Xiao, who was in her 80s or 90s, was deeply shocked by her logic. Life was difficult. She could barely understand that she was planning for herself, but for her husband's sake, she secretly changed his medicine. This, Madame Xiao, who was already half dead, really couldn't understand. Chapter 56-54. Xia Jinyuan was shocked by Madame Zhao's shamelessness. He really didn't expect it. He didn't expect it at all. Mrs. Xiao, you're killing someone, he said coldly. Your husband wanted to live, so he insisted on taking medicine every day. You, on the other hand, are having a hard time because of your husband's illness, so you want to kill him for your own sake. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're really something. You're willing to abandon your family for your own sake, and you're willing to kill someone for your own sake. I'm really glad that you didn't lead me astray when you left family Xia. Example speaks louder than words. If he really had such a selfish mother who kept saying that she was considerate of others, Xia Jinyuan might really be led astray. Mrs. Xiao did not give in. She cried until her voice trembled. No, I didn't kill anyone. That's my husband. How could I kill him? It's all because he's in so much pain. He tells me every day that he's in so much pain. He tells me every day. He tells me every day. What can I do? I don't want him to be in so much pain. I don't want our last days together to be so hard. I don't want that. I don't want that. She thought so naturally and believed that she was right. No matter what others said, she would not listen to them. The old madam waved her hand at Xia Jinyuan, indicating that he should stop talking. Commander-in-Chief Xia sighed and said, Your life isn't so hard. Your husband has enough money to treat his illness. Even if he's addicted to gambling, you're still rich. Well, that's not the point. We should talk about why you came back. Schumann, you're too considerate of yourself. You and your husband have already divorced, so why weren't you satisfied with your share of the assets? Why did you go back and kill him in the end? I didn't kill him. I didn't. Mrs. Zhao's voice suddenly became shrill. You didn't find out the truth at all. You're wrongly accusing me. I didn't kill him. He fell down by himself. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. If it has nothing to do with you, why did your husband's brother look for you? And why did you come back to China? Why did you come to the Xia family to mend the relationship between you and sixth brother that no longer exists? Schumann, you're deceiving yourself too much. You think too highly of yourself. You think that I can't find anything. You think that as long as you're willing to turn back and cry, sixth brother will forgive you and treat you well. As for you, you found someone new to rely on. In the future, if you have any problems, you can ask sixth brother to step in. If sixth brother can't step in, he'll ask the family Xia to step in and help you deal with it. This is what you want, and he believes that it will definitely be as you wish. What you didn't expect was that sixth brother didn't recognize you at all. Your plan was delayed again, and you were terrified. So, even though you knew that Madame Li was up to no good and that she had been laughing at you, you still got along with her and got to know more people through Madame Li so that they would not dare to act rashly against you. Schumann, you are really smart. No matter how hard it is, you will still let yourself live quite well. I admire you very much. I don't care how you live your life, but at this point, Commander-in-Chief Xia's eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. But I can't tolerate you plotting against the Xia family. Chapter 56-55. The Red Star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Commander-in-Chief Xia was a very principled person. Even if someone wanted to mess with him in private, he would not say anything. However, if the other party implicated his family, that would be crossing the line. However, the smart Miss Xiao obviously missed this point. Perhaps it was because she had been found by her ex-husband's family and was anxious that she did not consider the big picture, as she usually did. That was why she leaked the information and angered Commander-in-Chief Xia. In order to get close to Xia Jinyuan, the smart Miss Xiao had tested him time and time again. As soon as she returned to the country, she immediately began to test her and brought Madame Li to test her. Ever since that time, she felt that she had tested out how much old Madame and old Master Xiao valued Xia Jinyuan. Hence, Madame Xiao decided to start with Xia Jinyuan. She wanted to first coax Xia Jinyuan into acknowledging her as his biological mother. After that, she would make Xia Jinyuan take the initiative to look for old Madame and old Master Xiao. Since old Madame Xiao and old Master Xiao valued Xia Jinyuan so much, they would naturally comply with Xia Jinyuan. In that case, Miss Xiao would be able to rely on her family Xia again. In the end, after using Mrs. Li to test his family Xia, Xia Jinyuan was not fooled at all. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Ignore Ms. Shaw. Seeing that there was no way out, Madame Xiao probed again, which was the one in the hospital. When she went to the hospital to visit the injured Xia Jinyuan, she was politely asked to leave and had a short chat with Commander-in-Chief Xia. From this conversation, Madame Xiao deliberately told Commander-in-Chief Xia that the Du family had their eyes on Xia Jinyuan. She thought that with her relationship with the Du family, Commander-in-Chief Xia might want to use her to find out about the Du family's movements for the sake of her son. However, she did not expect that what she got in return was a warning from her ex-husband. He did not bother to get any information from her at all. From this test, she found out that her ex-husband, who had not started a new family after the divorce, did not still have her in his heart like what Madame Li had said. This also made her give up the idea of reconciling with her ex-husband and think of other ways. It could be said that Madame Xiao, who had returned to China for a few years, had thought of all kinds of ways to accept Xia Jinyuan, but there was only one result. It was impossible to get close to Xia Jinyuan. She wanted to take it slow and steady, but the current situation did not allow her to do so. Her ex-husband's family had already made new moves, so she had to speed up. Therefore, with the scene of Madame Xiao crying in front of the family Xia tonight, she wanted to let the happy family Xia see her pitiful state. As long as there was one person who pitied her, she could make good use of it and use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Moreover, she also thought that if she cried at the door on Xia Jinyuan's auspicious day, old Madame and old Master Xiao would mediate a few words in order to keep the peace. At that time, she would kneel down and admit her mistake, repent, and ask her ex-husband to say a few words on her behalf so that Xia Jinyuan would understand her. Then, she would slowly do some things and completely win over Xia Jinyuan's heart. That was her plan, and she thought it would work. However, she did not expect that her ex-husband would find out about her past, what she had done, and what she was thinking. Madame Xiao panicked. She was so panicked that cold sweat broke out on her back. She was so panicked that she could not calm down and find another excuse to escape. Old Madame Xiao was so angry that her vision turned black. Shameless! Shameless! How could there be such a shameless person in this world? For her own sake, she would even use her own flesh and blood. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs, but this woman was so cruel. Chapter 56:56. 10,000 miles read, Star lives up to your expectations. Xia Jinyuan saw that Madame Dowager's expression was not good, so he hurriedly poured tea for her. Grandma, don't be angry. There's nothing to be angry about. You know that she's always been this kind of person, so there's nothing strange about what she does. I know that in my heart, so I won't fall for her tricks. It's not worth it to get angry because of her. On the other hand, Xia Jinyuan was very calm. He had never had any hope for Madame Xiao, and had never treated her as his own mother. Therefore, whatever Madame Xiao did was a scheme by a stranger. Xia Jinyuan would not be angry, but would find a way to get back at her. Tonight, if Commander-in-Chief Xia did not investigate Madame Xiao, Xia Jinyuan would take the initiative to investigate, and then take the initiative to attack her. Now that even Madame Xiao's motive was clear, Xia Jinyuan did not take Madame Xiao seriously. To comfort Madame Dowager, he said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "You have to pay with your life for murder. Madame Xiao has done something wrong. I suggest that you inform the embassy as soon as possible so that the embassy can contact the local police and extradite Madame Xiao as soon as possible. A murderer in our country is no different from a time bomb. Let's get rid of her as soon as possible so that everyone can rest assured. Cut the crap and get straight to the point. Take note, after reading for a long time, please pay attention to your eyes. Let's get to the point. Madame Xiao, who was kneeling, was heartbroken by her own son's heartlessness. She was so hurt that tears streamed down her face, and her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Yuan, even you misunderstood me? I really didn't. Xia Jinyuan did not even look at her. What misunderstanding? What misunderstanding was there? It was just Madame Xiao's sophistry. She was really good at sophistry. She was wrong, but she thought she was right. She was thinking hard for others, but they all misunderstood her. TSK, TSK, TSK. How pitiful. But who would care? No one cared. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't want to bother with her. Seeing that she was still trying to defend herself, Commander-in-Chief Xia's heart was desolate at this moment. Shuman, did you change because of you? Or is it because I never understood you? That year, when sixth brother was injured, you specially came to the hospital to visit him. I even put in a good word for you in front of sixth brother, saying that you were worried about him. I also think that even if the Du family is investigating sixth brother, as his mother, you definitely won't harm him. Later, everything told me that I was wrong, very, very wrong. For your own sake, you framed old fifth, tormented my parents, and hoodwinked old sixth. Shoe man, you stirred up a storm in the city all by yourself, making everyone think that old sixth is unfilial. You just want to make more and more trouble and finally force old sixth to come out and apologize to you, and then acknowledge you as his son. For your own sake, you don't care about whether others are good or bad, and you don't treat others as human beings at all. Shoe man, your selfishness is terrifying. Every sentence hit Madame Zhao's psychological defense line. If it were anyone else, they would have run away because of guilt. But Madame Zhao didn't. She collapsed on the ground, heartbroken. Why are you all treating me like this? I clearly didn't do anything wrong, so why are you all misunderstanding me? Why is it that all of my good intentions have changed in your eyes? I didn't hurt anyone. I've done so many good deeds, so why would I hurt anyone? Why are you all wronged? Why are you all targeting me? What do I have to do to satisfy you? Tell me, will you? Tell me, okay? Chapter 56-57. The red star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56-57. Betrayal, she cried and begged as if she had suffered a great grievance. The whole world had betrayed her. The whole world was against her, and the whole world did not understand her. The old lady didn't want to listen anymore. She got up and walked towards Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao, who was complaining about her grievances, saw it from the corner of her eye. She shrank back slightly and lowered her head. She supported herself with one hand on the ground and the other on her chest. She continued to cry sorrowfully. Xiao Shuman, our family Xia's floor has been dirted by your tears. Now, wipe the floor of my house properly. The old madam thought that her tears were dirty. Madame Zhao cried again and looked up at her ex-husband. Xin Hui, what about you? You think so too? As her son, Xia Jinyuan was on the verge of vomiting. He wanted to laugh even more. He laughed and said to his father, Dad, your ex-wife is such a weirdo. Back then, were you highly short-sighted, or were you blinded by lard to take a fancy to such a person? I really don't understand. Back then, you were a handsome, talented, and good-looking man. Why did you fall for someone who can act, cry, and pretend? And was she trying to appeal to you again and beg you to take pity on her and grant her her wish for the sake of her former state? I'll tell you in advance. If you're blinded by her again, Grandma, you'll probably lose a son or a grandson in the future. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 0 recommended reading. I'd rather have one less son. Old Madame Gu was so domineering that Xia Jinyuan felt at ease. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face darkened as he was embarrassed by his own son's words. It's said that when we were young, we were all rash. Who would have thought too much? Hurry and help old Madam back to her room to rest. I'll handle this. Don't. If I don't see her leave with my own eyes today, I won't be able to sleep tonight. The old man waved his hand decisively and said what Xia Jinyuan was thinking. Xia Jinyuan said, Seriously, Dad, when are you going to take action? I'm still waiting. Commander-in-Chief Xia glanced at Madame Zhao and then at his son. He lowered his head and said to Madame Zhao, who was still kneeling and refusing to leave, Shuman, I've already informed the embassy. You'd better pack up and go back as soon as possible. Don't be in a hurry and leave behind many valuable things which will benefit others. Madame Zhao, who was so flustered that she could only cry to cover up her panic, was angered again. Xia Xinhui, you're good, you're good. We were once husband and wife, yet you're so heartless. Shuman, it's only when you're here that I'm going back. It can't be that you're the only one coming, and I'm not going back. For the sake of our relationship as husband and wife, I've always been polite to you when you visited so many times. This time, I really can't be polite anymore. It has nothing to do with being heartless. It's just business. Commander-in-Chief Xia sighed. Only his ex-wife could not see the current situation clearly. No, it wasn't that she couldn't see the current situation clearly. In the end, she was just too selfish and took things for granted. Could Madame Xiao continue to stay at Family Xia? Of course not. She got up and left with the words, "You're heartless, and I'm so wronged." The moment she walked out of Family Xia's door, Madame Xiao put away all the emotions on her face and raised her hand to slowly wipe away the tears on her face. She then turned back and looked at the door of Family Xia with a gloomy expression. She and Family Xia were still not on good terms even after decades. Madame Xiao retracted her gaze and returned to her car. After sitting for a while, she started the car and left. Chapter 56-58. The red star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56-58. Urban Romance. Chapter 56-58. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Commander-in-Chief Xia and Xia Jinyuan were standing in front of Old Master Xia, listening to him lecture them. Old Master Xia was lecturing his son, not his grandson. Since there's something wrong with this woman, you should have sent her away long ago. Why did you keep her until today? Look at this, look at this. Everyone is unhappy now that she has caused such a ruckus on such a good day. Let me tell you, if you anger your mother to death, I'll see how you're going to deal with it. When you meet this Xiao Shuman, you procrastinate. No wonder she asked you if you think so just now. From your attitude, even I misunderstood if you still have feelings for her. Xia Jinyuan silently turned his head away. He almost thought that his father had other thoughts about Ms. Xiao. Dad, it's nothing. Don't make a fuss. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to say something, the phone in his trouser pocket vibrated. Commander-in-Chief Xia had to stop talking and take out his phone. It was a series of numbers that were all zeros. It was obvious that it was a fake number. He glanced at it and winked at Xia Jinyuan. "I'm going out to take a call," he said to the old man, and quickly left the room. After the door was closed, Xia Jinyuan frowned thoughtfully. He knew that old man Xia would not let a murderer off the hook. Once he found out who the murderer was, he would immediately bring the murderer to justice. So why was old man Xia so slow in dealing with Ms. Xiao? Could it be that there was another reason? Just as she thought of this, Master Xia's vigorous voice rang out. "Sixth brother, why do I think your father is so good?" Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 0 recommended reading. Are you hiding something from us? Quick, go and listen to what he said. Xia Jinyuan did not move. If he really had other plans, he wouldn't have told us just now. Even if I heard what he said, I wouldn't have been able to guess everything. Besides, do you think I can hear anything in front of him? He's much stronger than me. I'm afraid I'll be discovered as soon as I show my head. Commander-in-Chief Xia and Xia Jinyuan were standing in front of old Master Xia, listening to him lecture them. Old Master Xia was lecturing his son, not his grandson. "Since there's something wrong with this woman, you should have sent her away long ago. Why did you keep her until today? Look at this, look at this. Everyone is unhappy because of this mess on such a good day. Let me tell you, if you anger your mother to death, I'll see how you're going to deal with it." When you meet this Xiao Schumann, you procrastinate. No wonder she asked you if you think so just now. From your attitude, even I misunderstood if you still have feelings for her. Xia Jinyuan silently looked away. He almost thought that his father had other thoughts about Ms. Xiao. Dad, it's nothing. Don't make a fuss. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to say something, the phone in his trouser pocket vibrated. Commander-in-Chief Xia had no choice but to stop talking and take out his phone. It was a call filled with zeros. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a fake number. He glanced at it and winked at Xia Jinyuan. He said to old Master Xia, "I'm going out to take this call." Then he quickly left the room. After the door closed, Xia Jinyuan frowned thoughtfully. He knew that old Master Xia wouldn't let a murderer off the hook. Once he found out who the murderer was, he would definitely bring the murderer to justice. So why was old Master Xia so slow when dealing with Ms. Xiao? Could it be that there was another reason? Just as he thought about it, Master Xia's deep voice sounded. "Sixth brother, why do I feel like your father is still hiding something from us? Quick, go and listen to what he said." Xia Jinyuan didn't move. If he really has other plans, he wouldn't have told us just now. Even if I heard what he said, I wouldn't be able to guess everything. Besides, do you think I'll be able to hear anything in front of him? He's much better than I am. I'm afraid that I'll be discovered as soon as I show my face. Chapter 56-59. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56-59. Urban Romance. Chapter 56-59. Betrayal Hot Tea was simple, and so was Peanuts. She tore open the packaging she bought from the supermarket and scooped the peanuts into a bowl. After getting into the pit, the father and son sat down cross-legged. Commander-in-Chief Xia took a sip of tea and ate a peanut. Back home, no matter how impressive his military might was and how high his status was, he would still be an ordinary person. I'm afraid she has something to do with Uncle Chen's death. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan, who was sipping hot tea with his head lowered, suddenly looked up. His eyes were as sharp as arrows. Uncle Chen's death can't be unrelated to her. What did you find? What did you confirm? When he finished speaking, there was already a very strong killing intent. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't find his reaction strange at all. Her husband's family isn't an ordinary family overseas. They have deep connections with some underground markets. Back then, when your mother left with this person, I suspect that it wasn't entirely Madame Li's arrangement. It's very likely that the other party had targeted your mother in advance and took the opportunity to make a move. Xia Jinyuan didn't really want to hear about the past again, but he knew that old man Xia wouldn't bring up the past for no reason. There must be something important to bring it up. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Xia Jinyuan's face darkened. Are you saying that the other party did not truly love Ms. Xiao back then? Instead, you want to steal secrets through Ms. Xiao? Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. / more than 20 years ago, it was the time when spies were the most prevalent. Many spies set their sights on the wives of soldiers and did everything they could to steal secrets. What was old man Xia doing back then? I only have a suspicion, but I don't have enough evidence. It's mainly because your mother left with someone else. I only met her once when I came back, and it was only to settle the divorce procedures. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't want to talk about the past, but he felt that there was some connection between the two of them. Leaving aside the past, what have you found that makes you think she's related to Uncle Chen's death? We found out that she is in contact with some foreign organizations and that she has many old photos in her hands. Among them, there is an old black and white photo of your Uncle Chun lying in the trenches. Upon seeing these old photos, Commander-in-Chief Xia immediately verified the identities of all the people in the old photos. Among them, other than Uncle Chen's identity, Commander-in-Chief Xia had been investigating the rest. Xia Jinyuan frowned. What about Li Chuhai? Didn't Yi Ying and Sun Dongqing also leak information about Uncle Chen? Shouldn't Li Chuhai be the most suspicious one? What if Li Chuhai and your mother already knew each other? Commander-in-Chief Xia dropped another bombshell. Perhaps it was because Xia Jinyuan had already suffered a huge blow, but this time he did not have much of an expression. It was not impossible for them to know each other. Next, Miss Xiao will definitely find a way to leave the country. As long as she leaves, someone will be watching her. It's good that you know what you're doing. If necessary, I will send you out to resolve this matter. Also, hide it from Xiao Yi for the time being. It won't be too late to tell Xiao Yi after you've confirmed everything. Commander-in-Chief Xia instructed carefully. Xia Jinyuan nodded with a cold look in his eyes. He was still thinking in his heart, does she know about the relationship between Yi Qian and Uncle Chen? Did she find out about Uncle Chen through the photos? Or did she find Uncle Chen through Yi Qian? It was very important. If she found Uncle Chen through Yi Qian, then Xia Jinyuan's heart trembled uncontrollably. Then his little fox would definitely think that he had indirectly caused Uncle Chen's death. There are two possibilities. First, she doesn't know Xiao Yi, but after she returned to the country, she secretly found out that Xiao Yi was with Uncle Chen. So, she sent a text message to Xiao Yi to Beijing and waited for an opportunity to kill her. Chapter 5660. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 5660. Urban Romance. Hot tea was simple, and so was peanuts. She tore open the packaging she bought from the supermarket and scooped the peanuts into a bowl. After getting into the pit, the father and son sat down cross-legged. Commander-in-Chief Xia took a sip of tea and ate a peanut. After returning home, no matter how impressive his military might was and how high his status was, he would still be an ordinary person. I'm afraid she has something to do with Uncle Chen's death. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan, who was sipping hot tea with his head lowered, suddenly looked up. His eyes were as sharp as arrows. Uncle Chen's death can't be unrelated to her. What did you find? What did he confirm? When he finished speaking, there was already a very strong killing intent. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't find his reaction strange at all. Her husband's family isn't an ordinary family overseas. They have deep connections with some underground markets. Back then, when your mother left with this person, I suspect that it wasn't entirely Madame Li's arrangement. It's very likely that the other party had targeted your mother in advance and took the opportunity to make a move. Xia Jinyuan didn't really want to hear about the past again, but he knew that old man Xia wouldn't bring up the past for no reason. There must be something important to bring it up. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Xia Jinyuan's face darkened. Are you saying that the other party didn't truly love Ms. Xiao back then? Instead, you want to steal secrets through Ms. Xiao? Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. / more than 20 years ago, it was the time when spies were the most prevalent. Many spies set their sights on the wives of soldiers and did everything they could to steal secrets. What was old man Xia doing back then? I only have a suspicion, but I don't have enough evidence. It's mainly because your mother left with someone else. I only met her once when I came back, and it was only to settle the divorce procedures. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't want to talk about the past, but he felt that there was some connection between the two of them. Leaving aside the past, what have you found that makes you think she's related to Uncle Chen's death? We found out that she is in contact with some foreign organizations and that she has many old photos in her hands. Among them, there is an old black and white photo of your Uncle Chun lying in the trenches. Upon seeing these old photos, Commander-in-Chief Xia immediately verified the identities of all the people in the old photos. Among them, other than Uncle Chen's identity, Commander-in-Chief Xia had been investigating the rest. Xia Jinyuan frowned. What about Li Chuhai? Didn't Yi Ying and Sun Dongqing also leak information about Uncle Chen? Shouldn't Li Chuhai be the most suspicious one? What if Li Chuhai and your mother already knew each other? Commander-in-Chief Xia dropped another bombshell. Perhaps it was because Xia Jinyuan had already suffered a huge blow, but this time he did not have much of an expression. It was not impossible for them to know each other. Next, Miss Xiao will definitely find a way to leave the country. As long as she leaves, someone will be watching her. It's good that you know what you're doing. If necessary, I will send you out to resolve this matter. Also, hide it from Xiao Yi for the time being. It won't be too late to tell Xiao Yi after you've confirmed everything. Commander-in-Chief Xia instructed carefully. Xia Jinyuan nodded with a cold look in his eyes. He was still thinking in his heart, does she know about the relationship between Yi Qian and Uncle Chen? Did she find out about Uncle Chen through the photos? Or did she find Uncle Chen through Yi Qian? It was very important. If she found Uncle Chen through Yi Qian, then Xia Jinyuan's heart trembled uncontrollably. Then his little fox would definitely think that he had indirectly caused Uncle Chen's death. There are two possibilities. First, she doesn't know Xiao Yi, but after she returned to the country, she secretly found out that Xiao Yi was with Uncle Chen. So, she sent a text message to Xiao Yi to Beijing and waited for an opportunity to kill her. Chapter 56:61. The Great Red Star lives up to your expectations. CMS, please note, take care of your eyes after reading for a long time. Arget equals _blank 11311/modules/article/homepage of books. Bookmark. Recommend this book. Commander-in-Chief Xia paused for a moment before speaking of the second possibility. The second possibility is that she knows Xiao Yi. Because of your relationship with Xiao Yi, she went to investigate. Unexpectedly, she found Uncle Chen, sent him a text message, and waited for an opportunity to kill him. Both possibilities exist. The first possibility is more likely. Two possibilities. Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice. She met Yi Qian last time, and this was the first time she met Yi Qian. Previously, she probably found out about Yi Qian through Madame Li. So the second possibility is not very likely. The first possibility is more likely. Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded. We'll see what she does next. She might not give up on you, but she has no choice but to do so for now. All right, it's getting late. You have to get up early tomorrow and return to the army. Rest well. I'll inform you of her situation via text message. Remember, hide it from Xiao Yi for now. Only tell Xiao Yi after the truth is confirmed. Xia Jinyuan's gaze became sharper at this moment. In that case, Madame Xiao has a lot to do with Uncle Chen's death. We just have to wait for the most crucial evidence to come out, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have reminded me again and again not to tell Yi Qian. Because you're afraid that Yi Qian will find out that Uncle Chen's death is related to Madame Xiao. Please note, take care of your eyes after reading for a long time. Because of the estrangement in her heart, she broke off the marriage and didn't want to marry into family Xia, right? Commander-in-Chief Xia. His son was not smart, so he had a headache. His son was too smart, so he had a headache too. Commander-in-Chief Xia waved his hand and chased him away. I didn't say anything. It's fine as long as you know what you're doing. What he was worried about was just as Xia Jinyuan had said. I'll tell her that she's been looking for Uncle Chen's murderer all this time. In order to take revenge, she's been practicing her skills. She only wants to one day kill the murderer. If it's really related to Madame Xiao, I'll support her no matter what she does. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to hide it from Yi Jian. If he really hid such a big thing from Yi Jian would be estranged from him. She might even regret it out of anger. Uncle Chen was one of Xiao Ye's closest family members. He was her bottom line. Even someone as close as Xia Jinyuan could not touch him. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't say anything else. He just sent Xia Jinyuan to rest. He told Xia Jinyuan about this in advance because he wanted to give Xia Jinyuan a heads up. Once he got hold of the key evidence, he couldn't hide it from Yi Qian. Back then, he had promised Yi Qian that he would tell her as long as there was any news. When that day came, he would take it one step at a time. The worst-case scenario of breaking off the marriage agreement might not happen. Yi Qian was already sitting in a jeep heading to the border town. In about 2 hours, he would arrive at the border town and meet with the border police. At the border town's checkpoint, a middle-aged man was pacing back and forth in the office. After walking for a while, he sat back down in his chair. He felt a chill in his heart, stood up, and continued pacing back and forth. This repeated several times. A drug enforcement officer, who was holding a large brimmed hat and covering his face, moved his body slightly, and the hat covering his face fell. Sleeping, he reacted quickly and caught the hat. He opened his eyes, which were a little sleepy. As he was sleeping, his eyes were illuminated by the glaring incandescent light in the office. He couldn't help but raise his hand to shield his eyes. Hearing footsteps, the officer who was sleeping soundly groaned. He struggled to sit up straight and leaned his back against the sofa. He rubbed his eyes a few times and said with a smile, "You can't calm down." Chapter 56:62. Listen to my advice. Before she arrives, you should have a good rest. Don't worry and have a good rest. I've already said that we've worked with Xiao Yi before. She's a 1-in-a-million strong character. Even if she's half dead, she'll still come back alive. Why don't you believe me? The case 2 years ago gave us a headache for half a year. Look, she came and solved our problem. The policeman who spoke was none other than Captain Deng, whom Yi Qian had met 2 years ago. Back then, in order to get close to Lena, Captain Deng had carefully selected people from the public security system. Even the anniversary of the special forces around him had passed. In the end, Captain Deng's requirements were not met. In the end, Yi Qian came and met Captain Deng's requirements. This time, criminals from neighboring countries sneaked into our country. Due to the difficult personnel, Captain Deng recommended Yi Qian. That was why Yi Qian went to the border again. However, it was not the border near the Golden Triangle, but another small border city. Captain Deng was 100% confident in Yi Qian. The leader of the armed police force was not familiar with Yi Qian, so he was worried. He was afraid that the person sent by the higher-ups would meet with an accident in their place. It would be difficult for him to explain. Captain Deng said, "Listen to my advice. Before she arrives, you should have a good rest. Don't worry and have a good rest. I've already said that we've worked with Xiao Yi before. She's a 1-in-a-million strong character. Even if she's half dead, she'll still come back alive. Why don't you believe me? The case 2 years ago gave us a headache for half a year. Look, she came and solved our problem." The policeman who spoke was none other than Captain Deng, whom Yi Qian had met 2 years ago. In order to get close to Lena, Captain Deng had carefully selected people from the public security system. Even the anniversary of the special forces around him had passed. In the end, Captain Deng's requirements were not met. In the end, Yi Qian came and met Captain Deng's requirements. This time, criminals from neighboring countries sneaked into our country. Due to the difficult personnel, Captain Deng recommended Yi Qian. That was why Yi Qian went to the border again. However, it was not the border near the Golden Triangle, but another small border city. When it came to Yi Qian, Captain Deng was 100% assured. The leader of the armed police force was not familiar with Yi Qian, so he was worried. He was afraid that the people sent by the higher-ups would get into trouble with them, and it would be difficult for him to explain himself. You, he said, listen to me before she arrives. You'd better have a good rest. Don't worry. Have a good rest. Have a good rest. I've already said that we've worked with Xiao Yi before. She's a 1 in a million powerful character. Even if she's half dead, she'll still come back alive. Why don't you believe me? The case 2 years ago gave us a headache for more than half a year. It was only because of her that our problem was solved. The policeman who spoke was none other than Captain Deng, whom Yi Qian had met 2 years ago. Back then, in order to get close to Lena, Captain Deng had carefully selected people from the public security system. Even the anniversary of the special forces around him had passed, but in the end, they still did not meet Captain Deng's requirements. In the end, Yi Qian came and met Captain Deng's requirements. This time, criminals from neighboring countries sneaked into our country. Due to the difficult personnel, Captain Deng recommended Yi Qian. That was why Yi Qian went to the border again. However, it was not the border near the Golden Triangle, but another small border city. Captain Deng was 100% assured of Yi Qian. The leader of the armed police force was not familiar with Yi Qian, so he was worried. He was afraid that the people sent by the higher-ups would get into trouble with them, and it would be difficult for him to explain. Chapter 56:63. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56:63. Unforgettable, Urban Romance. Chapter 56:63. Unforgettable. At around 2:00 in the morning, a military jeep drove towards the Border Defense Building. It stopped, and the sentry verified the identity and let the vehicle pass. Inside the building, the lights in a dark office lit up. After getting out of the car, Yi Qian raised his head and looked at the old and renovated Border Defense Building. His eyes narrowed slightly. The night was dark, and the main structure of the Border Defense Building was hidden in the darkness. Even so, Yi Qian felt a sense of familiarity when he first saw it. She seemed to have seen this building somewhere before. She was sure that she had never been to the Border Defense Building before and after her rebirth, so she shouldn't have a sense of familiarity. However, she felt that she had seen it before. She should have seen it somewhere. Could it be that she had seen a building similar to the Border Defense Building in some city? Yi Qian didn't think too much about it. She should focus on what she needed to do next. In the car, she had a general understanding of the situation. The Zheng detachment at the border would tell her the details. She also had a lot of questions. Capturing the Burmese fugitives was something that the border police could easily handle. Why would they report it to the higher-ups and ask for backup? Just because she knew one of the female bandits. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading Who Knew That She Knew This Female Bandit? With questions in mind, Yi Qian entered the Border Defense Building. In the office on the 5th floor of the Border Defense Building, Zhang Weiwei washed his face and put on his military uniform. He walked out of the office with Captain Deng of the Narcotics Division to welcome Yi Qian. There were 7 floors in total, and there was no elevator installed. All the floors were stairs. In the dead of the night, the sound of footsteps gradually came from the 1st floor. Gradually, the footsteps became clearer and clearer. Captain Deng held the handrail with one hand and looked down from the crack of the stairs. He smiled and said, "We're on the 3rd floor. When you see it later, you'll immediately understand the true meaning of a sentence. Stop bullshitting me. Zhang Weiwei tugged at the hem of his clothes. The military belt around his waist was pulled to his chest and back, as if it had been ironed. Zhang Weiwei was looking forward to it, but he was also very worried. The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs was getting closer and closer. Soon, they reached the 4th floor. Step by step, they were unhurried and calm. For some reason, Zhang Weiwei suddenly felt a sense of relief. Go downstairs. Zhang Weiwei muttered one word in a low voice. He lifted his feet and went downstairs to welcome Yi Qian, instead of sitting at the top of the stairs on the 5th floor to wait for him. The lights in the stairwell were all 100-watt incandescent bulbs, so the entire stairwell was as bright as day. When Yi Qian heard footsteps coming down the stairs, he slowed down and looked up the stairs. Zhang Wei came down from above to greet her warmly. You must be Xiao Yi. Thank you for your hard work. You've come such a long way. Before he could finish saying, come here, Zhang Weiwei's voice and smile stopped, replaced by an extremely shocked expression. Captain Deng, who came down after him, laughed heartily. Xiao Yi, long time no see. Do you still remember who I am? Captain Deng, who had a thin face and sharp eyes, stood side by side with the shocked Zhang Weiwei on the stairs. He smiled happily at Yi Qian. You probably haven't forgotten who I am, right? Yi Qian's gaze moved from Zhang Weiwei's face to Captain Deng's face. He suppressed the shock on Zhang Weiwei's face when he saw him and smiled warmly. Long time no see, Captain Deng. Captain Deng of the Narcotics Division and the black and white photo wall in the Narcotics Division building. She might forget many people and many things in her life, but she would never forget Captain Deng and the black and white photo wall. Chapter 56-64. The red star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56-64. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Surprise. Urban Romance. Chapter 56-64. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation bewildered Yi Qian's recognition made Captain Deng very happy. Ha ha ha, you didn't forget. You still remember me. It must have been hard on you. Captain Deng, who was speaking, also noticed that something was amiss with the Zhang detachment. He immediately took over the role of host and entertained Yi Qian first. It's already so late, yet you're still in a hurry. The situation is really a little tricky, and we need you to help us. Come. Let's go upstairs and talk in the office. This is detachment Zhang. Look at him. I just told him to be mentally prepared, but he turned a deaf ear to my words. Why is he standing there in a daze? After patting detachment Zhang on the shoulder, Captain Deng was also very puzzled. Old Zheng's expression was very strange. It was not because he was shocked to see Yi Qian, but because he had discovered something that shocked him. Go upstairs, old Zheng. You're still in shock. Xiao Yi was indeed beautiful, but what was even more beautiful was not her appearance, but her ability. That's called breathtaking. It's unforgettable after you see it. Anyone who saw Yi Qian for the first time, no matter who it was, would only have one word to describe their first impression of him. Beautiful. There were many beautiful girls, but Yi Qian's beauty was not just limited to her physical beauty. She had a spiritual aura that could make people's eyes linger on her. However, Zhang Weiwei's first impression of Yi Qian was not because of Yi Qian's beauty. Captain Deng patted the shoulder to remind Zhang Weiwei to pull back from the shock. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Thinking, he readjusted his expression and a warm smile appeared on his face. This time, there was less politeness in his smile and there was a trace of imperceptible intimacy. Welcome, Xiao Yi. Welcome to Border City to guide our work. Guide work. Yi Qian was a little embarrassed. He maintained a smile and replied, I don't dare to guide you. I still need Team Zhang to guide me. Zhang Weiwei seemed to sense Yi Qian's awkwardness and immediately laughed out loud. He's shy and isn't used to formalities. Advice and guidance are mutual matters. Next, we need to give advice and guidance together. Her words resolved Yi Qian's awkwardness. Zheng Weiwei laughed and said, I finally understand what Captain Deng wanted to tell me. You can't judge a book by its cover. Captain Deng, I'm right. They were already standing on the 5th floor when the two of them shook hands for the first time. Captain Deng also shook hands with Yi Qian and said with a smile, That's right. You can't judge a book by its cover. I understand this, saying the most from Xiao Yi. The two border police officers who received Yi Qian stood to the side quietly and listened to the leaders talk. They did not interrupt. The three of them chatted and laughed as they entered the office. Zheng Weiwei personally poured a cup of hot water for Yi Qian. Come, have a drink first. We'll be chatting for a while. Yi Qian stood up and accepted the cup politely. He then realized that Zheng Weiwei was secretly sizing him up with a probing gaze. Yi Qian lowered his head and drank the water. He became more and more suspicious. Zheng Weiwei was quite strange. He did not doubt her ability because of her young age. It was as if he knew her before. It was also as if he was very surprised and was secretly looking for something. Captain Deng also realized that old Zheng was very strange when he saw Yi Qian. Yes, Captain Deng reminded him softly, indicating for Zheng Weiwei to behave normally. Xiao Yi must have noticed something was wrong. Zheng Weiwei gave Captain Deng a look to reassure him that he knew what was going on. He lowered his head and drank a mouthful of strong tea. He put down his cup and cleared his throat. He looked serious. Xiao Yi, before we talk about business, I have a private matter to ask. If I don't ask, I won't be able to talk about business. 4M. Chapter 56-65. The 10,000 miles Red Star will live up to your expectations. Originally an old friend's daughter. Urban romance. JIEQI originally an old friend's daughter private matter? What private matter? Old Zheng and little Yi had nothing to do with each other before this. So how could it be a private matter? If Captain Deng didn't know Zheng Weiwei's character, he would have thought otherwise. Facing Zheng Weiwei's serious face, Yi Qian didn't know why, but her heart skipped a beat. She had a feeling that Zheng Weiwei was going to talk about a private matter that she was very concerned about. Zheng Weiwei, please ask. Yi Qian sat up straight. Wait a moment, I need to get something. Zheng Weiwei stood up and walked to the desk. He put one hand on the desk and bent down. His other hand opened the left middle drawer. After rummaging through it, he took out an old photo album. Yi Qian looked at the photo album and thought about Zheng Weiwei's expression when he first saw her. Then she thought about the familiar border defense building. As smart as Yi Qian was, she had an answer in her heart. Zheng Weiwei opened the photo album and flipped to one of the pages. Then he passed the photo album to Yi Qian. Little Yi, look at this old photo. Look carefully. Captain Deng also looked over. He sat on the black single-seater sofa to Yi Qian's left. He only needed to lean forward slightly to see the photo. And take care of your eyes after reading it for a long time. As a drug enforcement officer, he was good at noticing details. With just one glance, he immediately understood why Zheng Weiwei was so shocked when he saw Yi Qian, and why there was something strange about her. Little Yi, you look very similar to old Zheng's female comrade, but your eyes are slightly different, Captain Deng said in a low voice, and looked at Yi Qian. He saw that the corners of Yi Qian's mouth were tightly pursed. She's trying to control her emotions. Captain Deng immediately stopped talking. He had a guess in his heart. Zheng Weiwei said in a low voice, My comrade, Hong Mei. Little Yi, you are very similar to her, very similar. In his reminiscing tone, There was a sadness that had been tempered by time. She sacrificed herself in the border city for more than 20 years. I was shocked to see you. I suspect you're an old friend. Yi Qian looked at the old black and white photo. His gaze was very gentle. His fingers caressed the young woman in the photo. After a long time, Yi Qian looked up and gave Captain Zheng a bright smile. I'm similar to her because we're related by blood. She's my mother, and I'm her daughter. In fact, Zheng Weiwei already had a promise in his heart. Years ago, when he was investigating the cause of Hong Mei's death, he had also made an appointment to talk to him. He had also learned from Kai that Hong Mei had a daughter who had been left behind. Kai had said that the daughter's facial features were very similar to Hong Mei's. Only her eyebrows and eyes were slightly different. She probably resembled her father. At that time, when he heard Kai's words, he didn't believe it. Later, when his superiors asked him to talk about Hong Mei's death, he suddenly realized that there was more to Hong Mei's death, and it was very likely that Hong Mei's daughter had dug up this information. Since then, he really wanted to see Hong Mei's daughter. However, Kai had actually said that he had lost contact with her and didn't know where she had gone. He only knew that Hong Mei's daughter had taken the same path as them and became a soldier. When he found out that they had lost contact, he felt that it was a pity for a long time. He thought that he would never be able to see Hong Mei's daughter in this lifetime. He had never thought that one day he would see a young female soldier who looked almost the same as Hong Mei. When he saw Yi Qian, Zhang Weiwei was so shocked that he almost asked if Yi Qian was Hong Mei's daughter. Fortunately, he managed to control himself in time and didn't ask. However, he was too shocked and couldn't control the expression on his face. Hearing this, Zhang Weiwei repeatedly said, Okay. His voice was already choked with sobs. 4M. Chapter 56:66. Ending a regret, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Captain Deng could understand Zhang Weiwei. The sacrifice of a comrade was the lifelong pain of all comrades in arms. They would not forget it even if they retired. A daughter inherits her mother's work. Xiao Yi, your mother must be proud of you. Captain Deng sighed. Many years later, her daughter inherited her mother's work and became an indomitable soldier. She even reunited with her mother's comrade. It was like reincarnation, reuniting the friendship of the past. Zheng Weiwei nodded. There was sadness and relief in her smile. That's great. You've grown up and inherited your mother's favorite career. You're wearing your mother's favorite military uniform. She must be very, very happy. You know Lao Kai from Tongqing, right? I know you. It was him who contacted me. Later, he said that he lost contact with you. I regretted it for a long time. I thought that I would never see Hong Mei's daughter in my life. I didn't expect. Zhang Weiwei's eyes were red as he spoke. Excitement, relief, sadness, happiness, everything. Yi Qian did not expect to meet her mother's former comrade here. You're talking about Uncle Kai, right? I know him. Uncle Kai looked for me back then and gave me a diary. That diary became the only memory my mother left for me. Lao Kai, he was more meticulous than us. Your mother saved him back then. He always wanted to repay her kindness, but he didn't expect. Zhang Weiwei looked up and forced back the tears that were about to rush out. He didn't expect that a mission would separate us from your mother. We were too young and ignorant back then. We didn't know the inside story at all. Thanks to the meticulous Lao Kai, we found out the truth. Zheng Weiwei's tone was cold. Fortunately, the truth came out, and the murderer didn't get away with it. If we were as meticulous as Lao Kai back then, the murderer wouldn't have been free for so many years. The identity of the murderer was still in the system. Former comrades, such as Zheng Weiwei and Chief Kai, had more or less heard about it. They couldn't help, so they could only try their best to recall the past and tell the higher-ups so that they could find more clues. The murderer had been killed many years ago. Yi Qian's emotions were no longer as agitated as before. She even comforted Zheng Weiwei. In the end, the murderer did not manage to escape punishment. This was the best ending for him. Zheng Weiwei took the water from Yi Qian and drank a few mouthfuls to calm himself down. He then asked Yi Qian cautiously, "Xiao Yi, do you want go to the place where your mother sacrificed herself? It's in the primeval forest on our side. It's a little far away. After your mission is over, I'll take you there, okay?" She had never thought that she would be able to go to the place where her mother had sacrificed herself. Hearing this, Yi Qian was also a little excited. She nodded vigorously and answered, "Okay, thank you, Zheng Detachment. After our matter is settled, please take me there." "I'll definitely take you there." Zheng Weiwei nodded. Every year, on the day of Hongmei's sacrifice, no matter how busy he was, he would take time out to pay his respects. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. Hongmei was approaching, but her daughter had arrived. Yi Qian remembered it and looked forward to this day coming soon. Zheng Weiwei, who was in a good mood after settling his personal matters, smiled. "You call Lao Kai Uncle Kai, but you call me Zheng Weiwei. That's a little inappropriate. We're both your mother's comrades. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other." Tip: enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 56-66, Panda Literature Settling a Regret. Chapter 56-67. The red star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56-67, Betrayal Goodbye Again, Urban Romance. Chapter 56-67, Betrayal Farewell. Again, she was the daughter of a comrade. Even if they did not have a deep conversation, there was already a sense of closeness in her words and demeanor. Unknowingly, she had already treated the daughter of a comrade as her own junior. There was affection in her closeness, which made the entire atmosphere particularly relaxed and warm. Captain Deng sighed again and again. Yi Qian's fate was really deep. His unintentional suggestion was taken seriously by the political commissar of the armed police force in the border town. Because of the special nature of the case, after careful consideration, the political commissar finally agreed to his suggestion and immediately reported it to the higher-ups. From the military region to the capital, it took less than half a day before Yi Qian received the latest mission. However, Captain Deng and Detachment Zheng did not know that Yi Qian had rushed over from his own engagement party and left his fiancée behind to go to the border town alone. After settling his personal matters and confirming that Yi Qian was his comrade's daughter, Zheng Weiwei's expression turned solemn, and he changed the topic to the main topic. In the middle of the night, the border defense building was like a mythical beast in the ancient town, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that made criminals fear. In the thick night, the stars were faint, the moon was like a crescent, and the shadows of the trees were heavy. When the wind came slowly, the fine leaves rustled and swayed, adding a bit of coldness to the thick night. Far away in a certain high-end residential area in Beijing, V8 had already woken up. In another hour, he would have to leave his girlfriend's house and report back to the army. This was the house of Mrs. Qin and Ambassador Qin Dingcom. It was a duplex, and the master bedroom was here. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Downstairs, the guest rooms were all downstairs. V8 got out of bed quietly, so quietly that even the nanny didn't notice. He wanted to leave quietly so that his girlfriend, Qining, would not be sad. Their relationship had just been established, but he had to leave before he could properly accompany his girlfriend. As her boyfriend, He felt very guilty towards his girlfriend. When it came to parting, it was better to leave quietly. V8, who had gotten out of bed, was sitting in front of the desk in the guest room. He was writing a farewell letter to Qi. Leaving quietly did not mean leaving without saying goodbye. The phone on the corner of the desk vibrated. V8 stopped writing and picked up the phone to check the message. It was a message from King Xia Jinyuan. He didn't attend the engagement ceremony yesterday. King had invited him, but he had to accompany his girlfriend to visit the Qin family's friends and relatives. He could only forget about his friends and didn't attend the team leader's engagement ceremony. What happened next was beyond his expectations, but it was still within reason. At the engagement party, the one who received the emergency mission was not King, but Qin Niao. The roles were reversed. It was not surprising, but it was not surprising. After all, both of them were special forces. The car will arrive in 10 minutes. Xia Jinyuan sent a message to V8. He didn't leave without saying goodbye. The driver of the old mansion sent Xia Jinyuan to the airport. V8 replied with a message. Arrive on time. After replying, there was no response. Xia Jinyuan had read the message, but he didn't reply. At the end of the farewell letter filled with guilt, V8 sighed softly, picked up the pen again, and continued. We met in a hurry, and we parted in a hurry. I was most afraid that you would be wronged, and I was most afraid that you would be sad and cry. I only left a letter to say goodbye. I only hope that you will not miss me when you see the letter. Boyfriend, Su Linshu. V8 did not flip the desk. He wrote the letter to the last blank page of the desk calendar on the desk, put the pen back into the pen holder, and hung the desk calendar in the middle of the desk. When Qi realized that he did not come out in the morning, she would definitely go into the room to check. Then she would see his letter. He folded the blanket into a square piece of tofu out of habit. V8 carried the simple luggage that he had brought to Beijing with Xia Jinyuan that day and opened the door of the guest room. Chapter 56-68. The red star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56-68. Betrayal Heartbeat. Urban Romance. Chapter 56-68. Betrayal Heartbeat. The door opened, and the living room that should have been dark was brightly lit. There were soft voices coming from his girlfriend's mother and her father. The two elders were talking to their girlfriend, Qi. Their voices were too soft for him to hear clearly, but he knew that his girlfriend's family had woken up in the middle of the night. Because of him, his guilt reached its peak at this moment. V8 tightened his grip on his luggage, took a few deep breaths, and strode out of the room. He had originally planned to sleep in a hotel, but his uncle, Ambassador Qin Dingkong, had strongly objected to it. Even his aunt had objected to it and insisted that he stay at home. She had said that if he did not stay at home, it would mean that he was looking down on the Qin family. Looking down on the Qin family? Being put on a high hat. He, the guy who had boldly come to the door, was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly sought help from King, who was also in the capital. King said that since he was sincere in being together with Qi, with marriage as the goal, and not to be a hooligan, moving into the Qin family was a good opportunity to express his sincerity. Following Xia Jinyuan's arrangement, V8 young Shulin stayed at his girlfriend's house for the entire holiday and expressed his sincerity from morning till night. For example, she made breakfast in the morning, lunch in the afternoon, and dinner in the evening. When her culinary skills were revealed, the auntie and uncle's first words were, "They are no longer worried that Qi will starve to death in the future." Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 0 recommended reading. Here we go. Even Qin Xiu, who seemed gentle but was actually distant, nodded in agreement. Conquering his girlfriend's family with his culinary skills and gaining the approval of the Annie who had originally opposed his cooking. This was really unexpected. Later, he found out that his girlfriend's family was not good at cooking. His girlfriend had never done any household chores, and his girlfriend's mother was not good at cooking either. Uncle and Qin Xiu lived a simple life. They had 3 meals a day at work. They were not as familiar with the kitchen knives as he, who had only been here for a few days. The sound of footsteps woke up the family, who were whispering in the living room. Qin ran over in her slippers like a swallow. Seeing the handsome man, Qin Ying's heart ached. V8 saw his girlfriend's sad expression and said softly, "I'm sorry, Ing. I'm sorry that I can't always be with you. I'm sorry that I can't always be by your side. I'm sorry that I can't always belong to her." Qin shook her head and secretly took a deep breath. She revealed a bright smile. "What's there to be sorry about? It's my honor that my country has become my rival in love." Her mentality was very good, and it was very in line with Qin Ying's personality. She was originally a capable, agile, and straightforward person. She was both chic and gentle, which moved V8 the most. How could Qin Ying's heart not be moved by such a woman, who could be as carefree as the wind and tender as well? What made V8 even more dumbfounded was that his girlfriend also chose to leave home in the middle of the night. "Oh, and I didn't get up on purpose to send you to the army. I'm very busy. Hey, look at my plane ticket." Qin flashed her plane ticket. "I'm flying overseas. If you leave, I'll leave too. I don't feel guilty. So what do you have to feel guilty about?" Before V8 could say anything, Mrs. Qin glared at her daughter fiercely. What nonsense was she saying again? Ambassador Qin Dingkong felt that his daughter said it well and agreed. "Ing is right. You both have your own careers to be busy with, so you don't have to feel guilty. You both miss each other in your hearts, understand each other, and look forward to the next time you meet. Don't complain because the other party is busy. Don't be negative because the other party is missing. Don't be resentful because the other party is not by your side. Understand each other and support each other." Chapter 56:69. 10,000 miles of Red Star will live up to your expectations. Chapter 56:69. Love Motherly Love, Urban Romance, Jikikm's Dash, and please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. GT, bookmark, recommend this book, Chapter 56:69. Love Motherly Love. Young people nowadays were not like their generation. In their generation, the men were busy outside while the women stayed at home. Influenced by the concept of men being in charge of external affairs and women being in charge of domestic affairs, they did not have any complaints after getting used to it. However, the young generation today had made a big leap in their thinking. If they used the previous concept to balance the family, there would definitely be problems. And his daughter, Qin, was a woman with a strong career spirit and an extremely carefree personality. It was really impossible for her to find a man who worked from 9 to 5 in the city. After thinking about it, she realized that finding a soldier as a boyfriend and husband was the best choice. Just like now, she also needed to go out to work, and her boyfriend also needed to return to the army, so there was no need for one side to wait bitterly. The only troublesome thing was that when she had children in the future, if the parents were so busy, it would be disadvantageous for the child's growth. Mrs. Qin was so angry at her husband's words that she gritted her teeth. What did he mean by not needing to feel guilty? A man would only treat his daughter better if he felt guilty. Don't bring your outside tricks into the house. Mrs. Qin warned in a low voice. Ain goes out all year round. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Who can stand it if she goes out? Although her voice was low, V8 heard everything. Hearing this, he said very sincerely, Auntie Ing has her own career and world that belongs to her. I have no right to restrict her. Wherever she wants to go, I will support her unconditionally. Don't worry, Ing and I will definitely be fine. We won't be casual. After saying that, V8 looked at Cheening with a gentle gaze and teased, as long as Cheening doesn't abandon me, I will definitely carry on this relationship to the end. How dare she? Ambassador Cheen Dingkong glared at his daughter. Cheening. He was not worried that V8 would have a change of heart at all. Instead, he was worried that his daughter was unreliable and would make Mrs. Cheen, who was beside her, angry. Did she know how to speak? Did she know how to speak human language? Stand to the side. Mrs. Cheen, who couldn't take it anymore, elegantly pushed her husband aside and stood in front of V8. She restrained her expression and said rather sternly, Shulin, Auntie won't hide it from you. Before, I didn't think highly of you and Ing, mainly because of the difference in social status. It's easy to have differences in certain things. For example, Cheening spends a lot of money. No matter how expensive it is, she doesn't care about it. She only cares about her own happiness. If her boyfriend was from the same family, he would have been influenced since he was young and wouldn't think much of it and wouldn't take it seriously. But if the man comes from a family that has suffered since he was a child, or if his family's conditions are passable but they can't spend money extravagantly, then his concept of spending will definitely be different from Ying's. Auntie's example is the most common one that you can understand. Auntie has seen too many examples. I don't want my spoiled daughter to have to look at her in-laws' faces to decide whether she likes him or not after she gets married. That way, my daughter will be the one suffering. I can't bear to part with her. Until now, Annie still doesn't think highly of you and Ing. Of course, if you can continue, Auntie won't stop you. Auntie will wish you happiness. However, if one day Ing is wronged by you, Shulin, Annie will say this first. As long as Ing says that she is wronged, Auntie will definitely separate the two of you. Once wronged, there will be many more. Auntie won't let her beloved daughter be wronged in someone else's house. These were harsh words, but it was also a mother's love for her daughter. Even the strong Cheening was touched by these words, and her eyes turned red. Chapter 56:70. The Red Star will live up to your expectations. Chapter 56:70. Red Star Farewell. Urban Romance. JIEQI Chapter 56:70. Red Star Farewell. Her mother might not be perfect, and was even dictatorial in some areas, restricting her and her brother Qin Xiu, making it hard for them to breathe and making them only want to escape. However, they never felt that their mother was harming them. Everything she did was for the sake of the two siblings. It was just that sometimes when she meddled too much, it made them feel rebellious. Ambassador Qin Dingkong understood his wife. Seeing his daughter Qin Ying's red eyes, he sighed. Now you understand your mother's painstaking efforts. She's seen other people's daughters suffer, so she's afraid. That's why she's asking you to do this. But your mother has a strong personality. She's tough, likes to meddle in things, and before he could finish, Mrs. Qin suppressed her anger and pulled him to the side. Shut up. V8 silently looked at the ambassador, who was pulled away. No matter how dignified he was on TV, at home, he still had to listen to Auntie's orders. Knowing that his girlfriend's mother was waiting for him to answer, V8 answered Mrs. Qin with the most sincere words. There were no flowery words, only one sentence. I definitely won't give Annie a chance to taking away. It was really just one sentence, but it made Mrs. Qin close her eyes and slowly open them again. Okay, Annie will remember. Uncle, and I will send you to the airport. Cheening raised her hand. You guys, please note, after reading for a long time, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes. How could you forget Such an important person. Mom, at least give me a chance to say something. Speak. Mrs. Cheen coldly spat out a word. She went out again. She went out again. She didn't even hear her say it before. If she didn't see the plane tickets, she wouldn't have known that her daughter was going to run out again. Facing the majesty of the Empress Dowager, the carefree Cheening smiled and said, "As long as he's around, if I suffer any grievances in life, I can endure them. After all, we're husband and wife. We can share joys and sorrows together." Yes, and you're right. Ambassador Cheen Dingkong came online again, and his wife, Mrs. Cheen, glared at him again. That was the way it was. Could it be that they could live together if they enjoyed blessings and leave if they didn't enjoy blessings? It didn't make sense. There's only one thing I can't do. If he ever makes me feel wronged emotionally, Mom, I don't even need you to take me away. I'll dust myself off and leave on my own. Cheening was such a straightforward person. She meant what she said, and was not just saying it. She looked at her boyfriend and asked with a smile, "Do you agree with what I said? In terms of life and relationships, I won't let you suffer." V8 gave a very simple answer and spoke the truest thoughts in his heart. There were no sweet nothings, but it made Cheening smile. V8 thought that he would not give his girlfriend a chance to leave. When Mrs. Cheen saw this, she couldn't help but laugh. She turned around and secretly wiped her tears. It seemed that her daughter's problem had been solved, and only her son's marriage was left. Mrs. Cheen couldn't help but think of Yi Chien again, and her heart ached. She was really blind to have missed such a good daughter-in-law. There were still 4 minutes before Xia Jinyuan's 10-minute appointment. When V8 told him the truth, Ambassador Cheen Dingkong was slightly stunned. So, family Xia, Old Six, and Xiao Yi had both left Beijing? Cheening also knew that Yi Chien had left. When she came out of the elevator, she held Mrs. Cheen's arm and said softly, "My Empress Dowager, it's a pity that you don't have much time left. Xiao Yi is so busy. Are you sure you can accept a daughter-in-law who doesn't even return home, then Qin Xiu?" This was really unacceptable. Chapter 56, 71. The Red Star will live up to your expectations. Chapter 56, 71. Betrayal. Chapter 56, 71. Betrayal, Mrs. Cheen was relieved. "I can't accept it. It's just that, sigh, I've let your grandpa Fu down." Cheening smiled and hugged Mrs. Cheen's arm. "Grandpa Fu is a magnanimous person. Don't worry." Mrs. Cheen was furious. Was she a villain? Cheening laughed so hard that her head rested on Mrs. Cheen's shoulder. "I know you're not a villain. I was just making an analogy. However, Mom, you're quite strange. You can't accept a daughter-in-law who doesn't return home. Why aren't you worried that Xulin's family won't accept me, a daughter-in-law who doesn't return home either?" "Sigh, your double standards are really not good. Thank you." Cheening really didn't mind saying it in front of V8. Mrs. Cheen's heart ached when she heard it. How can it be the same? How can it be the same? I'm a double standard. What can you do to me? I also like you to be well-behaved at home, but will you listen? Before sending her off, Mrs. Cheen gave Cheening a good education lesson. "What double standards do I have? I don't like you running outside, either. But what can I do? Didn't you say you want freedom, equality, and respect? I'm giving you freedom, equality, and respect now. What? You're saying that I have double standards? Fine, give me the plane ticket, and don't go out today. Then I won't have double standards." Mrs. Cheen was the wife of a diplomat. How could she not be eloquent? Please note, after reading for a long time, please pay attention to your eyes. Cheening, who quickly stuffed the plane ticket into her pocket, immediately admitted her mistake and begged for mercy. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. All right, you and Dad can rest. Shulin, and I can leave by ourselves. What a terrifying lady. Sending her back to her room to rest early was the right thing to do. Then, do I have double standards? Mrs. Cheen crossed her arms, tears in her eyes. She would be gone for more than half a year. She really wanted to keep her daughter by her side, but she couldn't. Every second that he could stay was a second. How could Cheening not know her mother's reluctance? She was also reluctant to leave home, but if she were to show her reluctance, then she really wouldn't be able to successfully board the plane tonight. After admitting his mistake and apologizing, Mrs. Cheen finally smiled. Wiping the corners of her eyes, Mrs. Cheen said to V8, who was quietly accompanying her, "Sorry for making a fool of herself. That's just how she is. Whatever she said, it was the wind. Whatever she said, it was the wind. She had a lot of ideas. No one could do anything to her. Please bear with me in the future." She was worried that Cheening would be bullied, but she was also worried that Cheening's personality would make V8 unable to take it. As her mother, Mrs. Cheen was worried sick and wished that she could watch over her every day. There was not much time left. Ambassador Cheen Dingkong, who had been pushed aside by his wife, walked over and took Mrs. Cheen's hand. He smiled at Cheening and V8. "Don't let them wait for too long. Let's go. Your mother and I will send them to the elevator." Mrs. Cheen wanted to walk him downstairs, but Ambassador Cheen Dingkong secretly shook his head, and Mrs. Cheen finally gave up. "That's fine, too." Cheening smiled and nodded as they walked to the elevator. It was only a few steps. Her carefree attitude gave Mrs. Cheen a headache again. What kind of daughter did she raise? Her personality was even wilder than a man's. She carried a camera all day and carried an unknown amount of equipment. She took photos here and there, and she didn't know what was interesting about it. There were plenty of good jobs available, but she had to go outside to be exposed to the wind and sun. She even had to go to a war-torn country. She was worried at home and didn't sleep well. If she said too much, she would say that she was meddling too much. If she didn't care, her son and daughter might even go to heaven. Chapter 5672. 10,000 Miles of Red Star did not disappoint. Chapter 5672. Love Ambassador Cheen Dingkong often ran outside, so he was very used to his children leaving. Of course, he was worried, but it was not as deep as Mrs. Cheen's. His children had grown up, and their wings had hardened. Of course, they would leave their nest and soar to higher and wider places. They would travel more when they were young so that they would not have any regrets when they were old. When the elevator door slowly closed, Mrs. Cheen, who had been restraining herself, finally could not help but cry. Okay, you're already so old, and you're still crying. It's not the first time we're sending Ying away. Why are you always so worried? She's already in her 30s, and she's already an adult. Why are we worrying so much? If we worry too much, we'll make her worry instead. Ambassador Cheen Dingkong pulled Mrs. Cheen home. Since he was not sleepy, he decided to have a good chat with his wife. In the elevator, V8 comforted his girlfriend in a low voice. "Come back to accompany Auntie after you're done. Auntie can't bear for you to leave." "Sigh, I know. That's why sometimes I'd rather my mother quarrel with me before I leave with my luggage. That way, my mother won't miss me so much when she's angry." Cheening waited against the elevator wall and sighed softly. "I saw that my mother had a lot of white hair just now. I think I should still please take note of the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. You should reduce the time you go out and spend more time with her. Yes, you should spend more time with Auntie. Otherwise, it'll be so lonely at home alone." V8 was very much in favor of spending more time with his parents. Just like him, he also wanted to spend time with them, but his parents were stubborn, and even Major General Yang had a headache. Cheening also felt that she should spend more time with her parents, but she could not say that she was alone. She narrowed her eyes and asked V8, "What about you? When do you plan to bring me to see your parents? Are you on leave this year? If you're on leave, bring me there." "My parents." V8 smiled bitterly. "I don't know if my parents have forgiven me yet. After I joined the army, I haven't returned once. I've written many letters, but I've never received a reply from them. I keep in touch with my cousin. He said that my parents didn't even read my letter. They just tore it up and threw it into the trash can. Although they are both teachers, their tempers are notoriously stubborn." V8 had explained in front of the Chin family's elders that his relationship with the family was average. As for how average it was, they did not ask in detail at that time, and Chining did not ask in detail either. Only now did she know how average it was. After thinking for a while, she raised her hand and flipped her short hair handsomely. She revealed a confident smile and said, "Don't worry. You can leave your leave this year, and I'll go back with you. I don't believe that the old couple won't accept my daughter-in-law." She was afraid that her uncle and eldest uncle would also send people to his house to ask around. Chining did not say this out loud, afraid that V8 would feel uncomfortable. Xia Jinyuan had already arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. At 2:30 in the morning, there were only a few scattered lights in the neighborhood. It was a high-end bungalow neighborhood, and the location was good. When he got out of the car, it was so quiet that Xia Jinyuan could hear his own breathing. He took out his phone and was about to dial V8's number when his phone rang. V8 had called him himself. About 3 minutes later, Xia Jinyuan saw the two of them. When he saw Chining, Xia Jinyuan swallowed the words he wanted to say. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "You're bringing your family out so soon? Did you bring your family to the army?" Chining asked with a smile. She did not feel any reverence for Xia Jinyuan. "Yes, I'll go with you immediately." Chapter 5673, 11311/modules/article/. Please note, please rest your eyes if you read for a long time. 00 recommended reading. /a homepage of the book vault. Bookmark recommend this book, Chapter 5673. Book vault. Xia Jinyuan smiled. "No, the place is confidential. It's not open to family members for the time being." Chining smiled and did not say anything. She did not say anything, but Xia Jinyuan understood what she meant. He said to V8, "Brother, sister-in-law is not simple. Take care of yourself in the future. You can't bring family members, yet you still ask? Bullsh *T. This was Qin Ying's hidden answer under her smile. Xia Jinyuan understood immediately. V8 opened the car door and let Chining get in first. He smiled happily. "It's pretty good. I like it very much, and I'm very relieved." His girlfriend was independent and could take good care of herself. He would be much more relieved in the army. They could not date a girlfriend who was too clingy and needed too much care. No matter how much they loved her, they would not take the initiative to take a step forward because they could not afford to give her what she wanted. Xia Jinyuan thought very highly of Chining and V8. Seeing that Chining was happy all the way, Xia Jinyuan sent a message to G3. G3 Xinrong was on duty in the army this year. There were not many people in the army now. The rest had all gone to the snow-covered mountains for winter training and would not return until the 15th of the first lunar month. Xia Jinyuan did not receive a reply when he sent the message. He did not expect to receive a reply immediately after sending the message. He put his phone in his pocket. After about 10 minutes, the quiet phone suddenly vibrated. Xia Jinyuan thought that G3 had replied to him, but it was not. Please note, please rest your eyes if you read for a long time. 00 recommended reading. When he saw the message, the corners of his lips curled up. It was a message from Yi Qian. It was a message from his lover. Captain Xia, I got a huge surprise tonight. I came to the place my mother used to be and stood where my mother used to stand. I even saw my mother's comrades. Even through the screen and thousands of miles away, Xia Jinyuan could feel Yi Qian's happiness. She was genuinely happy. I'm happy for you. If you have the chance, please take me there, he answered her, happy that she had found the place where her mother had lived. Yi Qian thought she wouldn't get a reply. When she received the message, she was a little surprised, but then she pursed her lips and smiled. She was surprised by his message. Then, was Captain Xia also surprised by her message? There was a deep smile in her clear eyes. Yes, I will definitely bring you here. After I finish my mission, Uncle Zheng will take me to the place where my mother sacrificed herself to pay her respects. I never thought that one day I would go to the place where my mother fell. This trip, I have no regrets. This time, Xia Jinyuan's heart tightened. His girl was going to the place where his mother-in-law fell. At that time, would she be very sad? Would she cry? She would definitely be very sad, very upset, and would definitely shed tears. And once again, he couldn't accompany her. I'm sorry, my baby. I let you face sadness alone again. Xia Jinyuan answered Yi Qian with his thin lips tightly pursed. His heart became heavy. Yi Qian saw the message and smiled. I'm not sad because I've already found the murderer. I'm not sad. Don't worry, my Captain Xia. I'm only happy. She had already accepted her mother's death and untied the knot in her heart from 2 lifetimes. She really wasn't sad. But when the day came, she thought she would cry. The two of them replied to each other through text messages. Their words were full of happiness and happiness. V8, who was sitting in the back, whispered to Qining, she must be texting Yi Qian. How do you know? Qining whispered. She didn't know Xia Jinyuan, but she knew that the Xia Jinyuan in front of her was completely different from the Xia Jinyuan in the rumors. The Xia Jinyuan in front of her was the real Xia Jinyuan. The Xia Jinyuan in the rumors. She didn't quite understand. How could the rumors say that the Xia Jinyuan in the rumors be a devil incarnate who didn't accomplish anything and just fooled around? Chapter 5674. The Great Red Star lives up to your expectations. How did these untrue rumors come out? Was someone deliberately spreading rumors to smear Family Xia's reputation? A trace of gloom flashed across Qin Ying's eyes. Should she remind Xia Jinyuan? They were not familiar with each other, so it was not good to remind him. She should remind her boyfriend and let him tell Xia Jinyuan himself. At around 3:40 in the morning, Xia Jinyuan, V8, and Qining arrived at the airport. Yi Qian also stopped texting. She took a nap and set off at around 6 o'clock to complete the mission she needed to complete. Listening to the pitter-patter of rain outside, Yi Qian put on her clothes and leaned against the temporary lounge arranged for her. She slowly closed her eyes. Deep in the mountains, rain and fog shrouded the area. Rainwater dripped from the tips of the emerald green trees. Someone walked through the leaves, and the rainwater left on the leaves at night turned into a light drizzle and sprinkled all over their bodies. A few figures brushed through the leaves. They were agile, unaffected by the dense trees and shrubs. They walked quickly like animals that had lived in the forest for many years. They carried guns and machetes on their backs. When they encountered a forest that needed to be cleared, they directly used the machetes to cut a path for themselves to pass through. There were a total of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. They were the bandits who had crossed the border from Myanmar. They were not tall. Please pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. The men were thin and capable, while the woman was thin and agile. The 4 of them worked together and walked several kilometers in a short while. The rain soaked their raincoats, became heavier and heavier. The first one to shout, "Stop," was the thin and agile female bandit. After she cut down a few branches, she said to the other three in Burmese, "We can rest for a while. It should be safe here." They had been on the road for 3 hours. 3 hours of walking on flat ground was not a problem, but 3 hours of walking in the mountains with no roads would be extra tiring. Looking at the time, it was 5 o'clock in the morning. The three of them nodded in agreement. They sat directly on the wet, rotten leaves that were full of the smell of decay. The four of them were on high alert, resting while observing their surroundings. They rarely spoke. Every time they spoke, they had to speak first. Usually, they rarely communicated. They helped each other and were wary of each other. They knew that each other's background was not simple, so they did not say what they had done. They did not need to know about the past. They only knew that in order to escape, they had worked together to kill many people. This was what they had done together. Before they succeeded in escaping, the four of them were tied to the same boat. No one could leave alone. If anyone had the thought of leaving alone, they would definitely join hands to kill that person. After resting for about 10 minutes, the four of them set off again. This time, they walked a little slower than before. They had no choice. They were hungry and needed to replenish their energy. Finally, they reached the top of the mountain. Standing at the top of the mountain, the female bandit took out a map that had been wrapped in waterproof paper. She looked at the surroundings carefully and then looked at the bottom of the mountain. She said to the other three, "We have to continue walking. Today, we can go to the bottom of the mountain and look for food first. We'll find a way to get a car. With a car, we can avoid the Chinese armed police and reach here." She pointed at the map. The other three bandits looked over and confirmed that they had not taken the wrong route. One of the bandits said, "It's good to have a car, but the Chinese armed police are very cunning. If we drive, we need to consider whether they will follow." This was the thing that worried the four of them the most. However, their escape route was the closest to the Chinese border. There was no other way. "If we're discovered, we'll kill our way out," another bandit said, fiercely. His small eyes were cold and fierce. "We've already killed so many. We're not afraid to kill a few more." Chapter 56:75. Two of the three male bandits had already spoken, but the last one had yet to speak. He leaned against a tree and chewed on some unknown tender leaves to allay his hunger. He rarely participated in the other three's speech, and he rarely expressed his own opinions. He followed them closely, and his silence made the other three wary of him. The female bandit, Ma Gang, had been paying attention to this person. Seeing that he didn't speak, she directly reported his prison number, 5,367. The four of them didn't say their names, and still used their numbers as code names. 5367. "Why haven't you spoken?" Ma Gang asked with a smile. These years of training had made this girl, who was once thin and small, become very charming. Even though she was now in a sorry state, it was difficult to hide the flirtatious look in her eyes. It was a seductive charm that came from her bones. She used charm to hide her ruthlessness. The felon number 5361 glanced at her, and his cold eyes were filled with ruthlessness. "You only need to enter Laos, and I need to go back to Vietnam. When we reach Laos, we will separate. Don't look for anyone, and don't remember anyone." What he meant was, since they were going to go their separate ways, was there a need to communicate? Ma Gang chuckled. 5367. "Why must you go to Vietnam? Are you from Vietnam? I said it before. Don't tell me you don't agree. When we reach Laos, we will go abroad together, and then we will separate abroad to ensure that everyone is safe. It doesn't make sense for you to bring it up alone and go to Vietnam alone." 5367. Now the four of us are tied together. Since we said we would escape together and go abroad together, we won't agree to let you go to Vietnam alone. The bandit with the code name 3237 gritted his teeth and said with a fake smile, "We came out together and killed people together. Now let's go abroad together." Another bandit also spoke. Their hands were stained with sin, and their expressions and voices were filled with coldness that was different from ordinary people. "We separated in Exai and Ma, and now you mention going to Vietnam." 5367. This isn't appropriate. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. It was 3 against 1. Bandit number 5367 was obviously at a disadvantage, but he was not the type to be at a disadvantage. When he saw that the 3 of them were forcing him to submit, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He pressed the corners of his mouth very, very tightly. His whole person was like a taut bowstring, ready to shoot a fatal arrow at any time. These fellows were all ruthless characters. After Lena left, Ma Gang became one of General Min Lai's people and took over most of the work that Lena was responsible for. She became one of General Min Lai's subordinates. Unfortunately, she was not as lucky as Lena. In less than a year and a half, she was targeted by the Burmese police and successfully arrested. Bandit number 5367 was a Burmese black market military businessman. His origin was unclear. Some said that he was Burmese, while others said that he was from Vietnam and Laos. He had been active in the Burmese underground market for several years. This time, he was arrested by the Burmese police because his subordinates betrayed him. Bandit number 3237. The guy with the broken eyebrow in the left corner. He was the one who created the horrific murders in Myanmar. His human nature was twisted, and he had no mercy. As long as he targeted a target, the target's family would become his targets. A total of 6 families were killed in Myanmar. Bandit number 7256. The punctuation feature was a black tattoo on his neck. This guy was more powerful and troublesome. He was from Kachin, and he was the leader of a small village in Kachin. The Burmese military took action to suppress the village, and a guy who was a little official raped a girl in the village. Tip: enter Panda Literature in the search engine, and you will find this site. Thank you. Chapter 5675. Panda. Chapter 5676. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 5676. Urban Romance. Chapter 5676. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation. After 7256 found out about it, he immediately brought his Kachin knife and chopped off the head of the guy who raped the little girl that night. While committing the crime, he was discovered by the Sentinels. Since he had started it, he would go all the way. He killed a few of the Sentinels with his saber. If he had not discovered them early, he would have killed a few more with his saber. He was from Kachin, so the military was a little wary of him. After much consideration, they decided to hand him over to the police for murder. The local police chief was so worried that he couldn't sleep. If the military couldn't deal with someone so casually, the police couldn't deal with him either. It was fine if they killed him, but he was also a small leader of the Kachin people. If they didn't deal with him carefully, they would offend the entire Kachin people. According to the original plan, 7256 would be locked up at most. However, 7256 was not willing to be locked up by himself. He had been secretly thinking of ways to escape. This time, 7256 was the mastermind of the escape. Ma Gang, on the other hand, only started to make decisions after escaping, after she accepted Lena's job. All of her itineraries revolved around Burma, Laos, Vietnam, and Singapore. She was most familiar with the escape routes. The place she wanted to go the most was New Horse. Once there, she would change her escape route and return to Burma to continue working for General Min Lai. That was her plan. Number 5367's silence made Ma Gang uneasy. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. He was afraid that he would be betrayed by 5367. Kachin Man, number 7256, also did not want 5367 to go to Vietnam alone. He could go to Vietnam, but the prerequisite was that all four of them had to escape to Sinma first. Once the four of them split up in Sinma, they would have nothing to do with each other in the future. Ma Gang saw that the other two had already targeted 5367. Her eyes flashed, and she came out to smooth things over. Okay. We are still together now. We can't have internal strife. If there were any difficult problems, they would have to wait until they reached Laos. Right now, we are standing on the Chinese side's territory. I'm sure the three of you have seen how difficult it is to deal with the Chinese armed police. If I had a second choice, I would definitely not enter China's territory. At the mention of the Chinese armed police, the tense atmosphere disappeared. Arms dealer 5367, whose eyes were gloomy, tightened his cheeks and sneered. Go to Shima? It won't be too late to go to Singapore after we're out of China. Your route has to pass through the border town of the Chinese side. This is a small border town with a large number of armed police and narcotics officers stationed there. It depends on whether we can escape from the border town alive. The border city was their biggest obstacle. Whether or not they could reach Laos depended on whether or not they could escape through the border city. Ma Gang smiled even more charmingly and winked at the arms dealer 5367. My brother, the Chinese armed police first have to know that we are in their territory before they can arrest us. If they don't know anything, how do you think they can catch us? When 3237 heard this, he immediately went over. He was so close that he was about to stick to Ma Gang. He wanted to stick to Ma Gang, but Ma Gang reached out and pushed him away. He was not annoyed, and his face was not as ferocious as when he was talking to arms dealer 5367. He asked with a smile, "Why do you say that? Why do you say that?" Ha ha, ha ha, because it's embarrassing to say it out loud. Think about it. Myanmar has always been strong in front of the Chinese. Our police and military all think that they are stronger than the Chinese. But have you heard of the news that 4 of the criminals in China's custody escaped at once? Ha ha, I haven't heard of such news from the Chinese side. But here in Myanmar, 4 felons escaped at once. We killed our way out until the police and military couldn't find us. Ha ha, how useless. Chapter 5677. The 10,000 miles red star lives up to your expectations. You're so useless that you can't even catch the 4 of us. Do you think our police and military will tell the Chinese armed police? For the sake of face, they might choose to hide it. No smoke rose from the village at the foot of the mountain. The villagers who got up early started to cook and start a new day. On the 5th day of the lunar calendar, the Chinese people were still celebrating the spring festival. The small villages were no exception. Every family burned big and hot firewood. The whole family sat around the firewood, talking and laughing. They were very happy. The 4 people on the mountain looked at the smoke from the firewood and seemed to smell the aroma of food from the smoke. Solve the stomach problem first. Then we'll talk about other problems. Kachin Man, number 7256, was the first to go down the mountain. Murderer, number 3237, followed closely behind, afraid that the other party would suddenly escape by himself. At this time, they were helping each other, but they were also on guard against each other. Everyone needed the other's help, but no one trusted the other. It took more than 2 hours to travel from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. At this time, every family in the village had finished their breakfast. A few children in traditional costumes were playing around the front and back of the house. They wore new clothes and new shoes, and their small faces had innocent and carefree smiles. They were playing hide and seek. One person would look for the other, and the rest would be caught. Murderer number 3237 came out from the tree. Take care of your eyes if you read for a long time. He slowly came out and looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one around, he waved his hand and signaled the other three to come out. The three who received the signal came out one by one, and all of them leaned against a 2-story wooden house. They needed to steal some food and eat until they were full before continuing on their journey. They couldn't be discovered by the villagers here. If they were discovered, they would definitely be targeted by the Chinese armed police. You're so useless that you can't even catch the 4 of us. Do you think our police and military will tell the Chinese armed police? For the sake of face, they might choose to hide it. No smoke rose from the village at the foot of the mountain. The villagers who got up early started to cook and start a new day. On the 5th day of the lunar calendar, the Chinese people were still celebrating the Spring Festival. The small villages were no exception. Every family burned big and hot firewood. The whole family sat around the firewood, talking and laughing. They were very happy. The 4 people on the mountain looked at the smoke from the firewood mixed with the rain and fog. They seemed to smell the aroma of food from the smoke. We'll talk about other problems after we solve the stomach problem. The Kachin man with serial number 7256 was the first to descend the mountain, with serial number 3237 following closely behind, afraid that the other party would suddenly escape by himself. At this time, they were helping each other, but they were also on guard against each other. Everyone needed the other's help, but no one trusted the other. It took more than 2 hours to travel from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. At this time, every family in the village had finished their breakfast. A few children in traditional costumes were playing around the front and back of the house. They wore new clothes and shoes, and their small faces had innocent and carefree smiles. They were playing hide and seek. One of them would search while the rest would be captured. Serial number 3237 slowly came out from behind the tree and looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one around, he waved his hand and signaled the other 3 to come out. The 3 who received the signal came out one by one, and all of them leaned against a 2-story wooden house. They needed to steal some food and eat until they were full before continuing on their journey. They couldn't be discovered by the villagers here. Once they were discovered, they would definitely be targeted by the Chinese armed police. They needed to steal some food and eat until they were full before continuing on their journey. They couldn't be discovered by the villagers here. Once they were discovered, they would definitely be targeted by the Chinese armed police. Chapter 5678. The 10,000 miles red star lives up to your expectations. Chapter 5678. Suicide deep in the mountains. No matter what time it was, there was no hustle and bustle of the city. It was so quiet that even the crowing of a rooster could be heard by more than half of the village. Behind the moss-covered stone wall, there was no more sound as soon as the child's voice fell. Ma Gang, who had immediately crouched down, heard the sound, and his expression suddenly changed. He cursed in his heart. Oh no! He quickly bent down and climbed up the stone wall with nimble hands and feet. She saw bandit number 3237 grab the child's throat with one hand, trying to strangle the child to death. The child's legs were still struggling, and his eyes were wide open. This was a little boy who was no more than 5 or 6 years old. He was wearing a brand new national costume. His round little face was red from suffocation, and his life was about to disappear. Ma Gang quickly rushed over. 3237. You're courting death. Ma Gang slashed at 3237's arm, causing him to feel pain and have no choice but to let go. You killed a child here. Are you trying to tell the Chinese armed police that we pass by here? 3237 said ruthlessly, He saw me. I have to kill him. Stupid. Ma Gang quickly picked up the child. The child who was saved had regained his oxygen. His whole body curled up, and he coughed rapidly. Seeing that the child was fine, Ma Gang let out a long sigh of relief. The enemy she didn't want to face the most was not the police or military of her country, but the military of China. Please take note of the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. These guys in military green uniforms were like wolves in the mountains. As long as they had their eyes on you, no matter how hard you tried to escape, you would not be able to escape from their palms. The mountains were high, and the water was deep. They would still have a way to catch you. The first thing General Minlai said to her was, If one day you are targeted by the Chinese armed police, find a place to kill yourself. Don't come back alive to see him. Even General Minlai was afraid of the Chinese armed police. This showed how powerful these guys were. On the way out, she didn't want to face the Chinese armed police at all. And 3237, this stupid guy actually wanted to kill a Chinese child. He even chose the stupidest way. Drowning the child was better than strangling him to death. Ma Gang glared at the guy who acted on impulse without thinking about the consequences. Why aren't you leaving? Waiting for His Excellency to come out? Are we waiting for the Chinese armed police to know that we are passing by? 3237, who was a little annoyed that he was stopped from making a move, suddenly came to his senses. He had almost forgotten that he was now in the Chinese territory. He hurriedly caught up, stepped on the stone wall, and quickly left with Ma Gang. Outside, Ma Gang said to the two guards with a solemn face, Let's continue on our way. We'll find something to eat in the mountains. Without asking what had happened inside, the arms dealer 5367 and the Kachin man 7256 followed Ma Gang and disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. They found out that the female prisoner 62, although she was a woman, knew a lot. They didn't know what she used to do and how she was caught by the Burmese police. Although they were now tired and hungry, as long as they thought of the Chinese armed police, they also gathered their strength. In order to survive, they had to leave. The child was lucky enough to escape. He still didn't know what had happened, and he didn't know that he had almost died just now. The child was very scared. He coughed and wailed. The group of children played hide and seek in front and behind the house. The little boy, who had just escaped death, was looking for everyone by himself. He found all the little boys who were hiding. His cries didn't make the little boys come out. They all covered their mouths and laughed softly, letting the little boy cry. Chapter 5679. The 10,000 miles read, Star lives up to your expectations. Don't go out, he's lying to us. He wants to trick us to go out. Don't bother with him. Let him cry. The naive children didn't know that there was danger coming from their little friend. They naively thought that the little boy was crying to lure them out. The adults in the house heard it, but they didn't come out immediately. It was normal for children to cry. In addition, the house was full of people, and they were talking about an important matter. The adults' attention was all on the house, and they didn't pay much attention to the child's crying. This was a small village set up by the side of a mountain. There weren't many people in the village, only 27 households. In total, there were nearly 200 villagers. Old and young. All of them had lived here for generations and were self-sufficient. Although they weren't rich, Every family was happy and healthy, living a leisurely and poor life. There were children who went to school, but there weren't many. The main reason was that there was a lack of information here, and the adults didn't think there was a difference between going to school and not going to school. In their eyes, going to school or not was the same. In the end, they would still have to return to the village and inherit everything, and their daughters would get married early and have children. Take note of the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. They had completed the biggest task of their lives. In the house, the voices of the adults were sometimes loud, sometimes long sighs, and sometimes silent. Occasionally, one could hear the sound of someone slamming the table. You guys, stop persuading me. You can see my family's situation. I broke my leg, and I have to work at the beginning of spring. If the two of them go to school, who will take care of the family? No matter what you say, it's useless. I won't agree to let the siblings go back. One is 14, the other is 12. They can get married and have a wife. Why should they go to school? The male owner smoked a cigarette. When the honest and simple man was stubborn, he was even more stubborn than an old cow in the field. No one could persuade him. The female owner didn't have much right to speak. Seeing that her husband was a little emotional, she worriedly advised, "Don't be angry. Talk to the cadres properly. What do they want from our family? Talk to them properly." The female owner of the house, who had never gone to school and had never left the village, was simple and kind. She gently comforted him so that the atmosphere in the house would not be so stiff. On the 5th day of the 5th month, a group of grassroots cadres from the village administration came to visit the village named Kunabu-e. They were here to persuade the adults who had children in school to continue sending their children back to school after the new year. Every year, on the eve of school reopening, the grassroots cadres would travel across mountains and valleys to visit families so that the children could continue their studies after school reopened. Most of the adults would allow their children to continue going to school after being persuaded by the basic cadres. However, a minority of the adults would not listen to the advice at all. They would make their own decisions. Even if their children were willing to go to school, they would not agree. The grassroots cadres' saliva was almost dry from all the talking, but they still didn't get a nod from this family. In the end, the adults in the family only had one sentence: the family is short of labor. The two children have grown up and are already adults. If they don't come back to help, they won't even know how to do farm work in the future. The family has no food, water, and clothes. It will be embarrassing to walk in the village. Due to the stubbornness of the male owner of the house, the few grassroots cadres had already been sitting in this house for more than 2 hours. When the grassroots cadres thought that there were still a few more houses that they needed to visit, they had no choice but to temporarily stop. Chapter 5680. The 10,000 miles red star will live up to your expectations. Chapter 5680. Suicide. We've noted down your family's difficulties. We can discuss and solve them. Don't let your children's studies be delayed because of farm work. How about this? You can think about it carefully. We'll come back tomorrow. The leader of the group got up and prepared to leave. Just as he finished speaking, the male owner's expression turned ugly. He said stiffly, "If studying is really useful, why don't you go to the big city after graduating? Why do you still go home?" The leader of the group heard too many words like this. He didn't get angry because he chose to go back to his hometown after graduation. Instead, he smiled and said, "Because we have too many children here who need to go to school. I hope that they can go out and see the world. Even if they come back one day, they will have learned a skill and come back to make a fortune." After the only university student in the group finished speaking, the cries outside were getting closer and closer. The scared little boy ran and cried, looking for his parents. When the mistress saw that her son was still crying, she thought that he had fallen somewhere. However, the little boy pointed at his neck and cried as he told the adults that someone was strangling his neck. He didn't know what else to say. He only knew that someone was strangling his neck. His neck was hurting even now. The adults knew that this wasn't a simple matter. Strangling someone's neck was a murder, especially when they saw the little boy's neck. Take care of your eyes if you read for a long time. Everyone was shocked by the green mark on the ground. The female owner carried her son, and the group went to the backyard of her house. There was no one in the backyard. The mountain was also quiet, as if nothing had happened. The young university student looked at the most experienced member of the group. This old man came forward and asked carefully. After finding out that the person who strangled the little boy was a stranger, he deduced that a stranger had entered the village. A stranger had entered the village. Some villagers suggested that they should bring tools to find the stranger and beat him up. He even came to their village to kill someone. How preposterous! The old man felt that something wasn't right. Even if it was a stranger, why would he kill a child who met him? It was very abnormal. Unless he doesn't want anyone to see it. The young college student analyzed the situation rationally. He couldn't show his face, so he secretly climbed over the wall. Little Bua saw him, so he wanted to kill Little Bua to hide himself. As for why he did not kill Little Bua after that, the college student did not know. That was because the frightened little boy did not mention that there was also a strange woman. At that time, he was so frightened that he didn't notice that there was a strange woman beside him. Around 11 in the morning, the police station of the local government received a call. A stranger had sneaked into a village and was discovered by a little boy. The stranger tried to kill the little boy, but he did not kill the little boy. The basic cadres who entered the village found footprints at the scene, but they did not dare to destroy them. They kept the scene and waited for the police to arrive. The geographical location of the border city is special. There are primeval forests everywhere. There will always be some criminals who risk their lives to cross the border into our country and endanger the stability of our country. When the police received such a call, they would attach great importance to it. They would not just go through the motions. They would go over to ask a few questions, take a statement, and then leave it at that. This time, the police were even more cautious. We received a notice from the armed police that 4 felons who have killed countless people have entered our country. The armed police have been looking for them in the mountains, but there is no news so far. Chapter 56:81. Arrival. The location of the village happened to be close to where the 4 criminals had infiltrated. After receiving the news, the police immediately notified the armed police to head to the village to check on the situation. At this time, the fully armed Yi Qian was sitting in a helicopter patrolling along the primeval forest of the border town. Below the helicopter was an undulating mountain range with no end in sight. On the helicopter, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. The weather was so good that not a single cloud could be seen. At 11:36 in the afternoon, the helicopter crew received the latest news that a village had been infiltrated by strangers and a young boy had almost been killed. At 12:30, the helicopter arrived above the village. After circling around, it found a suitable spot for parachuting. The fully armed Yi Qian carried his parachute and jumped down skillfully from the sky. Immediately after, the 4 armed police jumped down with their parachutes. The 5 white umbrellas opened up and swayed like a huge flower. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. The landing point wasn't very good. The large umbrella was easily caught by the branches and couldn't land safely. Yi Qian calmly adjusted his direction to maintain his balance. He pulled the large umbrella bit by bit and landed in the paddy field. It was still spring, so all the paddy fields were temporarily empty. There was no planting or plowing. When Yi Qian landed, he ran on the uneven paddy field for a while before stopping and landing safely. When his feet touched the ground, the large umbrella was already unhooked. Yi Qian quickly put away the parachute and signaled to the pilot on the helicopter that they had landed safely. She began to help the other 4 armed police officers put away their parachutes. After all the parachutes were put away, a rope was lowered from the helicopter. The parachutes were wrapped around the rope and slowly returned to the helicopter. The parachutes were too heavy and not suitable for Yi Qian and the other 4 armed police officers to carry. The armed police officer, Li Xian, was the one who had picked up Yi Qian at the airport. After the helicopter left, he smiled at Yi Qian and said, "Do you guys have to learn everything? You can even jump so smoothly with a parachute." Yi Qian, who was inspecting the weapons, laughed. "Yes, we have to learn all kinds of martial arts. We have to have more skills. Look, after learning this parachute jump, we immediately used it." "Ha ha ha, that makes sense. With more skills, I'll feel more confident." Li Xian put the rifle on her shoulder and took out the map from her pocket. She pointed at the map with her gloved hand and stopped smiling. When she spoke again, her voice was very serious. "The village is here. It's about a 10-minute walk." The paddy field was quite a distance away from the village, so they chose the nearest paddy field to land. The other 3 armed policemen had already finished checking their weapons. Li Xian and Yi Qian had already finished looking at the map, so they only needed to take a quick look. Stepping on the soft soil of the fields, the group of 5 strode towards the village. The atmosphere in the village was somewhat tense. The simple and honest villagers had never thought that someone would sneak into their village and even want to kill a young boy. Now, all 27 families knew about this matter and were discussing it spiritedly. The police had not arrived yet. There was only a mountain road here. The car could only drive about 30 kilometers away. It would take some time to walk in. However, the grassroots leaders of the village government were not there. They were still in the villager's house where the stranger had sneaked in. The frightened young boy was sleeping on the bed. He was not sleeping very well. His small eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his body twitched from time to time. The female owner was very worried and asked the elders in the village to give the child talisman water. These were some of the old habits in the village. The grassroots leaders could only watch and could not come forward to stop them. Mobile phone website. Tip: enter Panda Literature in the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you. Chapter 5681, Panda Arrival. Chapter 5682. Difficult. The police who were still on their way into the mountains had already learned that 5 soldiers from the armed police had arrived at the village. The leading police officer instantly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, someone had entered the village. If the criminals were still around the village, they would feel more at ease with 5 soldiers guarding them. It was 32 kilometers into the mountains. Based on the calculation of 5 kilometers per hour, it would take 6 hours. They still had to hurry and not always rest. Therefore, the 6 police officers arrived at the village around 5 in the afternoon. They had no choice. They also wanted to be fast, but the conditions did not allow it. Even if they wanted to be fast, there was nothing they could do. This was not the only village deep in the mountains like this. There were many villages like this. They lived a life isolated from the rest of the world. This also caused the villagers to be simple and not have much vigilance. The police were most worried that the simple villagers would lead the wolf into the house and harm themselves in the end. This kind of thing had happened before. Knowing that the soldiers from the armed police had arrived, the leading old police officer's footsteps became lighter. The armed police have already sent 5 soldiers to the village. With them guarding the village, everyone can rest assured. The old police officer, who had finished talking to the station, said loudly. His expression was no longer as serious as before. Hearing this, the policemen all let out a sigh of relief. Their tense jaws were finally relaxed. They let out a breath and then took a deep breath. There was a slight smile on their faces. The armed police officers are still faster. We immediately rushed over when we received the call. By the time we reached the village, it would have been dark. They really came just like that. Ha ha, they have a helicopter. We don't have the conditions. We can only watch. When will we have a helicopter in the station? I guarantee that the speed of dispatch will be as fast as a rocket. The ones who spoke were the younger ones. They had been working for 3 or 4 years. The leading old police officer had been working for 12 years. Hearing this, he laughed and scolded. You guys sure know how to think. If the helicopter is in your hands, who will fly it? Once you enter the mountains, do you only take the helicopter and not go down? You also need to know how to parachute. Do you know how to do that? That's a completely unrealistic idea. Speaking of this, the young police officers felt a wave of sadness. That's right. They had the equipment, but they didn't know how to do it. The police force in the township government under the border town was limited, and the conditions were also quite limited. Sometimes there were too many police officers and there were no vehicles. Motorcycles and bicycles became the main means of transportation for the police. The policemen who were dispatched this time were riding motorcycles. 3 of them were on each motorcycle, and one of them was their own motorcycle. There were a total of 6 of them. They stepped on the muddy mountain road and crossed the mountains towards the village deep in the mountains. Traffic was blocked, and it was difficult to travel. Even news from the outside was difficult to get in. Therefore, the villagers here were used to working with their backs to the sky. There was nothing wrong with being cooped up in the mountains for a lifetime. On the contrary, they felt very comfortable, free, and unrestrained. The road in the mountains was very difficult to walk on, and it had been raining nonstop recently. The old policeman leading the way reminded the policemen behind him to pay attention to their feet from time to time and to hold on to the branches and shrubs to prevent their feet from slipping. After walking for a while, the soles of the 6 policemen's shoes were all stained with yellow mud. There were also yellow mud marks on their trousers. The bottom of their trousers were already wet. If they walked for a while longer, they were afraid that even their shoes would be wet. The path was so narrow that only one person could pass through it. One was a mountain, and the other was a mountain stream. The scenery was very beautiful, but no one appreciated it. They held their police caps in their hands to prevent them from being hooked by the branches that grew out of the mountain and falling into the water. At the same time, they carefully looked at their feet to prevent themselves from slipping and falling directly into the stream. Small note: enter Panda Literature in the search engine, and you will find this site. Thank you. Chapter 5682, Panda Literature Difficult. Chapter 5683, forces the 6 police officers walked with great difficulty. They would occasionally use their satellite phones to contact the outside world so that their comrades could rest assured. Without the satellite phones, they would lose contact with the outside world. The signal in the mountains was not good. Even if they had an emergency phone, it could only be used as a watch. The only way to contact the outside world was through the satellite phone, which was more important than their lives. The satellite phones were in the hands of the younger officers. The older officers would occasionally remind them not to leave the satellite phones behind. If anything happened, they would not be able to contact the outside world. Yi Qian and the other 4 already knew that 6 police officers had entered the mountains. They each had a satellite phone, which was much better than the 6 police officers. The police officers were sent into the mountains after receiving orders. They would not face the criminals directly. Yi Qian, and the other 4 had to face the criminals directly. If necessary, they would use force to kill the criminals. However, Yi Qian's mission was a little special. Although the Burmese side said that they could kill the 4 criminals who had escaped into China, Yi Qian had to bring one of them back alive. Ma Gang. Yi Qian had to bring Ma Gang back alive. She was now just an ordinary armed police officer. Her equipment and jungle camouflage were all provided by the armed police force. She was fully equipped from head to toe. The Burmese side told the Chinese armed police that if Yi Qian wanted to bring Ma Gang back alive, he could only use the identity of an armed police officer. As for General Min Lai, there was no way to bring him back and solve the problem in one go. Min Lai of the Burmese side was no longer satisfied with his activities in his own country. He had already extended his evil hand into China. He was trying to set up a financial chain in China to provide him with a steady stream of funds. No matter what he did in his own country, it had nothing to do with China. However, when he came over, China could not tolerate it. We had to do everything we could to get rid of all of Min Lai's forces in China. Why did Ma Gang know so much about China? It was because Ma Gang, who could speak Chinese, was Min Lai's contact in China. It was impossible for China to capture Min Lai, but Myanmar said that they could kill Ma Gang, who had escaped to China, so they had enough reason to capture him alive. Even Captain Deng, who had given the suggestion, did not know the inside story. For the sake of caution and safety, Detachment Zheng took Captain Deng's suggestion and reported it to the higher-ups. That was how Yi Qian came over. It just so happened that Yi Qian knew Ma Gang. What a coincidence! The village that was built against the mountain could be seen if one looked up. The arrival of Yi Qian's group of 5 had already attracted the attention of the villagers. Although the villagers rarely left the village, they were still familiar with the armed police. Every year, countless armed police officers would pass by their village with guns on their backs and bring propaganda materials for them to read. Are you sending us publicity materials again? I don't know. Quickly call the village chief over. The village chief is still at home. Just bring them over. It's only 5 people. It's not a lot. The village chief is also at home. It's good to bring them over. Let the village chief read the propaganda materials to us. You'll definitely listen carefully. You won't fall asleep like you used to. When they entered the first villager's house, the nearby villagers all sat down and ate their home-brewed wine while chatting while waiting for the police to enter the village. Note, enter Panda Literature in the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 5683, Panda Literature Forces. Chapter 5684. 10 years instead of the police, the armed police who patrolled the mountains every year during the spring festival arrived. After a few words, a middle-aged man wearing a traditional costume walked out of the house. Before he even got close, he started shouting from a distance. Yi Qian really didn't understand what they were shouting about, but the other armed police soldiers could understand. They were all from Yun province and could understand what the villagers were saying. His companion, Li Xian, was also from Yun province. When he heard this, he waved his hand and answered with a smile. He waved his hand again and again, but Yi Qian couldn't see it clearly. What did the villagers ask? Li Xian first waved his hand and then shook his head. Was he refusing something? Li Xian said a few more words, and the middle-aged man quickened his pace a lot. In the end, he ran as fast as he could. He asked us if we were here to bring promotional materials. Lu Wei translated for Yi Qian. Li Xian said no, they wanted to go to the hotel and asked this big brother to lead the way. Big brother said yes, and ran all the way here. The middle-aged man ran over. The middle-aged men who were chatting in the room all stood up and came out. 2 women carrying children also came out of the room when they heard the noise. They didn't follow him. They just stood at the doorstep and watched. From time to time, they would say a few words, but no one knew what they were talking about. Yi Qian said in a low voice, "They're quite friendly to you all. Yes, in the past 10 years or so, our relationship has become closer, and the commoners have become more and more familiar with us, so they don't reject us as much as before. In addition, we are all from the Yun province, so the commoners have even less scruples. Sometimes, when we were patrolling the village, the local people would invite us to sit in their houses. They would be happy even if we had to drink some water. Although it was only a few words, Yi Qian could tell that it had been difficult in the past. Rejection was a taboo for garrison troops. The slightest carelessness could lead to conflict with the local people. Once the situation went out of control, there could even be bloodshed. But now, she only saw the commoners' friendliness towards the warriors and no longer saw any rejection. Our relationship will get better and better in the future, and they will trust us more and more. Yi Qian asked again, "Every time you patrol the mountains, do you bring information into the mountains to publicize?" Lu Wei nodded with a smile. "Yes, we always bring information with us every time we go on patrol. It's about drug prohibition, disaster prevention, national news, and so on. We even bring newspapers." Before the mid-90s, there were no literate people in the village. We would even send someone to stay behind and read it once before asking the villagers questions. We would only leave after making sure that the villagers had memorized it. There's no need for that now. There are more and more literate people in the village. Most of them are children who have gone to school. After the patrolling armed police enter the village, the propaganda materials will be handed over to the village's cadres. The cadres will then hold a general meeting and let the literate children stand in the middle of the big drying field. They will read the propaganda materials word by word. After reading it a few times, all the children will remember it. This is also a big change in the village. Although it's not as good as outside, we all believe that in another 10 years, all the children in the village will be able to read and read. In another 10 years, Yi Qian thought about how life would change in another 10 years. It could be described as changing with each passing day. 10 years ago, they would never have imagined that their country would have changed so much 10 years later. The middle-aged man walked over and enthusiastically shook hands with the 5 armed police officers. When he shook hands with Yi Qian, he was slightly surprised. There were countless patrolling armed police officers in the village, but this was the first time he had seen a female armed police officer. Tip: enter Panda Literature into the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you. Chapter 5684, Panda Literature 10 Years. Chapter 5685. Collect the other 3 middle-aged men did not shake hands. After greeting them with a smile, the group of men led Yi Qian and the other 4 back to their home. The upper home was also Little Boa's home. In the whole family, only Little Boa's home was the closest to the mountain. He was also the tallest villager in the family. Standing in his house, he could see the entire village. The roads were all uphill, with fields and land in the middle. On both sides of the road were uneven small wooden buildings. It was very unique, as if it was a place where the experts of the world lived. With green mountains and clear waters, the scenery was so beautiful that it made people linger on and forget to return. Yi Qian, who walked quickly, was used to paying attention to the surroundings of the village. After she walked past the village, she would memorize the roads she had taken and the scenery she had seen. Gradually, a 4-dimensional map was formed in her mind, and she memorized every detail. If she had the opportunity to come here again in the future, she would only need to take a look to immediately remember that she had been here before. It's too scary. A bunch of people were sitting at home, and they all heard Little Boa crying. Who would have thought that someone wanted to kill little Bua? If it weren't for the reminder from the township officials, we wouldn't have thought that someone had killed little Bua. A stranger with no enmity or grudge. When will you kill little Bua? Along the way, the middle-aged men chatted and told the armed police officers everything they had heard. You've come at the right time. You can ask him when you get there. Are you guys busy? Why don't you go and catch the person who wants to kill little Bua? If you chase after him now with your skills, you should be able to catch up, right? It's just that I don't know which direction he fled in. It's all mountains and trees. We might not be able to get out even if we go in. If we go in, we might not be able to come out. That guy who wanted to kill little Bua went into the mountains, but he might not be able to come out either. He might be bitten to death by the wild beasts, or he might fall from the rocks and die from the fall. It's really not a curse, the villagers said honestly. Li Xin and the others kept talking to the villagers while Lu Wei translated for Yi Qian so that Yi Qian could understand what the villagers were talking about. When they found out that the armed police had come for little Bua, the middle-aged men were so happy that they took pictures. When they were about to reach little Bua's house, the middle-aged man, who had a rather good lung capacity, immediately yelled. The traffic was basically dismissed, and the communications were basically shut down. Just like now, for the sake of little Bua, the village government officials had put aside their afternoon schedule and sat in the upper house waiting for the police to arrive. When they heard the villagers below shouting, "The armed police are here," the university student leading the village government officials was the first to rush out. Before the police arrived, the armed police arrived. It didn't matter who came, as long as they could get rid of the danger looming over the small village. The township political cadre's surname was Tang, and his full name was Tang Xian. He watched the 5 armed police soldiers walk around the stone wall. They exchanged glances with each other, and the only female armed police soldier jumped up from the stone wall like a rabbit. He approached the nearest armed police soldier and whispered, "Did you find anything?" "Yes, I found some questions. I'm still in the process of confirming them. Please wait a moment." He turned to Tang Xian and asked, "Have you guys destroyed this area before? Did you go outside the stone wall to take a look?" "We're not sure if we've destroyed the scene. We only came here to take a look. I didn't let the villagers walk around." After a few glances, and nothing happened, they all went back to their houses to sit down. We really didn't go outside the stone wall. Small note, enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this site. Thank you. Chapter 5685, Panda Collecting. Chapter 5686. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 5686, Betrayal Analysis, Urban Romance. Chapter 5686, Betrayal Analysis. Outside the stone wall, Tang Xian and the rest did not go out to take a look. They checked the backyard a few times, then leaned against the stone wall and looked at the back of the mountain. They did not enter the mountain and did not find any strangers, so they returned to the house. The scene was well protected, especially when little Bua was pointing at the spot where he had been strangled by the stranger. Yi Qian had carefully surveyed the area. Other than little Bua's footprints, there were a few other footprints that belonged to 2 people. In other words, little Bua should have seen 2 strangers. However, little Bua only said that he had seen 1 stranger. Little Bua did not mention the other stranger. He could not rule out the possibility that little Bua was frightened and did not notice that there was a second stranger. Yi Qian, who had leaped out of the stone wall, carefully inspected the area. There were 2 more footprints on the outside than on the inside. There was also a bush that had been trampled over. After blowing the whistle, Li Xian immediately jumped over the wall. "Any new discoveries?" He walked over quickly and asked Yi Qian. "Yes, 2 different footprints were found outside. There are a total of 4 different footprints at the scene. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Big one, small. Yi Qian squatted down and pointed at the footprints in the mud. He said coldly, 3 footprints that are between 42 and 44, and one that is around 36. 3 men and 1 woman. Li Xian, who quickly squatted down, stared coldly at the footprints left by Yi Qian's fingers. In order to prevent the people on the other side of the stone wall from hearing, Li Xian lowered her voice. The 4 fugitives we are looking for are 3 men and 1 woman. Yi Qian nodded. Yes, but we still need to confirm it. Come, take a look at these 2 footprints. They have solved a puzzle in my heart. The soil gave off a fishy smell, and there was also the smell of rotting vegetation. It smelled like mushrooms that were about to grow. When the 2 were mixed together, it was not unpleasant. Yi Qian casually picked up a small branch that was so withered that its bark was peeling off. She pointed at the footprints that could solve her confusion. Come, look at these footprints. 2 of them are the same size as the ones in the courtyard. She gestured with her fingers. Look here. Li Xian looked in the direction where the twig in her hand was pointing. Yi Qian said in a deep voice, the big footprint is facing forward, and the small footprint is stepping on top of the big footprint. This means that the suspect with the large footprint first entered the backyard, and the suspect with the small footprint entered from the back. I've been wondering why the suspect let little Bua go. When I saw the footprints, one after the other, I thought of the answer and solved the puzzle. Little Bua accidentally bumped into the suspect, who went in earlier. He wanted to kill him to silence him. As for the second suspect, he should be the lookout. After hearing that something was wrong, he went in and stopped the first suspect, thus allowing little Bua to live. Come over here. She got up again and led Li Xian a few steps. They stopped at a bush that was entangled with a few trees and had formed a thorny net. Yi Qian said, there are bushes here that have been stepped on. This means that there are people hiding here. Or we can say that there are at least 2 people here acting as lookouts. There are bushes here that have been stepped on. There are also bushes here. There are 2 in total, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. In just 5 minutes, Yi Qian had finished surveying the scene. It was also thanks to Tang Xian's timely intervention that the villagers did not destroy the scene. Chapter 56:87. Resist Li Xian's eyes were even colder. So, they really want to cross our country and enter Laos, and the border town is a place they must pass through. Yes, there's one more thing that we need to confirm. It's also a very important hurdle. Show the photos of the 4 criminals to little Bua. Let him identify the stranger who strangled him, and see if he is the person in the photos. I'm pretty sure it's the 4 of them. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 Burmese fugitives had committed heinous crimes and were even more ruthless. Everyone was worried that they would commit crimes in our country. Once something happened, it would be irreversible damage. Therefore, they had to capture or kill the 4 Burmese fugitives before irreversible damage occurred. The 2 of them climbed over the stone wall. Lu Weha and the other 2 armed police soldiers looked at the 2 of them. Li Xian used the local language to ask the villagers to return to the house and sit down. They needed to ask little Bua some things. Li Xian was a very serious armed police soldier. When he spoke, his expression was tense and his eyes were very firm. As soon as he opened his mouth, the whole atmosphere suddenly became a little stiff and tense. The surrounding villagers suddenly fell several times and did not even dare to speak. They all looked at Li Xian, feeling very uneasy. Did you find something bad? Otherwise, why would he be so serious? Perhaps it was because Li Xian's expression was too serious when she spoke earlier that little Bua's mother was a little resistant. Hearing this, she immediately hugged her child tightly and looked at Li Xian warily. Then, she silently walked to her husband's side and whispered something. Lu Wei was close to the couple. When he heard what the hostess said, he quickly explained in the local language, "Don't worry, we are just going to ask a few questions. We won't take little Boa away." The male owner glanced at Lu Wei and spoke to his wife in a low voice. As the husband spoke, Yi Qian saw the female owner's vigilance gradually lessen. The surrounding villagers also relaxed slightly. Although they felt that it was a very serious matter that someone wanted to kill little Bua, they did not realize that danger was right beside them. And this danger could very well be the danger of the entire village being wiped out. Although Tang Xian and the rest of the village officials were aware of the danger, they did not realize the extent of the danger. If it were not for the frightening seal on little Bua's neck, even Tang Xian would not have thought of the danger. Life in the mountains was too comfortable, although it was at the border. In recent years, our country had increased the intensity of patrols and grasped the situation of every village one by one. Therefore, the small villages in the border town were very stable and there were no major incidents. Chapter 5688. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 5688. Drenched in cold sweat. Urban Romance. Chapter 5688. Dripping with cold sweat. Lu Wei took out the photos. Little Bua glanced at them and pointed at one of the photos. "Uncle, it's him. He's the one who pinched me here." His voice was soft as he used his hands to strangle his own neck. As soon as he did that, the face of the mistress, who was hugging him, immediately changed. She quickly reached out to grab little Bua's hand and told him not to do such an uncomfortable thing. Number 3237, born in Myanmar, known as Ong Yi, the serial killer who caused several massacres in Myanmar. He was known for his cruelty, ruthlessness, and inhumanity. Lu Wei smiled amiably as he asked little Bua. Little Bua nodded, with certainty. As for Ma Gang, little Bua did not point him out, because in little Bua's memories, Ma Gang did not exist at all. At that time, he was too scared. How could a scared child pay attention to his surroundings? He only cared about crying. The villagers looked at Ong Ye's photo, and everyone's reaction was the same. Don't let them see this guy. If they see him, kill him with a chopper. Pu Chun's villagers had a ruthlessness that was hard to erase. This was a ruthlessness that had been passed down from generation to generation. In the past, they really weren't afraid of killing people, nor did they think that killing people was against the law. Later on, as the township administration was put in place, they went to the village to propagate for decades. And only then did they manage to get the villagers to agree. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. We know that the law exists, and we know that it is wrong to kill. There are 4 of them, and they are all fugitives from Myanmar. They have committed heinous crimes in their own country, and their hands are stained with countless lives. This Ong Yi, who tried to kill little Bua, is the most brutal serial killer in Myanmar in decades. The other 3 were arrested by the Burmese police for another matter. They are all felons who escaped into our country. The Burmese police hope that our country can help them and bring all 4 of them to justice. It was only then that the villagers realized how dangerous it was to brush past them. There were guns and people. Little Bua had almost been killed. The mistress hugged little Bua tightly. Even though the danger had passed, her body was still trembling slightly. When the village officials heard this, they broke out in a cold sweat. They entered the village to do ideological work, but they never thought that there would be 4 fugitives running away from them. The senior township official calmed himself down and asked Lu Wei, "What about now? Have they gone far? Are you here to capture the 4 of them?" This was the problem that he should be most concerned about. What if he didn't go far and came back? Lu Wei answered seriously. It's only been about 2 hours since the incident. They should have already left, and it's unlikely that they'll return. The 5 of us are indeed here to capture the 4 of them. The 4 of them are all ruthless and vicious. They even dared to kill the police officers of their own country. There are only 5 of you. Why didn't you bring more people? It's too dangerous with just the 5 of you. Yeah, it's too dangerous. There are only 4 of them. You even said that they had guns. Even if we hide in the mountains and shoot at you, you won't be able to find us. Do you want us to find a few strong men from our village to follow you into the mountains to look for them? We are mountain people, and we have brute strength. We won't have a problem taking down 1 or 2 of them. Just as one of the villagers suggested this, little Boa's father immediately said, I'll go with them. If I don't catch them, I won't be at ease. Just now, his son had almost been killed. He had to catch them with his own hands to feel at ease. Chapter 56:89. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chase, urban romance, pursue and attack it was impossible for the villagers to follow them. Li Xian, Lu Wei, and the other 2 armed policemen were very clear about the roads in the mountains. Everyone needed to patrol once. How could they not know that they had to patrol 12 times a year? He knew it better than the villagers. At this moment, the township government officials stepped in to stop the villagers from going into the mountains together. Yi Qian and the others could not afford to waste too much time. Since they had confirmed that the 4 criminals had passed through the village, they had to hurry up and follow them. After informing the villagers of the information of the 4 felons and having the village government officials come forward to persuade them, Yi Qian and the other 4 did not stay for long. They immediately followed from the back mountain of Little Boa's house. It was not easy to chase after a criminal in a primeval forest. Hiding a few people in the vast mountains was not a problem at all. Sometimes it really depended on intuition to determine whether the criminal was nearby. As for Yi Qian, Li Xian, and the others, as long as they had a general direction, no matter how difficult the path ahead was, they would continue to search without hesitation until they killed all the criminals. After entering the back of the mountain, the 5 of them quickly found the traces left behind by the 4 felons. From the fallen leaves, the shrubs that were stepped on, and the short branches that were abnormally split to the sides, they were all evidence to determine whether or not the felons had passed through here. Southwest. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 0, recommended reading. 2. Li Xian takes out a compass and presses the corners of her mouth. To Laos. There are still 3 villages that they will pass by, but they are all at the foot of the mountain. It is unlikely that they will go down the mountain again, but we can't rule out a similar situation today. Yi Qian nodded. His face is dark as water. They need to fill their stomachs. I'm afraid. They came down the mountain today to look for food. But after the incident with Little Boa, with their alertness, it's unlikely that they'll descend the mountain again. They'll only hurry on with their journey. What I'm worried about now is that this village is a tourist area. In order to save time, they might blend in with the tourist attractions and choose to leave by means of transportation. Once they enter the city, the danger will be infinitely greater. In other words, if the 5 of them wanted to control the danger, they had to kill the 4 felons before they entered the tourist area. The shortest time we took to find the criminals in the mountains was 12 days, and that was because we had the help of the little warrior. He was also Li Xian and Lu Wei's comrade-in-arms. His surname was Hong, and his name was a little cute. His first name was Meow Meow, so he could only let his comrade-in-arms call him Hong Meow. The little soldiers he was talking about were the police dogs in the team. every time they chased after a criminal in the jungle. They could not do without their help. For the armed police, police dogs were not dogs, but little comrades who fought side by side with them. This time, he did not bring a police dog, mainly because he was worried that the police dog would be in danger. Yi Qian laughed and said, "Without the help of the police dogs, we can only rely on ourselves. If they followed the tracks they left behind, they would definitely catch up. Let's go. Head southwest." Yi Qian was very familiar with jungle warfare, so he was not worried. When Li Xian, Lu Wei, Hong Miao Miao, and another armed police soldier named Fu Heng saw this, they all smiled, hugged their guns tightly, and hurried on with their journey. That's right. Without the help of their little comrade in arms, they could definitely do it. There would be no problem. At the same time, the 4 felons who had left the village were rushing through the forest. They walked even faster than before. Sometimes branches would hit them in the face, but they didn't stop. They kept walking towards the southwest direction. They saw a helicopter flying over them, which made the 4 of them feel very uneasy. Chapter 5690. This time, those who fought side by side with Yi Jian were all elites of the armed police force. All of them were agile. After entering the jungle, they shuttled through the leaves like ghosts. At the border city's border defense building, Zhang Weiwei looked at the 5 red dots on the satellite map. He pursed his lips and straightened his back. He was so serious that his subordinates didn't dare to speak loudly. "They have entered the fault zone," an armed police officer said softly as he reported the location of the 5 red dots to Zhang Weiwei. "There are many cliffs in the fault zone. If the criminals appear in the fault zone, it will be easier for them to find traces of the criminals." A fault zone was a place where the mountains were broken. It was difficult for people to notice it when they were walking in the mountains. If they didn't notice it and accidentally stepped on air, they would fall straight down. If they were lucky, they would be caught by the trees and vines that grew under the fault zone. If they were unlucky, they would break all their bones and injure their internal organs. They would then die under the fault zone. The fault zone was very dangerous, but it was very beneficial for the search, because you only had one choice, and the second choice was very likely to lead to a dead end. Zhang Weiwei took off his military cap and scratched his head with one hand. He said in a deep voice, "Tell them to be careful. Don't get yourself killed because of a bunch of bastards." Chasing after a few Burmese criminals and sacrificing their own soldiers was the last thing Zhang Weiwei wanted to see. Moreover, he was very worried about Yi Qian. He was very, very worried. "Contact them via satellite. I'll talk to them," Zhang Weiwei said in a deep voice. He had to talk to Yi Qian. It was a good thing to be hot-blooded, but he had to ensure his own safety first. He couldn't let anything happen to his comrade's daughter. "Yes." The armed police officer in charge of the communication responded in a capable voice. He immediately contacted his comrades, who were deep in the forest. Yi Jian was talking to Li Xian. "The direction we're looking for is right. This is the latest trace of footsteps. Here." She pointed at a bush, her beautiful face filled with coldness. Someone stopped here and accidentally reached out to break the buds growing on the bush. This required a very careful observation to discover. Li Xian, who had moved closer to see the new marks, withdrew his gaze and sighed in a low voice. "No wonder you were only slowly searching around here. So you were looking for these subtle marks. Sometimes the subtle traces are the clues we need to find." Yi Qian smiled. "They are also the clues that we tend to overlook." Reporting squad leader. Soldier Hong Miao came over and handed the satellite phone to Li Xian. The detachment called. Li Xian hurriedly took over the satellite phone and spoke a few words to Detachment Zhang to report their latest situation. "The target has always been in front of us. Our search continues. There is no deviation in direction, and there are no injuries. Everything is normal. Everything was normal, and everything was fine. Zhang Weiwei gave a few instructions, and then asked Li Xian to pass the satellite phone to Yi Qian. He needed to speak to Yi Qian. Yi Qian took the satellite phone and heard Zhang Weiwei's deep voice. "Little Yi, you've arrived at the fault zone. This is a very dangerous place. There are many cliffs that are hidden by the forest and don't seem to have any problems. You must be careful during the search. Don't let any accidents happen. Enter Panda Literature into the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you." Chapter 56:91. The Great Red Star will live up to your expectations. Yi Jian, who was listening, sighed softly in her heart. Her mother's comrade really took good care of her. Zhang Weiwei, who was staring at Little Red and Black, said seriously, "You must follow the four of them closely. They have a lot of experience fighting in the jungle, and their survival skills are also quite strong. They can tell if there is a fault in front of them. I just told Li Xian to arrange for you to be on guard at the back." Li Xian, Lu Wei, and the other three were all elites under Zhang Weiwei. Zhang Weiwei naturally knew how strong his elites were. Zhang Weiwei only knew how strong Yi Qian was from two sources. One was from Captain Deng's words, and the other was from Yi Qian's personal information. Zhang Weiwei was a little worried because he didn't have a complete understanding of her. Yi Qian, who was focused in front of her, smiled and replied, "Weiwei, I once went through a large jungle alone and spent the spring festival in the jungle alone. When I came out, the camouflage I was wearing was so tattered that it looked like it was 10 years old. Don't worry about me. I've trained in the Fault Mountains, so I'm not unfamiliar with jungle warfare." Yi Qian was very touched by Zhang Weiwei's care, but she really didn't need it. Moreover, she was one with Li Xian and the other three armed police officers. Take note, after reading for a long time, please pay attention to your eyes. How could she let them face danger directly while she hid behind them? This didn't suit her principles of cooperation with her comrades, and it also didn't suit her principles of doing things. Zhang Weiwei still wanted to say a few more words, but he seemed to have thought of something. A hint of a smile flashed across his serious face. He paused for a few seconds. "Xiao Yi, I'm looking forward to your exciting performance." "I'm looking forward to it." Back then, Hongmei's military capabilities were outstanding in all aspects. Xiao Yi was her daughter, and her daughter seemed to have surpassed her master. He was looking forward to it. "I won't be innocent of your trust." Yi Qian replied with a straight face. She wouldn't let Zhang Weiwei's trust in her be for nothing, and she didn't want to leave any regrets in the place where her mother had fought so hard. After ending the call, Zhang Weiwei pulled up his office chair and sat down. He stared at the little red dot on the electronic screen for a long time. In the boundless forest, silhouettes shuttled back and forth. The branches and leaves swayed. Some were fleeing and some were pursuing. Who would win and who would lose was still unknown. Without any communication device, the four Burmese criminals were already exhausted. When Ma Gang pulled the murderer Ong Ye out of the pit again, she lost her patience and showed her ruthlessness for the first time in front of the three men. 3237. If you continue to be so careless, the three of us will definitely not save you. You've already exhausted too much of our strength. Listen carefully. I'll say it again. From now on, you won't be able to get any help from the three of us. She needed to leave this place. She needed to go to the border town to contact General Min Lai. She needed to live well. She definitely couldn't let herself be implicated by an idiot. Ong Ye, who had escaped from death again, gasped for air. Facing Ma Gang's warning, a hint of gloominess flashed across Ong Ye's eyes. He suppressed the anger in his heart and answered Ma Gang. I'm also very afraid of accidents, but this place, we can't go here, and we can't go there. I also want to avoid it. Since you're afraid, then follow 7,256. He's a Kachin who lives in the mountains. He knows the dangers in the depths of the mountains better than you do. As soon as Ma finished speaking, he asked the Kachin man number 7256, there's a big problem. We're only taking one path now, and there are cliffs on both sides. If the Chinese armed police really catch up with us, they'll easily find our tracks. Chapter 5692. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 5692. Urban Romance. Chapter 5692. Betrayalangi reminded Ma Gang, which made her breath tighten. She had ignored such an important question, looking at the Kachin people. Ma Gang spoke very slowly. If they find any traces, all our efforts will be in vain. We might even die in the hands of the Chinese armed police. The Kachin man did not answer immediately. Instead, he waved the gun in his hand. Why should we take them? Are they only responsible for blocking the branches for us? Ma Gang looked at the gun. He was swinging and narrowed his eyes. Do you mean that we're really going to be caught up in fight with the Chinese armed police? What else? Do you chat with them? Anya spat. His twisted eyes were full of madness and paranoia. I haven't killed these guys yet. If we can kill them, ha ha, ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me excited. This was a lunatic who was so stupid that he didn't think about the consequences. Ma Gang refused to talk to a lunatic. She turned to the man with the number 5367. She didn't know if he was a staff member or a Vietnamese. What do you think? The Chinese armed police are very difficult to deal with. If they catch up to us, do we have any other choice? 5367 had the same thoughts as the Kachin people. He did not want to fight with the Chinese armed police. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 0 recommended reading. However, if they really had to face it, would they have any other choice? They had no choice. If they wanted to leave this place alive, they had to kill first, just like when they escaped. Ma Gang's expression was cold and unsightly. The Kachin man glanced at her and said coldly, "Don't forget, you were the one who guided us." If she had known that she would need to pass through the Fault Mountain Range, she would not have chosen this path. She would have come out directly from the previous village. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. He could only continue forward. The air in the dense forest was not very good. It was humid and stuffy, and there were all kinds of rotten smells mixed together. Ma Gang, who was already in a bad mood, no longer leaned against the tree to rest. Instead, he started to move on by himself. Even a woman like her could grit her teeth and continue on her way. Naturally, the three men didn't rest either. Escaping for their lives was more important. As long as they truly escaped, they would be able to have a good rest. As for Yi Qian and the others, it was just as Detachment Zheng had said. Although it was very dangerous for them to be in the Fault Mountain Range, it also greatly reduced the scope of their search. They did not need to split up and search again. The four escaped felons avoided the two cliffs. Their route and direction did not change. This saved Yi Qian and the others a lot of time in their search. Furthermore, the visibility in this part of the forest was quite low. As the sky gradually darkened, the light in the forest became darker and deeper than outside. This made it even more difficult for Yi Qian and the others to search. The light was getting dimmer and dimmer, and it was getting harder and harder to find traces. Their physical strength was also depleting with time. However, they had no way to stop, nor could they find a better way. They could only continue forward. While there was still light, the 5 of them increased their speed and tried to shorten the distance between them and the 4 felons. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the light in the forest was so dim that they could only see the silhouettes of the people nearby. Any further, and it would be pitch black. Yi Qian, who was always on high alert, slowed down his pace under Li Xian's signal. The second deep hole. Li Wei carefully looked at the deep hole that had appeared again. These deep holes did not seem deep. Although they were covered by vines, they were actually unfathomably deep. If there were no vines covering them, they would be separated by yin and yang. Chapter 5693. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 5693. Urban Romance. Chapter 5693. Secret Service after careful observation. Li Xian's face showed a trace of excitement. The pulp flowing out of the broken branches is still liquid. It hasn't solidified yet. We are not far from them. After chasing them for several hours, they finally felt that they were getting closer and closer to the 4 felons. Yi Qian gently touched the rifle in his hand. His eyes were as cold as ice. Only when the light in the forest had completely disappeared and the surroundings were shrouded in darkness did the 5 of them have a short 10-minute break. During the break, Li Xian didn't forget to take out the electronic map. She gnawed on the hardtack that was so dry that it hurt her throat. She swiped her finger across the map. We've reached the middle section of the fault. Our walking speed hasn't been slow. The 4 felons are the fastest, so they should be here. After resting for 10 minutes, we'll continue our search. After shortening the distance, we need to be even more cautious. Don't forget, the 4 felons have guns. We are in the dark now, but once we are exposed, we will be in the light, and they will be in the dark. Furthermore, there was a fault in this area, so they had to pay attention to their feet. Don't fall off the cliff. The danger was getting closer and closer to them, and the atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser. Yi Qian, who was in charge of keeping watch, looked around with cold eyes and split some of her attention to listen to what Li Xian was saying. She listened to everything Li Xian said, without missing a single word. And, NB friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. SP. Her tiredness also made Li Xian and the other 4 armed police soldiers look at her in a new light. During the entire search, the female soldier, Yi Qian, had made a lot of movements. Judging from her actions, she was a female soldier with experience in jungle warfare. There were still 3 minutes left before the 10-minute break. Lu Wei glanced at Yi Qian, who was on guard duty. He moved his lips slightly and asked Yi Qian in a very low voice, "How many jungle combat experiences have you had?" "Why, actual combat experience." This was because Yi Qian had the familiar scent of blood on him. It was the scent of someone who had been stained with blood. Yi Qian thought for a moment before answering, "Quite a few times, but I haven't really calculated it." "What about the nearest one?" Lu Wei asked again. He was now very curious about Yi Qian. It was rare for a female soldier to have real experimental experience in the army. Yi Qian thought about the battle with his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade at the end of the year. It was very close, less than a month ago, but it wasn't a jungle battle. As soon as he said that, the 4 armed police soldiers were stunned. Less than a month? What happened last December? They were very surprised, but they knew that it wasn't convenient for them to continue asking. The only reason he was willing to tell them the truth was probably to make them feel more at ease. She told them that she wasn't a burden, and that she had real combat experience. Yi Qian was indeed thinking this way. She didn't want Li Xian and the other soldiers to not believe her at the most critical moment. With Yi Qian's words, Li Xian and the other soldiers felt a lot more at ease. The 4 of them gave Yi Qian a thumbs up to show their admiration. However, it was a little too dark. No matter how good Yi Qian's eyesight was, she could only see the movements of the four soldiers, but she couldn't tell what they were doing. The short break quickly passed, and the five soldiers once again moved forward in the dark. They knew that they were getting closer and closer to the criminal in front of them, so the five of them moved very slowly. They tried their best not to make any noise when they passed through the forest to avoid being discovered. After about half an hour of moving forward, Yi Qian, who was with Li Xian, let out the chirping of a night bird. They discovered something and stopped moving forward. Chapter 5694. The Great Red Star lives up to your expectations. They didn't find any traces of the four felons, but there was another smell in the damp and decaying air. It came from the human bladder and was mainly made up of water. This was the smell that Yi Qian smelled. It was very faint, hidden in the damp and stuffy air, floating faintly. If it was any other time, she would naturally hold her breath when she smelled this smell. But now, the smell in the air didn't make her hold her breath. Instead, it made her very excited. There's the smell of urine in the air. It's very faint. Yi Qian finished speaking in a low voice. Hong Miao's nose twitched. Wearing night vision goggles, he looked at the slender figure hidden in front of him and whispered, "Why can't I smell it?" Not only did Hong Miao not smell it, Li Xian, Lu Wei, and the other soldier, Jiao Xiaotu, didn't smell it either. They only smelled one kind of smell, and that was the damp and stuffy smell that only came from the dense forest. Yi Qian, who had a very keen sense of smell, had helped Xia Jinyuan find the suspects a long, long time ago, on the day he first met Xia Jinyuan. Now, she was very sure that there were traces left behind by the felons nearby. There is, but it's very faint. It hasn't completely evaporated. When the sun comes up tomorrow, the smell will be even stronger. Yi Qian, who was resting against a tree, chuckled softly and teased the four soldiers. Who knows, you might have stepped on it. Hong Miao silently lowered his head. Take care of your eyes if you read for a long time. He looked at where he was standing and took a deep breath. Yes, he definitely didn't step on it. He didn't smell it. He didn't smell it at all. Stop smelling it. It's still fresh. Your nose can't smell it. Jiao Xiaotu, who was standing with his back pressed against Yi Qian's, heard his comrade's movements. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If I really stepped on it, then I stepped on it too. The two of them were in the middle. Yi Qian and Li Xian were in front, while Lu Wei was guarding the rear. Lu Wei stealthily changed to a new hiding spot. He hid in a place with dense foliage. With his fingers on the microphone, he said with a smile, I didn't smell it from behind. Yi Qian, maybe you've already stepped on some fresh liquid. He did not pay attention to whether or not he stepped on Yi Qian. However, Lu Wei was right. It was indeed a fresh liquid. He had just stayed here not long ago, and it was very dewy at night. In addition, the border town had been drizzling these past few days, so the smell was very faint. Tomorrow, as the water evaporated, the urea precipitated, and the ammonia gas would become stronger and stronger. By then, the four of them would have run far away. The other party had probably thought of this as well, which was why they didn't care about leaving any traces behind. Unfortunately, they ran into Yi Qian, who had a keen sense of smell. The matter that they had to hold their breaths became evidence of how far away they were. From the sap flowing out of the broken branches that they saw around the deep pit, the light and unpleasant smell, and the time they had left the village, they could roughly estimate that the distance between them and the scene was no more than 3 kilometers. If the distance between them and the scene was no more than 3 kilometers, it indicated that a fierce battle was not far away. The closer they got, the more they could not stop moving forward. They had to completely see the figures of the four felons. The world of the night vision goggles was a black and white world. Other than black and white, there was nothing else to hide. On the tree, a black shadow suddenly leaped over their heads. It was agile and light, and soon disappeared. It was a small animal that lived in the jungle. It could be a red panda or a monkey. In the dense tropical rainforest, it was not uncommon to see small movements of foraging for food at night. However, due to the special circumstances, when a small black shadow suddenly passed over their heads, it was inevitable that their hearts would jump a few times. Chapter 56:95. Infighting Yi Qian, who had a strong psychological quality, swallowed and continued to move carefully with Li Xian. Soon, they forgot about the unknown little black shadow. The five of them stopped communicating with each other and walked extremely slowly. They kept moving in the same direction as the four felons. Their movements were so light that they didn't even disturb the night birds. After about 400 meters, they suddenly heard the sound of night birds flying in front of them. It was not one, but several birds. They were chirping and flapping their wings, rushing into the dark night. The five people walking in the black and white world looked up at the same time and looked at the sky where the branches intertwined and divided the whole sky into pieces of different shapes and sizes. Yi Qian's voice was very soft. "The night birds are flying in the sky. It's very likely that they are in front of us. They have been rushing without rest." He walked with great difficulty, and if he wasn't careful, he would disturb the birds sleeping at night. "Let's keep moving." Li Xian withdrew her gaze from the sky and looked colder and colder. She hoped that it was really the four felons who made the noise. At this time, Ma Gang's whole face darkened. The gun in her hand instantly stopped the noise again. 3,237. How many times have you made a mistake? You've implicated us again and again. You want to die? Sometimes he fell into a deep pit and needed them to pull him up. Sometimes he broke the branches, and the crackling sound startled the birds that were resting at night. He made mistakes again and again, which made Ma Gong completely lose patience with Angie. If it weren't for the fact that shooting would cause more noise, she would really shoot this damn guy to death. Ang Yi, who was dizzy from the fall, had not recovered from the shock. When he looked up, he saw the cold gun against his head. The anger in his heart was no less than Ma Gang's, and the killing intent was no less than Ma Gang's. He said a swear word, which probably meant something like, "Fuck you." Ma Gang immediately loaded the gun without hesitation. The felon closest to him, number 5367, had been guarding against Ma Gang, who pointed the gun at people. When he heard that the gun was loaded, he held Ma Gang's wrist without saying a word. "Think about the consequences if you shoot. You don't want to die, and we don't want to die either. Shoot, shoot. I'm not afraid of death. If you have the ability, come, shoot me. I'll F*King. Send my F*King. Head over for you to open." Angie was not a good-tempered person. He had a gun pointed at his head. If he backed down now, he would not be a man. He leaned forward and used his head to push against the muzzle of the gun. Even when his head hurt, he did not retract his head. 5367 raised his foot and kicked the stupid Angie down. Angie, who was in a tight spot, did not guard against 5367. The kick made him fall back hard. With a swish sound, he hurriedly stretched out his hands to grab the branches on both sides to stabilize his body. 5367 did not care about Angie. He pressed down on Ma Gang's wrist and pointed the gun at the ground. "You are a very smart woman. A smart woman shouldn't make stupid mistakes. Bringing him along with you was the wrong decision you made in the beginning. You thought it was ruthless enough to kill a few more people. He only killed people around the city. He has never entered the mountains. You, me, and the Kachin people The three of us have come and gone from the mountains. We are very used to the mountain roads and the night roads. End of chapter. Chapter 5696. The 10,000 miles read. Star lived up to your expectations. Chapter 5696. Revenge Ma Gang clenched her teeth tightly. That's right, bringing along a stupid thing like 3237 was indeed her biggest mistake. The regretful Ma Gang put away her gun and no longer pointed it at Ong Yi. She was only trying to scare Ong Yi. She didn't really want to shoot him. She knew very well what the consequences would be. Not shooting didn't mean that Ma Gang would let Ong Yi go. She already had the intention to kill Ong Yi. Are we still leaving? If not, find a place to rest as soon as possible. Rest well, and we'll leave tomorrow. The Kachin man spoke. He didn't care at all who shot him. They weren't his people, so it didn't matter to him who died. Now, what he cared about the most was whether to leave or not. If they didn't leave, then they would rest. He was very tired. He was already exhausted and didn't want to leave. Ma Gang also didn't want to leave. However, when she thought of the helicopter flying overhead during the day, she immediately said in a deep voice, "No, let's continue." After saying that, she turned to Ong Yi, who didn't say anything else. You'll die sooner or later because of your own stupidity. If she didn't get rid of him, she didn't know if he would cause any more trouble. She was used to killing people with guns or knives in bed. She didn't know how to kill people directly. Ma Gang narrowed her eyes and planned to kill him with a borrowed knife. And, NB, please note, after reading for a long time, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes. The helicopter that flew by during the day was covered in camouflage. That was a military helicopter from the Chinese army. My boss said that the Chinese armed police will often patrol the mountains, especially during Chinese festivals. Their patrols are even closer than usual, and they are vigilant everywhere. If there is an armed police patrolling behind us, 3237, your stupidity will definitely attract the armed police. You've already done it several times. Once there's a beginning, there won't be an end. You'll definitely do it again. I'm sure of it. After saying a lot, the last part was the main point. With armed police patrolling, they would do it again and attract the attention of the armed police. In the end, the four of them would be chased by the armed police. Escape? They were in Chinese territory. Could they escape? As soon as Ma conveyed his intention, he looked at the other two felons who were used to walking in the mountains. The Kachin people didn't think much of it. 5,367 lowered his eyes slightly and said, "Stop talking nonsense and continue walking." There was no response, which made Ma Gang a little disappointed. But soon, a smile appeared in Ma Gang's eyes. 5367, who had been walking at the back, changed his position with the Kachin people. He walked behind the idiot 3237. They were all a group of ruthless people. They had originally joined forces to escape. Now, there was one person in the middle who could implicate them at any time. Then, leaving him alive would be a hidden danger. Hidden dangers could not be left alive. They had to be eliminated. 5,367's arm strength was quite amazing. He strangled Anya's neck with his elbow from behind. Magong wanted to help, but he didn't give Magong a chance. He didn't give Anya a chance to struggle. He twisted his elbow hard, and the crisp sound of broken bones came. Anya, who had just stretched out his hand to brush the branches in front of him, fell down. He didn't make a sound and didn't struggle for a second. He didn't even know how he died. It was very likely that he was killed by 5367 with a calm expression on his face. An hour later, Yi Qian and the others passed by the place where Anya was killed. While searching, Jiao Xiaodu saw a hand sticking out from behind a rock. Lu Wei, Hong Miao Miao, and Jiao Xiaodu were on guard. Yi Qian and Li Xian quickly slid down the mountain. In order to be fast, the two of them sat down and slid all the way down. Chapter 5697. Ma Gang clenched her teeth tightly. That's right, bringing along this stupid 3237 was indeed her biggest mistake. The regretful Ma Gang put away the gun and no longer pointed it at Angie. She was just trying to scare Angie. She didn't really want to shoot him. She knew very well what the consequences would be. Not shooting didn't mean that Ma Gang would let Angie go. She wanted to kill Angie. Are we still going? If not, find a place to rest as soon as possible. Rest well and leave tomorrow. The Kachin man opened his mouth. He did not care who shot who. None of them were his people, so it did not matter to him who died. What he was most concerned about now was whether he should leave or not. If he didn't want to leave, then he would rest. It just so happened that he was very tired. They were all exhausted and didn't want to walk anymore. Ma Gang also didn't want to leave, but when she thought of the helicopter flying over her head during the day, she immediately said in a deep voice, "No, continue walking." After that, he turned to Angie, who was silent. "Sooner or later, you will die because of your own stupidity." If she didn't get rid of him, she didn't know if he would cause any more trouble. She was used to killing people with guns or knives in bed. She didn't know how to kill people directly. Ma narrowed his eyes and was about to kill someone with a borrowed knife. The helicopters that flew by during the day were all camouflaged. Those were the military helicopters of the Chinese army. My boss said that the Chinese armed police will often patrol the mountains, especially during the big Chinese festivals. Their patrols will be even closer than usual, and they will be vigilant and alert everywhere. What if there are armed police patrolling behind us? 3237. Your stupidity will definitely attract the armed police. You've already made the same mistake several times. Once there's a beginning, there won't be an end. You'll definitely make the same mistake again. I'm sure of it. After saying a bunch of things, he finally got to the main point. With armed police patrolling, they would commit more crimes and attract the attention of the armed police. In the end, the four of them were chased by the armed police. This is Chinese territory. Can you escape? As soon as Ma conveyed his intention, he looked at the other two felons who were used to walking in the mountains. The Kachin people didn't think much of it. 5367 lowered his eyes slightly and said, "Stop talking nonsense and continue walking." There was no response, which made Ma Gang a little disappointed. But soon, a smile appeared in Ma Gang's eyes. 5367, who had been walking at the back, changed his position with the Kachin people. He walked behind the idiot 3237. They were all a group of ruthless people. They had originally joined forces to escape. Now, there was one person in the middle who could drag him down at any time. Then, leaving him alive would be a hidden danger. Hidden dangers could not be left alive. They had to be eliminated. 5367's arm strength was quite amazing. He strangled Anya's neck with his elbow from behind. Ma Gang wanted to help, but he didn't give Ma Gang a chance. He didn't give Anya a chance to struggle. He twisted his elbow hard, and the crisp sound of broken bones came. Anya, who had just stretched out his hand to brush the branches in front of him, fell down. He did not make a single sound, nor did he struggle for even a second. He did not even know how he died. It was very likely that even his expression was very calm, as he was killed by 5367, just like that. An hour later, Yi Qian and the others passed by the place where Anya was killed. While searching, Jiao Xiaodu saw a hand crookedly poking out from behind a rock. Lu Wei, Hong Miao Miao, and Jiao Xiaodu were on guard. Yi Qian and Li Xian quickly slid down the mountain. For the sake of speed, The two of them sat down and slid all the way down. Tip: enter Panda Literature in the search engine, and you will find this site. Thank you. Chapter 5697, Panda Literature. Chapter 5698. Trash facing these leeches that would make one's scalp go numb, the warriors shuttling through the forest pulled them down and casually tossed them aside. They couldn't crush it yet. If they did, the blood that the leeches had sucked would flow out. The blood would spread into the air, and there would be a faint bloody smell. When that happened, they would have to spend time to cover up the bloody smell. To them, who were in a hurry, it would be better to just throw it away and save time. The treetops swayed slightly. The silhouette was like a mountain spirit, silently and swiftly advancing. The 5 people searching, including Yi Qian, did not know when they would actually catch up. Perhaps they would catch up in an hour, or perhaps it would take several hours. Deep in the mountains and forests between the Sar River and the Mekong River in Myanmar, a few jeeps passed through the dense forest and finally stopped in front of a row of white walls and black tiles, which looked like the houses of the Jiangnan River in China. 2 soldiers in military uniforms with rifles on their backs quickly ran to the second jeep, opened the door, and saluted the middle-aged man in the car. The middle-aged man wasn't tall, but he was well-built. His skin was dark, and he had a pair of eagle eyes that could intimidate people at night. He was General Min Lai, a powerful figure who had his own army. General Min Lai, who was walking in the middle with soldiers standing guard on both sides, had an exceptionally cold expression on his face. The corners of his mouth were pressed tightly together, and the aura he exuded as he walked made even the adjutant beside him feel pressured. This was one of General Min Lai's garrisons, and there were about 1,000 or so soldiers here. The officer in charge of this place had already come over to greet them. As soon as he approached and saluted, General Min Lai raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. "Trash!" he scolded the officer. His voice was harsh and deep, like a cold current that poured in, causing the officer who had been slapped to reveal a terrified expression. Instead of lecturing the officer outside, General Min Lai entered the room and sat in the large chair that the officer usually sat in. He took off his military cap and casually tossed it to the adjutant beside him. The adjutant immediately caught it and held it for himself instead of handing it to the soldiers accompanying him. The accompanying soldiers were to protect General Min Lai at all times. They had to hold their guns in their hands at all times, and the bullets in their guns had to be loaded at all times. If they noticed anything strange, they could fire immediately. When the officer entered and saw General Min Lai's dark expression, his heart sank. "I handed him over to you and told you to protect him well. You didn't do it and got caught by the police. I don't have to settle this with you. When you work for me, there will always be people who fall at the front." After that, she escaped. The adjutant personally contacted you and told you to find Ma Gang and not let her fall into the hands of other forces. In the end, you actually let her escape to China. Looking at his subordinate, who couldn't even do a small thing for him, General Min Lai was furious. He suddenly raised his leg and kicked the other party's calf. General Min Lai was no ordinary person. His skills and marksmanship were top-notch, and he was also a boxer. His arms and legs were filled with strength. This kick sent the officer flying 2 to 3 meters back. In the end, he landed hard on but his face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. The Chinese armed police have been looking for a breakthrough. For me, Ma Gang has always been in charge of the Chinese market. Now that she has escaped into the Chinese territory, once she is targeted by the Chinese armed police and interrogated, even if you kill all 18 of your family members, it will not be able to appease the anger in my heart. Tip: enter Panda Literature into the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you. Trash. Chapter 5699. Killing Intent. General. The officer, whose face was pale from the pain in his lower abdomen, was scared out of his wits. He crawled all the way to General Minlai's feet and said, "General, I sent 10 soldiers to look for Ma Gang, but she didn't leave any way to contact her. When I found out that she had escaped into China, I didn't dare to hide it from you. I immediately contacted the adjutant and sent people into China to look for Ma Gang. As soon as they saw her, they would bring her back to see you immediately. General, Ma Gang is a very capable woman. She does things very strangely. She doesn't trust anyone except herself. I asked her 4 bodyguards, and they all said that Ma Gang had never contacted them. General, with Ma Gang's caution, even if she escaped into China, she wouldn't be targeted by the Chinese armed police. She would definitely find a way to come back." The officer believed that General Minlai, whom he was loyal to, was not joking. He would do what he said. Ma Gang, this woman, he had cooperated with her many times. He had seen her cunning, and he hated this woman who was unwilling to share any of the credit. But now, the lives of his family of 18 were all in her hands. If nothing happened to her in China, his family would be fine. If something happened to her, and she fell into the hands of the Chinese armed police, then his family, the officer didn't dare to think too deeply. He shuddered and said, "General, please give me another chance. Let me bring Ma Gang back to your side. Tell the people you sent to deal with Ma Gang as soon as they see her. There's no need to bring her back." General Minlai gave the order. Ma Gang didn't trust anyone. Similarly, he wouldn't trust a subordinate who escaped to China and could still come back in the end. The officer was a little puzzled by such an order, but it was General Minlai's personal order. He just needed to carry it out. "Yes, General." The officer immediately responded solemnly. He no longer had the important task of bringing Ma Gang back. Instead, he had the important task of killing her directly. Since it was the general's personal order, he could take this opportunity to kill Ma Gang, the woman he hated very much. The adjutant beside General Minlai explained to the officer, "The police have already sent Ma Gang's information to the Chinese armed police and asked them to search for her. With the ability of the Chinese armed police, Ma Gang has just appeared, and the chances of her escaping are very small. If she really did escape, it's very likely that the Chinese side intentionally let her go. As long as your men see her, they must deal with her immediately. Don't give her another chance to escape. Ma Gang is very smart. You didn't succeed the first time, so it's hard for you to have a second chance." General Minlai would not use a subordinate who was targeted by the Chinese armed police, no matter how capable he was. Ma Gang was very clear about this point. This was also one of the main reasons why she persisted in her journey and did not dare to rest at all. After dealing with Angie, Ma Gang, Song Xing, and Vala walked a lot faster. Logically speaking, a woman's physical fitness was definitely not as good as a man's, but Ma Gang was different. She maintained her speed and did not need the help of 2 men. Even if her feet had blisters, Ma Gang did not say a word. She walked like a robot, and her endurance was so strong that it surprised Song Xing and Vala. Tip: enter Panda Literature into the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you. Murderous Intent.